I try to always approach it with gratitude. Every chance you get to step on the NBA floor as a player, staff, coach, it's a true blessing. And for sure, the season definitely hasn't went the way we expected it to go. But I'm grateful to be able to step out there today and continue to coach this team.
Kind of bounce off of what Rod just asked, Willie, how much have you just thought about, like, because it's game 82, just how this season has unfolded? Like, are there any games that stand out to you, certain moments, whatever may have happened, stand out to you?
Yeah, you definitely try to process it as you're going through it. Sometimes it's difficult because you're still in it, but the biggest thing is, it's been a season full of adversity, but trying to find the beauty in that, trying to find some positives out of the difficult circumstances that we've all gone through. And that's the challenge sometimes just in life is, sometimes you dealt a certain hand and now how can you lock in and try to make something good, make some positives out of it.
There's two parts to this. There's the basketball of what happens on the court, and then there's the business of the NBA. As a player, you've been through all these things. As a coach, you as an assistant, and now as a head coach, this is really the first time where it's been this level of adversity for you as a head coach. How do you compartmentalize those things and say, this is the basketball part, but also you are a professional and a business on the business side and understand the pressures of that exterior as well?
It kind of all ties together. The basketball and the business side of it. And, you get into this business because you understand that pressure comes with it. Every time our guys step out on the floor, every time we have an opportunity to play against an opponent, every practice, it comes with pressure. So that's a part of it. And the compartmentalizing part of it is, how do you go after it, and then when the game is over, go home and try to live a normal life. So that part is always a challenge for all of us.
And then when you talk to the younger players, the guys who, when the season comes in, they have to start thinking about careers, next steps, and all those things. How did you counsel those younger players throughout the season and kind of have them understand where to keep their focus as well?
The same that I've always talked about with myself and our players is really focus on what you can control, because there's so many circumstances around us that we can't control, but they can show up on time, they can go out every game and compete, play their hardest, they can learn from the mistakes. You're going to make some, but how do you cut down on those mistakes and continue to get better and improve? They can be great teammates. So there's a lot of opportunity to, focus on what we can control, and that's what I try to teach our guys.
Well, how frustrating was this season, having so many things that you couldn't control?
I mean, for all of us. I speak for myself. That's the most difficult part. Is there's so much that you can't control, and you have to sometimes just surrender to it and continue to fight, stay in there, and stay focused on, okay, this is the next best thing. Is get the team ready, get prepared. Let's go out and play.
Hi, that is head coach Willie Green. When we return on Pelicans warm-up, getting you ready for the Thunder and Pelicans, you'll have a full NBA scoreboard. The East is playing, wrapping up. The West is yet to play. We'll explain, plus Aaron Summers, what to pay attention to once we tip it off. You're getting ready for the Thunder and Pels on the Pelicans Radio Network.
I'm Clint Romig with Marsh McLennan Agency. We provide business insurance, employee health and benefits, and private client insurance solutions to organizations and individuals. We combine the personalized service model of a local consultant with the global resources of the world's largest insurance broker, Marsh McLennan. Here in New Orleans, we have deep roots throughout Southeast Louisiana that go back over 80 years. At Marsh McLennan Agency, we know more than just insurance. We know New Orleans. Marsh McLennan Agency is a proud partner of the New Orleans Pelicans. Visit us today at marshmma.com.
Entergy Louisiana is strengthening our power grid from Lake Charles to Baton Rouge, Metairie to Monroe. Our blueprint covers the state. Nearly 10,000 projects, over 11,000 miles of transmission line. We're reinforcing infrastructure, to prepare for stronger storms, reduce outages, and respond quicker when you do need us. We're making stronger connections in every community because together, we power life.
Pelicans fans, you can guarantee your spot in the playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Download the app today. Get started with $200 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel, official partner of the New Orleans Pelicans. 21 over, present Louisiana, permitted parishes only. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-877-770-7867.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA, and we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the game, and how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level and ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle of the New Orleans Pelicans. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Now, back to Gus Kattengell.
All right, the Hawks defeated the Magic 117-105. Was the Celtics over the Hornets 93-86. The Wizards, conductor, they got a win 119-118 over the Heat in Miami. Bulls at Philly win 122-102 in the fourth. 5 to play. Knicks 105, Nets 98. Pacers 103, Cavs 105, 17 seconds to go there. And oh my goodness, overtime for the Pistons and Bucks. As that game ends, we'll give you a full scoreboard throughout. There's a lot to be determined in the Western Conference in terms of seeding. Basically 3 on all the way to number 10. We'll do that throughout the game. Up next, though, Aaron Summers joins us to give us a couple of storylines and things to pay attention to as the Pels and Thunder wrap up the regular season next on the Pelicans Radio Network. Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code SAINTSDYW. Place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users only. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Caesars New Orleans. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, visit Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured at work? Don't let your recovery get delayed by endless paperwork. LA Health Solutions specializes in workers' compensation and DOL, providing expert care that gets you back on your feet quickly and safely. With convenient locations across Louisiana, we offer personalized treatment plans and handle the insurance process for you, so you can focus on what matters most, getting better. Trust LA Health Solutions, your one solution. To help you heal and return to work, visit lahealthsolutions.com or call 844-496-LAHS today.
Jazz Fest 2025 is almost here with Pearl Jam, Dave Matthews Band, Luke Combs, Lil Wayne and the Roots, Lenny Kravitz, Casey Musgraves, Santana, John Fogerty, Cage the Elephant, Harry Connick Jr., Patti LaBelle, Joan Jett, Cheap Trick, and hundreds more. The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, presented by Shell, April 24th through May 4th at the Fairgrounds Racecourse. For tickets and info, visit nojazzfest.com. Miller Lite, official sponsor of Jazz Fest.
Our countdown to tip-off is brought to you by Friend and Company. You've got a friend in the jewelry business.
All right, welcome back, Aaron Summers. It's here. We
made
end
it.
of the regular season. It's here. A busy day for you. They've already started the interviews before the end of the season as guys are ready to call this season a season. You had a chance to speak to some of the younger players that have been getting a lot of minutes.
Yeah.
Good for them to be able to show what they can do, but also good for them to maybe rest up and heal and get ready for next year.
These last couple of weeks have been really fun watching some of these younger players get additional minutes on the court and run, but it's been a little taxing on some of them, not knowing and preparing for this throughout the whole season. You're not getting those regular reps. So yeah, they've been full speed ahead for the last couple weeks. And somebody like Antonio Reeves, who he's a rookie. This season is longer than a college season. He went up and down between Birmingham several times this year. Yeah, he's playing great. You'd think you'd want to continue to play, but he said, no, I need a break, just like everybody else does. Time to rest and recover and evaluate how the season went. Some areas of his game he'd like to work on, and then once he feels good, get back in the lab and start working. And he is somebody who does that. He takes 500 to 1,000 shots every single day. That is why he steps on the court so confident. The work speaks for itself.
Wow.
Yeah, he's really impressive. He has worked for moments like this his whole entire life. And then you take Yves Nisi, who thrown into a much bigger role this season, has been really fun watching him develop. And he said he was going to take 2 weeks off and then get back at it. He is still nursing that ankle injury, but said he feels good. One of the funniest conversations I ever overheard at the end of the season was when I was talking to Herb Jones, and he was tapping CJ McCollum on the corner, on the shoulder, and he said, "Hey, how much time do you take off going into the off season? Like, what do I do?" But
Right.
these rookies have never done it. So
Yeah.
this is another learning lesson for them of how to handle an off season, how hard to hit it, how much rest your body really needs.
You cover the Saints, and a football term that we use a lot is audible. We use it for a lot of different sports. This has been an audible season
Yeah.
For everybody, front
Learning on
office,
the fly.
players, and coaches for sure. You're going to be up here with the graph along with Wes Johnson. Jim Eichenhofer may even stop in here as well. It is the regular season finale. Pelicans and Thunder. Thank you, Aaron. That game coming up next on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Pelicans warm-up was brought to you by Morris Bart. If you know, you know. Oshner Health, the official healthcare provider of the New Orleans Pelicans. SeatGeek, get your seat in a seat. And by Smoothie King, rule the day.
When you get a Pelicans debit card from Keesler Federal, every day is full of possibilities. And free checking saves you extra cash to make those possibilities a reality. Perfect for the things that make you happy. Plus, with your new Keesler Federal Pelicans debit card, you'll also save 25% on tickets and merchandise and choose from 5 different fun card design options. Enjoy all the perks you get for all the things you love. Keesler Federal, the official credit union of the New Orleans Pelicans. Federally insured by NCUA.
Pelicans fans, you can guarantee your spot in the playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Download the app today. Get started with $200 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel, official partner of the New Orleans Pelicans. 21 over, present Louisiana, permitted parishes only. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-877-770-7867.
Are you ready to build your dream outdoor kitchen or to finally organize your garage? Well, New Age Products is here to help. For over 15 years, New Age Products has been helping homeowners get more out of their spaces. With free design consultations and 3D renders, it's never been easier to organize and customize, all from the comfort of your couch. Visit newageproducts.com now and take the first step towards a better home. That's newageproducts.com. New Age Products is a proud partner of the New Orleans Pelicans.
The following is a presentation of the New Orleans Pelicans Radio Network.
This is what we live for. You gotta fight.
The New Orleans Pelicans Radio Network proudly presents
Drives hard, lob it up, Kyler Kelly, two-hand flush.
Game Day in the NBA.
Now at 1, drives in, lefty scooper off the glass and in for Elfrid Payton, who's got 4 points. What a beautiful bounce pass. Antonio Reeves running the floor. And a dunk for Tone. That's it up before Jamal Cain. Euros in and puts it up and in. Scooping righty layup with his back to the stanchion and 1.
Now, with the call of today's game, here's Todd Graffanini.
Wow. From the Smoothie King Center, downtown New Orleans, Louisiana, New Orleans Pelicans basketball is once again on the air. Hi again, everybody. Todd Graffanini with you, along with Aaron Summers and a cast of thousands. We're here to bring you all the exciting action. It is the final game of the regular season. It is the New Orleans Pelicans taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Pels looking to get 1 win here before we call it a year. Oklahoma City, well, they're locked in to the #1 seed in the Western Conference. They'll get a week off before the playoffs start in earnest in 7 days when everybody has found their spots. But right now, as we bring in Aaron Summers, it is all about these youngsters. We've talked about it constantly. And of course, as this game moves along, Aaron, we'll talk about the year, what has been,
what we can possibly look forward to, some positives coming out of it. But the bottom line, Aaron, it's just been a really difficult year. And thankfully for everyone involved, it's coming to an end today.
Yeah, I think that even the players on the court are looking forward to this one wrapping up because some of these young players haven't played this much basketball. For a rookie, an NBA season is long, and they're ready to take a little bit of a rest and then, hit the ground running again later on in the summer and see what areas of their game they can improve on. But you got to give them credit because early in this season, when the injuries started stacking up, these players stepped in, especially now down the stretch with you trade Brandon Ingram was such a huge piece of this team. You opened up a lot of need for some offense, and players like Antonio Reeves have really shined with their additional minutes. Jose Alvarado has stepped up as a leader for this team, and that's something that he wasn't necessarily used to doing. Being a starting point guard, he himself has said is extremely difficult, a lot harder than he thought it would be here in the NBA.
Aaron, the number is 388. That is how many games have been missed by Pelicans players this year.
Sounds like a lot.
Due to injury/illness. 388. You cannot overcome it. It doesn't matter at what time of the year, who got hurt, when they got hurt, what players got hurt. You can't overcome it. And people might think, well, the Pels have 21 wins. There's a reason why.
Absolutely. That number right there tells you that is a mountain that is too high to climb for these players that are on the court now. You're missing your top 11 players going into this game tonight. And on the other side, they're missing their top 9. So honestly, we could have a really good game here. It should be really competitive between some of these players who are trying to show what they have for maybe next season.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, OKC has already clinched the 1 seed. They've clinched it for quite some time now. As we're going to go down to the court and listen to Trey Murphy talk to the fans.
Obviously, they go as we expected, but it's going to be better next year. I can promise you that. So, thank you again. And last but not least, I feel like I have to say, check on your friends, man, because that's all the real thing. So y'all come and check on your friends. And go Pels.
That's Trey Murphy. And again, Aaron, just to add to the theme we were just talking about, this young man's out there talking to people wearing a sling.
The maturity that he's shown, the growth has been huge this season.
No doubt about it. We'll take a break, come back. We'll have our starting lineups, our keys, and our tip. Final game of the regular season. Pelicans and Thunder on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Are you ready? Creed. Bio for Wellington Man. The Summer of '99 tour returns. Saturday, July 26th, Smoothie King Center. With special guests, 3 doors down. And Mammoth WVH. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Creed returns. The Summer of '99 tour.
In basketball, it takes the right team to win. That's why you need a partner like Marsh McLennan Agency. We've been providing business insurance, employee health and benefits, and private client insurance solutions to Southeast Louisiana for 80 years. Marsh McLennan Agency combines the personalized service model of a local consultant with the global resources of the world's largest insurance firm. At Marsh McLennan Agency, we know more than just insurance. We know New Orleans. Marsh McLennan Agency is a proud partner of the New Orleans Pelicans. Visit marshmma.com today.
You can start a rewarding career as an emergency medical technician sooner than you think. The National EMS Academy, a division of Acadian Ambulance, can train you in just 12 weeks at their campuses in Alexandria, Baton Rouge, Covington, Lafayette, Lake Charles, New Orleans, and Thibodaux. Students who complete the class and pass the National Registry exam are eligible to work for Acadian Ambulance. Classes start soon. Learn more at becomeamedic.com.
Back in the Smoothie King Center, Todd Gravanini, Aaron Summers with you. John DeShazer is still under the weather. Shout out to JD. We'll talk about him as the game goes on, but he will not be with us here for the final game of the regular season. Tom, now for your starting lineup. First for the Pelicans, coming in at 21-60 overall, and a fourth-year head coach, Willie Green.
6 foot guard, from Georgia Tech. Alfred Payton, 6'4", point guard, University of Louisiana. Antonio Reeves, 6'4", guard, Kentucky.
Keon Brooks Jr., 6'7" forward, Washington.
Jeremiah Robinson Earl, 6'9", forward, Villanova.
Obviously, first on that list was Jose Alvarado. And by the way, folks, with that lineup, that is starting lineup number 47. 47 different starting lineups in an 82-game schedule for the Pelicans. That deserves a little yikes because, again, you can't overcome it. For the Oklahoma City Thunder, 67-14, best record in the NBA. And they had an outside chance of 70, but they pretty much shut their best players down in the last few ball games. They still won 4 in a row under fourth-year head coach Mark Dagnall, who very well could be the coach of the year in the NBA. They are going to have 9 available, as the Pelicans will have 8 available tonight. So their lineup will be Isaiah Joe, who had a 10-3 ball game against Utah the other night, his career high. He is a three-point specialist. He made 10 of them against the Jazz. Aaron Wiggins, who signed a very long extension of his contract earlier this year, very team-friendly. Dylan Jones, Kenrich Williams, the 3 and the 4. Jones has played in 53 games. Of course, Kenrich Williams, a former Pelican. And Jay Will, one of the 2 Jalen Williams, he'll be the 5 tonight, 6'9", 240 pounds. J-Dub is out, along with the Oklahoma City regulars. Those are your starting lineup for both teams. An active list presented by Morris Bart. Again, it is sponsored, but it is long, it is illustrious, and you could really have a starting team and then some with those who are out tonight. Bruce Brown, Eve Meesey, Kelly Olynyk, Jordan Hawkins, C.J. McCollum, DeJounte Murray, Herb Jones, Brandon Boston, Zion Williamson, Trey Murphy. Those are your particulars. Our final keys to the game. Next, after this, on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Injured at work? Don't let your recovery get delayed by endless paperwork. LA Health Solutions specializes in workers' compensation and DOL, providing expert care that gets you back on your feet quickly and safely. With convenient locations across Louisiana, we offer personalized treatment plans and handle the insurance process for you, so you can focus on what matters most, getting better. Trust LA Health Solutions, your one solution. To help you heal and return to work, visit lahealthsolutions.com or call 844-496-LAHS today.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA. And we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the games, and how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level and ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle of the New Orleans Pelicans. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
This radio presentation of the New Orleans Pelicans, presented by Smoothie King, is brought to you by Chevron, the human energy company.
No, followed up and in with 2 hands by Keon Brooks Jr.
Energy, we power life.
Pop it up for Meesey and a 2-hand flush.
New Age Products, official garage and outdoor kitchen provider of the New Orleans Pelicans.
Inbound to Meesey, takes 2 steps and jams right before the shot clock buzzer.
And by Smoothie King, rule the day.
Drives in, teardrop, around and down from 10 feet away.
Now, here's Todd Drapanini.
Lays it in. One final time. Here we go, baby. Pelicans and Thunder from the blender on a beautiful, beautiful Sunday afternoon in the city of New Orleans. Aaron Summers alongside here at Top Section 112. Aaron, what can we look forward to here today?
I think that these players just need to come out and compete, play hard, attack the glass, give all they have in this last game of the regular season, last game for the Pelicans season, and then offensively, got to move the ball. We've seen that the quicker that they move the ball, they complete passes, the less turnovers that they have, and if you're going to lead to a good shot, you got to make sure it's that .5 basketball.
All right, officiating crew, Kevin Cutler is the crew chief, Musa Daher, the referee, Matt Myers, the umpire, Pels, and the city editions. We did break the streak against Charlotte a couple weeks ago, so we have won with these uniforms as the tip is controlled by Oklahoma City. And down low, Wiggins missed a short shot, but they get the rebound to get it back to Jay Will, who misses another point-blank putback with a right hand, and Robinson Earl the rebound for the Pels.
And it is Alfred Payton that is bringing the ball down the court, even though Jose Alvarado there.
Who just kicked it into a turnover. Kenrich Williams to Wiggins and a lay-in. The game today is really a backdrop because it means nothing for either team. Oklahoma City is resting everybody for the playoff. This is really the only game in the Western Conference that's being played right now that has no implications on anything.
Yeah. The Western Conference has been crazy, and that's why you have to get better each year to be able to compete because every other team is adding and getting better.
Former Thunder Robinson Earl misses a 5-footer. They get the rebound with Dylan Jones. His short shot, no good. A lot of paint misses, and Jose's pocket is picked yet again. 3-ball Isaiah Joe. Yep, 5-0 OKC.
I think
Might
Jose's
want to not turn it over.
He's a little geared up to get going today for the last game.
Well, he's turned it over twice. Short shot, Antonio Reeves in the lane. Rim glass good. 5-2. Now, again, Isaiah Joe is a regular rotational piece for OKC. So is Aaron Wiggins. So is Kenrich Williams. So is Jalen Williams. Layup no by Wiggins, and we got a foul going back the other way. Oh, they count the bucket. It's a goaltend. And that was on Keon Brooks. So
Jose is still flexing that left hand. He grabbed it when he got his pocket picked.
Wouldn't that be
last time down the
appropriate?
court.
3-ball JRE up top, around and out. Long rebound to Dylan Jones. In his rookie season out of Weber State. He'll drive in, lay it up and in. We have zero size. Now, the biggest player that the Thunder have is Jalen Williams as Alfred Payton gets in the lane. Stunning, another missed 5-footer. Back the other way, Wiggins. Bounce feed to Jones and a lay-in, and Willie Green says, this is looking very similar to the game on Friday night when we lost by 49.
It's a little sloppy down there. You got to reset and execute. You know, you like to see the quick decisions and definitely taking care of the ball.
Pels are down 11-2, 9:44 to go first quarter on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Being a Chevron car these days has been quite the adventure. Miami to Seattle, ocean to ocean. I've stopped at so many states and collected so many bumper stickers. Sometimes I feel like a moving passport book. It's just so great what I can do with Chevron with Techron, because it gives me unbeatable mileage and keeps my engine clean. Plus, there are so many Chevrons along the way. Now the only thing I'm worried about is where to go next and where to put all my new bumper stickers. Chevron with Techron, fueled by possibility.
Pelicans fans, you can guarantee your spot in the playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Download the app today. Get started with $200 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel, official partner of the New Orleans Pelicans. 21 over, present Louisiana, permitted parishes only. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-877-770-7867.
Jazz Fest 2025 is almost here with Pearl Jam, Dave Matthews Band, Luke Combs, Lil Wayne and the Roots, Lenny Kravitz, Casey Musgraves, Santana, John Fogerty, Cage the Elephant, Harry Connick Jr., Patti LaBelle, Joan Jett, Cheap Trick, and hundreds more. The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, presented by Shell, April 24th through May 4th at the Fairgrounds Racecourse. For tickets and info, visit nojazzfest.com. Miller Lite, official sponsor of Jazz Fest.
Kane, right corner three in front of our bench. Heat check Jamal Kane, and Trey Murphy's going crazy.
Now, here's Todd Graffinini.
They couldn't make it to today's Fan Fest theme night, but still want one of those glow-in-the-dark flags. We're giving them away to 50 lucky fans. Submit your free entry today by visiting pelicans.com/win. Graff and Summers with you. We'll hear from Jen Eichenhofer as the game goes along. Wes Johnson, who is studio analyst for the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network, will also join us up here. John DeShazer still under the weather, so not available here today. 11-2, OKC leads New Orleans. But, Aaron, I want to talk about the fans that are here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a vibe in here, outside, inside, considering how nice today is. French Quarter Fest is going on. just walking the concourse, you'd never know what the record was. You'd think this was a playoff game.
No, these Pelicans fans are loyal. You definitely got to hand it to them. It has been a year, and they are here on the last game of the season to show their support, decked out in their purple and green. I mean, they come ready for it.
All right, Pels ball out of the timeout, and immediately Jose Alvarado gets into the paint. Bounce feed to Antonio Reeves, who lays it in. So, again, both teams pretty short-handed. Pelicans have 8 available. OKC with 9. Robinson Earl nearly takes a pass away from Brandon Carlson, who just checked in. Now Kenrich Williams, right elbow, jumper, no. Rebound, Keon Brooks went over the top. Jose Alvarado, who took another knock.
Little friendly fire.
Now Jose, left wing, pick from JRE, up top Reeves. Reeves drives on Dylan Jones, kick it left corner, Brooks for 3. Nope. And a strong side rebound to Kenrich Williams, who took it away from Dylan Jones. Again, there is stat padding thoughts today. Both teams. Wiggins floated over to Jones. Jones bumped to the paint, high off the glass, short. Rebound Brandon Carlson and a stick back. Carlson, 7 feet, 220 pounds, rookie out of Utah.
And he was there underneath the basket just with Antonio Reeves, who slightly shorter at 6'4".
Slightly. All right, good backdoor cut. Good pass up top. Elfrid Payton to Keon Brooks and a dunk. Payton working on 6 consecutive double-digit assist games, including a double-double on Friday night. 3-ball Wiggins. See, Wiggins doesn't count.
Right.
Wiggins plays 25, 30 minutes a night for this team, and he's out there just trying to light it up. Again, he had 10 threes against Utah on Friday night. 16-6 OKC. Reeves catch and shoot 3, hit the left side of the glass. Rebound Robinson Earl, loose ball foul on the floor by OKC. And they get Joe or Carlson.
I think it was Joe.
No matter. Robinson Earl at the line. 2 free throws coming up. But Aaron was right.
Yeah.
And we miss our first free throw. Into the ball game, Adam Flagler in his second year out of Baylor for OKC, and Aaron Wiggins will have a seat. 16-6 OKC. As we turned it over a couple times early, OKC, as they normally do, no matter who's playing, they convert those into points. And that's why you've got a big deficit here early. That you can't shoot.
Well, OKC definitely runs their system to a T regardless of who is on the court. And they do have some of their reserves on the court here that do get playing time.
All right, Adam Flagler is all alone in the lane. Entry feed from Carlson, easy lay-in. And now back the other way, Elfrid Payton had his shot blocked by Carlson, who just towers over everybody else. Brooks in the lane, another short one missed. And the rebound, Dylan Jones, who tried to go behind the back with the dribble and dribbled it out of bounds. Jamal Cain will check in, who has back-to-back games with personal career highs. He had 20 points in Milwaukee, 26 on Friday.
He's been really efficient, too. He's not just jacking shots up. He's actually playing smart, taking good looks.
The Friday game against the Heat was Pels lost by 49. So I tried to block that one from memory. All right, Jose, hook pass over to Reeves, left wing 3. Nope. And a rebound, Carlson. Pels are now 0-4 from beyond the arc. 18-7 OKC, 6:55 left first quarter. Kenrich Williams left block, spins out of trouble, and lays it in. Again, you just have no size on the floor.
Yeah, he was going up against Jose, and Jose was giving him all he got, but got beat underneath for the bucket.
Now Jose, throw it off of Kenrich Williams. Another turnover. Jones with the interception. Outlet pass to Kenrich Williams. Head of steam, Euros in. Jose took the bump. Doesn't matter. It's an N1. Jose has got knocked down 4 times already. He just took a Kenrich Williams elbow to the chops.
I mean, maybe he's just like, you might as well go in there, play physical, get all the bumps and bruises you can, because you don't have to play again in
Good
2
call.
days.
All right, Kyler Kelly in for Robinson Earl. Kelly signing a standard contract earlier. Pels had a hardship exemption, so For him, he gets an NBA minimum salary, prorated 1 game. Beats a 10-day.
I'm sure I would take that.
I think anybody would take it. Free throw, no good. And rebound, Kelly, who did play 21 minutes on Friday night, scored 5 points, had 6 rebounds. As Antonio Reeves knocks one down, and it's 22-9. Reeves 6 points. And a 3-ball by Carlson up top. Brandon Carlson just made his 21st 3 of the year. 25-9. I mean, Jose tries to answer. And rebound to Dylan Jones. Is it too early to say roll the clock?
Strong. It was a little strong by Jose.
All right. Isaiah Joe, Euros in. Finger roll blocked by Kyler Kelly. Back the other way, Jamal Cain. Cain 3-on-3. Euros in. Takes the contact. Nope. Rebound Carlson. And then stripped by Keon Brooks. Reverse layup is good. Love it.
That's what you want to see. Somebody continuing to play through. He did not give up on that, even though they beat them defensively.
I just want to beat Oklahoma City. I don't care who's on the floor. Kenrich Williams in the lane unencumbered. Floats it up and in.
I feel like we got a good shot.
Well, it's 27-11.
We got to, clean some things up here, but I don't know. The Pelicans team also might be spent because these players have been thrown into a lot of additional minutes down the stretch here.
All right, Brooks weaves through 3 defenders and he travels. So that's turnover number 4. Lester Quinones will check in for New Orleans, and Alex Dukas, rookie out of St. Mary's, will check in. He is from down under. There will be in early October. All right, 27-11 OKC. 5 minutes left in the first quarter. Dylan Jones picks up his dribble, get it out long. Isaiah Joe, hook pass up top to Carlson. Drop it off to Isaiah Joe, and an illegal screen on Brandon Carlson. So that's 3 turnovers for the Thunder. So we have seen all that will be available, Aaron, for New Orleans. That's 8. And looks like we've seen the gauntlet for the Thunder as well. Short benches. Quinones averaging 12 points the last 4 games, throws it up too strong. Rebound, Dylan Jones, who is piling them up here early. He's got 4. Inbound there to Carlson, catches it, misses the follow-up dunk attempt, but he got the rebound and missed another layup, but he got fouled by Brooks.
I do like how aggressive Brooks has been, especially inside. He mentioned to me last week that he's really been trying to use his size because he is one of the bigger players left on the team right now, and be more aggressive, attack the glass, try to defend, protect the rim a little bit more.
I would think, Aaron, again, a lot of speculation is going to start after this game about next season. But I would think Keon Brooks at minimum would be back as a 2-way at minimum.
He's definitely made a case for it. And I know the Pelicans like sticking with players that are familiar with the system
No question.
that they know.
Carlson goes 2 of 2 at the free throw line. Pels are down 29-11. 4 minutes left first quarter. Quinones, a lot of dribbling out there, still dribbling. And now he's tripped by Isaiah Joe.
That's one thing that I've noticed about Quinones is he does hold on to the ball a little bit too long, and then he dribbles himself into trouble like that. He really needs to get rid of it quicker.
All right. Wiggins back in, Isaiah Joe out. So they've got Joe, Flagler, Jones, who's played every minute, Carlson, and Dukas. Inbound to Quinones, up top, Kyler Kelly. Handed off to Jamal Cain. Cain drives past Dukas, bump, fall away 8-footer. Nope. Hit the glass first. 29-11. Pels are 5 for 18 from the floor. And not a lot of defense either. Down low, right block. Carlson floats it up and in. We're down 20 here. 3:30 left first quarter. Reeves chests it to Quinones, left wing three. He's got good rotation, but a little too strong. Rebound Jamal Cain. Stick back floater over the 7-footer. Carlson is in. 31-13, first two for Cain. And we got a timeout on a use it or lose it by Mark Daignault and the Thunder. Pels down 18, 3:15 to go, first quarter on the Pelicans Radio Network.
The first place to talk hoops every weekday morning is the starting lineup with Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine.
Overrated? Do you watch the guy play? He's unstoppable.
They're breaking down all the latest from the association.
I think he's a baller, and I think people would give up assets to get a guy like that.
Along with some laughs.
Kevin Durant, you need to get married and be miserable like the rest of us. Reprimanding the fans for booing. It's like, come on, man.
The starting lineup, weekday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern. Only on Sirius XM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the excitement of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage on Sirius XM FC. Europe's best clubs.
What a start for Inter! And Barca are level! Brilliant Arsenal goal!
The world's brightest stars.
Mbappe! Kane! Rafinha!
All chasing club soccer's ultimate prize.
A new page in their glorious history!
The Champions League knockout stage, where legends are made. On Sirius XM FC, channel 157 in the car, and the Sirius XM app.
The Masters is on Sirius XM. Hi, this is Mike Tirico. Join our team for live coverage from Augusta National right now on Masters Radio, Channel 92.
Ball rolling up toward the hole on a good line, and it slams into the flag and goes in. Are you kidding me?
Hear every incredible shot as the best golfers in the world vie for the coveted green jackets.
Got good speed. Break ball right in the center of the hole. What a putt.
Live coverage of the Masters continues right now on Masters Radio, Channel 92 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
Hey, this is Brian Geltzeiler. Wake up early with me in 2007 NBA Coach of the Year, Sam Mitchell, every Saturday morning from 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern as we break down everything NBA on Channel 86.
Your ticket plans, be there for all the high-flying dunks, best-in-class entertainment, and enjoy benefits like access to invite-only team events, flexible bonus bucks, and exclusive gifts. For more info, visit pelicans.com/season tickets. Aaron Summers, I'm being a bit presumptuous.
Okay.
But there's no way we're missing 388 games due to injury or illness next year, right?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
But the question is,
what is the question?
if the injuries are not the same and everyone is healthy,
Yes.
is that good enough?
Well, that's a great question.
Because this team is a little bit different without Brandon Ingram. We didn't get a chance to really see even what that looked like.
We never saw any of it. Trey Murphy got hurt in training camp. DeJounte Murray got hurt opening night. In game number 4, CJ McCollum and Herb Jones both got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 games later, Zion Williamson got hurt. So, again, in essence, you didn't know it at the time, but you had a pretty decent idea. The season ended in early November.
Yeah, that was a tough stretch there. And you thought that once those players came back, when Herb was back on the court, DeJounte was back on the court, that you could be competitive. That wasn't necessarily the case every night.
Well, not every night, but we had a stretch where when you were relatively healthy, considering, you played some pretty good basketball. All right, Pels ball, moving left to right in the City Edition uniforms. Alvarado's got a right angle. His 3 hit the glass. And the rebound to Dylan Jones, who again now has 6 of them. Pels are 0 of 7 from beyond the arc. Free ball, Flagler left wing, no good. Rebound, Quinones. He'll go into the front court, get it to Brooks, puts the brakes on. Man-to-man defense for OKC. Kelly above the right elbow, picks up the dribble, get it to Lester. Drives in, back to Kyler Kelly. Missed dunk number 2,622 this year for the Pels, but he got fouled.
He went up strong,
Yes,
and
he
he
did.
gets to go to the line. You got to give him credit for that.
I'll take half the missed dunks next year.
Well, and speaking to Emisi before the game, he did.
So what are you
say-
trying to say there, Aaron?
I'm just saying, talking about other bigs here. He
All
said
right.
he needs to get better in his touch around the rim.
All right.
So
Well, dunking really isn't touch, but I get it. All right, free throw, no good. Oh, Eve left so many points out there this year. But we talked about it, Gus and I, before the game,
Mhm.
Aaron. That's just, you talk about a home run for this
Oh,
organization,
absolutely.
considering where he was drafted and how much he had played basketball in his life.
Right.
before this year.
21st
Unbelievable.
pick.
21st.
And he's going to be on the all-rookie team.
Yep.
So that in itself shows you he was outperformed where he was selected.
Misi led the team in rebounds. This is total rebounds. Block shots, offensive rebounds, and 14 double-doubles, which was number one in rookies. It just got passed by Ware the other night, who played for Miami.
Yeah. Friday night right here.
That's right. All right, Wiggins back into the game for OKC, drove into the purple paint and was tripped by Jamal Cain.
I would say that this team has done a really good job drafting, though, because you look at Antonio Reeves, second-round
No
pick. He has
question.
done extremely well the past couple months in the additional time he's had on the floor.
And then, of course, you go as Wiggins makes the first free throw. You go to Carlo Makovic,
Right.
who was a stash last year.
Yeah, 2 years he was stashed.
Correct.
Yeah, and then he was in Birmingham much of last year, so that was a 2022 pick?
He was a second-round pick in 2022. Well done, Summers.
Yeah. And, man, when you saw him play then, they give you 10 fouls in the summer league. He needed every single one of them.
30-14. Pretty accurate. All right, Kyler Kelly. Oh, went lefty finger roll and in. And it's 33-16. 1:50 to go in the first quarter. Kenrich Williams, a deep straightaway three. And a little out of his range. That dented the rim and clanged out of bounds far side. So the Thunder right now, 59%. Even their backups shoot 59%. We're at 7 of 21.
You mentioned Dagnall as a coach of the year, but he really has developed a great team here.
Yes, he has.
In
Again,
the way that they execute.
Tough to admit, because they are not.
Not one of your favorites.
No. All right, Kenrich down low, get it to Dukas. Dukas shot fake, Euros into the paint, throw it back to Williams. Right corner three, nowhere near. Tip, they get it back. That's one of the things that happens with the Thunder as Dukas strains a three. 50-50 balls.
Yeah.
It's like that they get them all. 36-16. 60 seconds left in the first. Again, today's game pretty much a backdrop here, as this one means nothing to either team. Kane, hard drive in, slaloms through defenders, misses everything on the layup attempt. Back the other way. Wiggins, get it back to Dukas. Shot fake, fly by Kelly, get it to Wiggins, left of the top three. Front iron, rebound Kyler Kelly. 40 seconds left in the first quarter. Pels are 0 of 8 from beyond the arc. Jose trying to rectify that. Hits the glass again. And these aren't even hitting the rim.
No, they're all long.
Right.
They're too hard.
All right. Down low, Jones. He'll lay it in. As the Pels are going to give up minimum 38 here in the first quarter. Best news is we only have 10 seconds left in said first quarter, and the clock is moving. Quinones above the timeline. Pick from Kelly with 5. Quinones sizing up Kenny Hustle. Euros in. Kick it to Kane. A practice gym three is knocked down. And that is the first three-pointer of the day for the Pels, and a nice way to end the first quarter.
Quinones did a great job drawing people inside. He went hard to the basket, and then to have the wherewithal to kick it back outside to Jamal for that open three. Great stuff to end the quarter.
We head to the second. OKC 38, New Orleans 19 on the season finale. Pelicans Radio Network.
You can start a rewarding career as an emergency medical technician sooner than you think. The National EMS Academy, a division of Acadian Ambulance, can train you in just 12 weeks at their campuses in Alexandria, Baton Rouge, Covington, Lafayette, Lake Charles, New Orleans, and Thibodaux. Students who complete the class and pass the National Registry exam are eligible to work for Acadian Ambulance. Classes start soon. Learn more at becomeamedic.com.
Over the last century, United Way of Southeast Louisiana has been the force for good in our community. We've been at the forefront of improving outcomes in education, income, and health for every person everywhere. Together with you and our partners at the New Orleans Pelicans, we're rolling up our sleeves and mobilizing the power of people, offering ways for you to create a community strong enough for the next 100 years. Visit UnitedWaySELA.org to join us today.
Have you heard that you can watch Pelicans games for free on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network? All you need is a flat antenna from Channel Master. Visit channelmaster.com for all your television antenna needs. These aren't those big rabbit ears you grew up with. Channel Master can set you up with a sleek new flat antenna for as low as $35. For a limited time, use code PELS20 to save 20% on your entire purchase. That's PELS20 to save 20% at Channel Master.
I don't want to touch base or circle back anymore. I want to charter a boat and go fishing with my friends. I don't want to make a to-do list. I want to make a to-eat list. I don't care about a PowerPoint. Give me a joke toy. It's time to cut loose and lose track of time, billable and otherwise, altogether. Play Coastal and go have some fun for fun's sake.
For more information, visit coastalmississippi.com.
Hey everyone, this is Antonio Reeves, and you're listening to Pelicans basketball on the Pelicans radio network.
All right, thanks, Tom. We enter the second quarter. 38-19, Oklahoma City leading New Orleans. Final game of the regular season for your Pelicans. And now joined here at Top Section 112, senior writer, Pelicans.com, Jim Eichenhofer. Jim, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Graf. I like how you've added senior to my title. I don't think I actually have that officially, but if you're
just gave it to you.
If you're willing to give it to me, I'll gladly accept that.
All right, Jamal Cain drives into the paint. He was fouled by Alex Dukas, and free throws coming up for Jamal Cain. Jim, tough year. Nobody knows more than you as Cain completes the N1. It's 38-22. It's just been tough. It started with the first week, and it never really got on track.
Yeah, I mean, this is my 20th season. I think this is probably number one on the negative side of the ledger in terms of how much adversity they faced, how frustrating things have been. I mean, with how many things have been out of their control as far as player availability and obviously the results in the win column. This is going to be the fewest wins that they've had in the 82-game season since 04-05, which was the season before I've been here. So I guess officially we can say that this has been the worst season in more ways than one.
All right, Jamal Cain with a foul. OKC basketball, and A.J. Mitchell, who just came back after toe surgery in the lineup, misses a three. They get the offensive rebound, and then Wiggins misses a left wing three. Rebound Antonio Reeves. Yeah, Jim, it's just, you hate to use injuries as an excuse, but it is a fact. The Pels just had too many to overcome this year.
Sure. I don't think it was realistic to think, if you go back and look at the players available, that they were going to make the playoffs this year or have a winning record. One of the things that Trey Murphy said pregame during his media availability, though, was that he thought that they should have played better and had better results when they were somewhat close to full strength, which didn't happen very often, but there were some stretches where they had close to everybody available.
Quinones hits the glass on the left angle three, 38-22. Pels are now 1 of 12 from beyond the arc. Kenrich Williams in deep, throws it up and in.
Our old friend, Kenny Hustle.
Yep, Kenny Hustle. Or as Alvin Gentry would say, Kendrick Williams.
That's right.
Much love to you, Coach. And he never called him Kenrich.
Everyone loved Alvin Gentry so much that no one was willing to correct him on that.
Okay, Elfrid Payton back into the ballgame for the Pels. Antonio Reeves, beautiful Euro step into the lane, scoops it up and in with a right hand with a little English, and one.
You got to like what Antonio Reeves has done over the last month or so when he's gotten playing time. He's been such an efficient scorer. He's been one of the best three-point shooters in the entire league since the All-Star break. So I really like the way that he's taken advantage of his chances to play.
I concur. Took him a little while to get it going. But again, it's amazing what happens when you get consistent playing time, Jim.
Yeah.
As Reeves knocks the free throw down.
I think it's interesting, too, that, these last couple games, Friday against Miami and OKC today, you're seeing a bunch of players on these other teams that have been waiting for their chance to play, and you see what happens. I mean, you might think, okay, you're playing against teams that don't have a ton tangibly to play for, but, I mean, the guys that are on the court are motivated and very determined to play well.
Well, Aaron Wiggins just blew your theory out of the water because he didn't pass it to any of those guys that have been waiting all year long to play, and takes it in and floats it up and in.
Well, he wants his shots and his points too, so I can't blame him for that.
Again, this is the ultimate stat pad game here. Good crossover by Reeves, and then he misses the lefty layup. Rebound Wiggins. Get it to Dukas. Front court. Bounce feed in the lane. Carlson. Lost it. Got it back. Hooks it up and in. And Willie Green takes a timeout. Jim, I'm going to tell you exactly the same thing I just told Aaron, which is one of the things that I don't like about OKC, but I have to respect. Do they get every 50-50 ball?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
They get every 50-50 ball.
There was one OKC guy and 4 Pelicans, and the Thunder guy got it. Yep.
All right, timeout on the floor. We're talking with Jim Eichenhoff for Pelicans.com, senior writer. And we'll update you on the NBA scoreboard. All the Eastern teams, their games are complete. All the Western Conference teams are going on right now. Still lots to be determined in the Western Conference. Gus will give you somewhat of an update after this on the Pelicans Radio Network.
When you get a Pelicans debit card from Keesler Federal, every day is full of possibilities. And free checking saves you extra cash to make those possibilities a reality. Perfect for the things that make you happy. Plus, with your new Keesler Federal Pelicans debit card, you'll also save 25% on tickets and merchandise and choose from 5 different fun card design options. Enjoy all the perks you get for all the things you love. Keesler Federal, the official credit union of the New Orleans Pelicans. Federally issued by NCUA.
I'm falling apart. The sensational Teddy Swims. Live in concert in New Orleans. I've tried everything but therapy tour. Teddy Swims. Performing at Champion Square August 10th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit TeddySwims.com.
Hey, Pelicans fans, SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the courtside celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Pelicans basketball games or to any other live event in New Orleans, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the New Orleans Pelicans. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek. Welcome back to Pelicans basketball. Let's check tonight's NBA scoreboard.
All right, Graf, essentially we're keeping an eye on the Nuggets, the Clippers, the Warriors, and T-Wolves. As Golden State, Minnesota, same record. Denver and the Clippers, same record. And your scores right now at the end of one, Clippers 25, Warriors 33. The Jazz are trailing at Minnesota 37-33. So we'll keep an eye on those games, and we'll give you a little bit better detail coming up at halftime.
Yeah. Thanks, Gus. Look, it's 44-25 here. OKC leads New Orleans, 9:21 left in the second quarter. Graf and Jim Eichenhoff are with you. Jim, do you have any idea what the tiebreak situation is in the Western Conference? If anybody does, you do.
I've looked at it a little bit. Obviously, I would be 10 times more invested in that if it was related to the Pelicans and it mattered. But no, I looked at it a little bit. I mean, I think it's somewhat simple in terms of there's a few teams that if they win, they get in the playoffs and don't go through the play-in.
Yeah, you know, Jim, me and you are cut out of the same cloth as Carlson misses a 3. That was very short. Rebound Antonio Reeves for the Pels. And that is, if we ain't in it, I don't care.
Right. If the Pels were in it, I'd probably
Of course, no.
I'd have charts. I'd have graphs.
Yes, you
no
would.
No pun intended. I'd have, you wouldn't believe the amount of stuff I'd be trotting out today.
Quinones left corner 3, no good. Rebound Kenrich Williams. He'll go coast to coast and miss the layup, followed up and in by Carlson.
Another good hustle play by the Thunder.
46-25. Carlson is a two-way player that he has played in 31 games this year.
He's got 13 points already.
Uh-huh. And I tell you what, his career high 16, that's going down.
Yep.
Peyton, dotted line floater. Nope. Rebound Carlson, who does not have a double-double. That might go down too. As A.J. Mitchell gets it down to Carlson, missed the layup, he'll go to the line.
Yeah, Carlson is the kind of guy I was talking about earlier when I said players that have been sitting for a while that are licking their chops saying, get me out on that basketball court and let me cook.
So Carlson at the line, sporting a white headband. Pels in the city's all-white jerseys for OKC, blue lettering trimmed in orange. All right, Jim, we know what our record is. It's not necessary to go deep into it. We do know that we will be fourth in the lottery. We are the fourth worst team that can't go up, can't go down, no matter what happens today. You got a 12.5% chance of winning the lottery now,
Yes.
Jim?
Yes, and you have about a 48% chance of picking in the top 4, which obviously with the pre-lottery slot of number 4 would mean they don't move down. They don't get surpassed by somebody that had a better record than them. So I think those are the two numbers that we really need to think about is 12.5 to win and 48% to finish in the top 4.
Did Utah clinch worst record?
They actually have the same record as Washington today. So so I don't know if either of those teams are going to be too intent on picking up a victory and spoiling that.
Beautiful job, Keon Brooks, who got it right of the lane. Little spin move and a fall away mid-range is good and won the foul on the rookie Alex Dukas.
Actually, Washington did win today. I didn't realize they played earlier. They won. So actually, Utah, if Utah loses, Utah will have the worst record in the league.
Well, Jim, the fact that you just said if Utah loses, they've been trying to lose for 6 months?
Yes, something like that.
Jim, the floor is yours if you want to go on a tank rant.
You know what? The Jazz are actually up by 1 in the second
Oh,
quarter.
my
though.
BI.
That's why I said if they lose, because I saw they were only down by a couple points earlier. No, I think the league needs to do something, honestly. I think they need to step in and say the reason the lottery was created was for fairness and the assumption that every team is trying as hard as they possibly can. And once that stops happening, I don't think you have a lottery system that makes sense anymore.
All right, Jamal Cain. Oh, beautiful spin move. Drives into the lane. Scooping righty layup is good and one. And the Pels have cut it to 48-30. Jim, to me, tanking is this. When you're sitting players that are healthy. And the fact of the matter is if you look at what Utah has done really now for a couple of years, because correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Jazz have as much talent as anybody in the Western Conference when they all play.
I don't know if I'd say the whole Western Conference, but a big chunk of it.
Most of the Western Conference.
Sure.
And we saw them up close and personal when they had their full complement. They're tough to beat.
Yeah. No, I think it's really.
But don't tell me that guys are hurt when they're not, because you're insulting people's intelligence. Quinones drives in with a left hand. No good, followed up and in by Robinson Earl. Pels are on an 8-0 run. I mean, you're resting Walker Kessler
in January. On a non-back-to-back.
That's,
it's
come
pretty
on.
egregious. Yeah.
That's blatant.
Yeah, I mean, the previous 2 years, they started off about 500 through 40 games. In some ways, that was worse than what they did this year because they basically threw away chances to be competitive and be in the race the previous 2 seasons.
All right, Jose drives in, lays it in, and Mark Dagnall sees the Pels now on a 10-0 run, and we've cut it to 48-35 with 6:27 left in the second quarter. We'll continue this conversation with Jim Eichenhoff for Pelicans.com after this on the Pelicans Radio.
For the best basketball talk every afternoon, don't miss Justin Termini and NBA legend Eddie Johnson on Sirius XM NBA Radio.
If you don't play as a team, you can't win.
They have too much talent, and now it's starting to show.
They're breaking down the top stories in the NBA and talking to the biggest names in the league.
It's Magic Johnson.
We've always been about winning championships.
Catch NBA Today with Justin Termini and Eddie Johnson. Weekday afternoons from 4 to 7 Eastern. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the Sirius XM app.
Eat a peach and celebrate the Allman Brothers' legacy with the triumphant Madison Square Garden return of the Brothers live April 15th. They've taken over Sirius XM Southern Rock with stories and songs, other artists they love, and an intimate performance from the New York City studio. The Brothers host Sirius XM Southern Rock, now on Channel 79 for a limited time and always on the Sirius XM app.
NBA Radio on Sirius XM is available on your connected devices. Listen at home anytime you want with Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in the house.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have a take and don't suck. That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
Todd Graffinini and Jim Eichenhofer with you here atop Section 112, holding the King Hagedorn. He is here to the bitter end. He's our statistician. Aaron Summers courtside. John DeShazer, wish you were here, man. Getting a little under the weather. Wasn't here the last couple of ball games. That travel schedule got a little brutal at the end. So John resting up. As John completing his 11th year as radio analyst. I will be finishing my 6th. Jim, the key for me that I'm taking pride in is the fact that I was here all 82 for the second straight year.
That's
so
excellent.
the last game that I missed was 3 years ago when we were in the COVID stuff, and unfortunately I got COVID and missed 5. But that's been it. My brother-in-law got married my first year, and I missed 1 game that year. So
that's an excellent track record.
I feel pretty good about it.
I think
doing all 82 is, for a play-by-play guy, that's very important.
Definitely. We could call you the Mikal Bridges of radio broadcasting.
No, you'd say Steve Holman, who had missed a game in like 3,200.
Oh, wow.
Alvarado, he went over 3,000, so it would be – he'd actually be at 3,082 today because game 1 was his 3,000th. Holman.
Wow.
For the Hawks.
Man,
3,082 consecutive games.
That's wild. Yeah.
All right, we get a turnover, and Brooks, this is another free throw. So the Pels are now 6 out of 9, but Pels starting to wake up a little bit here after the slow start. Cut it to 13. All right, so Jim, what do we have? Top worst 3 in the league, Jazz,
Wizards,
Washington, and Charlotte,
Hornets.
correct?
Yep. And then Pelicans are 4th, pre-lottery slot. Then you get to Philly. There's actually a few teams that have interesting situations because Philadelphia's pick is top 6 protected. So they're going to be very nervous that they keep their pick. If you realize who gets their pick if they don't keep it, the team that we're watching
the
today.
Oklahoma City Thunder, who does not need any more picks.
Can you imagine if they have the 7th pick? Because that could happen. That Philly drops 2 spots in the lottery.
At one point, is enough.
Yeah. I mean, they are going to run into a situation here, if they haven't already, where it's like you can only roster so many players, you can only keep so many picks. So I don't know what that means in terms of they're going to have to trade some of those future picks that they have.
Ooh, throw it up. A.J. Mitchell to Brandon Carlson, who dunks it down, and Carlson is smelling his career high, and he just passed it with that dunk. 17 for Carlson. Quinones for 3 up top, good. So the Pels started out 1 for 12 from 3, now 2 of 14, 50 to 39. How many points is Brandon Carlson going to have? We just don't have any 7-footers to check him down there, Jim.
Yeah, Jeremiah Robinson-Earl started at center. He's more of a 4.
Isaiah Joe, beautiful spin move and a foul key on Brooks. Boy, Kevin Cutler made that call 40 feet away. Musa, it's not even worth it to get on the referees today, Jim.
Yeah.
I've spent way too much energy on that this year. Musa Daher is 5 feet away, looking right at it, doesn't say anything, and Kevin Cutler is 40 feet away and decides to blow his whistle.
Yeah, game 82, Graf, I think it's time to
let it go.
To chill out a little bit.
Now, Jim, here's the other thing that's really going to set me off. If there's a coach's challenge today, I might lose it.
I thought there might be one on that play with
Jim. No, Jim. 5:23 to go, second quarter. Let's just roll the clock.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to get out of here. I know the Thunder want to get out of here healthy, and the Pels just want to get out of here.
We were almost as close to that play as Kevin Cutler was.
Correct. All right, Quinones had it stripped, got it back. He's one-on-one with A.J. Mitchell. Get it to Jose. Head fake. Drives into the lane. Running floater. That is not a goaltend by Carlson. Evidently not. Back the other way, Isaiah Joe. Joe get it to Carlson. Left free throw line extended. Beautiful move. Lay in, note.
I think he got fouled twice on that too, by
Probably,
the
but
way.
I don't care. Up the floor, Quinones. Chest it over to Antonio Reeves. Back left wing, Quinones. Like OKC doesn't get enough calls.
That's
Jim.
a them
You
problem.
want to? Yeah.
I've been
Look
waiting
at
to say
you.
that.
You've been learning. All right. Deflection. Steal. Joe. 2-on-1. Up the floor. Brooks. He
That's a
just
charge.
chucked Quinones, and it is. Way to get back, Lester. So 52-39 Oklahoma City. Aaron Wiggins in.
I'm going to give Quinones credit even more, too, because, I mean, you look at Dylan Jones. Do you want to take a charge on that guy? I would not.
Yeah, Dylan
He's a muscular
Jones,
dude.
he is very stocky. 6'5", 235.
We have a challenge.
Oh, my heavens, no.
OKC's challenging.
Are you serious? All right.
Go to
Thanks, Mark Dagnall. If I didn't dislike your team enough. Okay. 60-second break for a challenge. 52-39. OKC. 4:34 left. Second quarter on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Welcome to the SoFi NBA Play-In Tournament, a chance to punch your ticket to the playoffs and earn a spot on the main stage.
Their title hopes are still alive.
But to prove you've got what it takes, you've got to take somebody's place. Every game, every play, and every moment matters. All you got to do is win to get in. The SoFi NBA Play-In Tournament continues on ESPN and TNT. You can start a rewarding career as an emergency medical technician sooner than you think. The National EMS Academy, a division of Acadian Ambulance, can train you in just 12 weeks at their campuses in Alexandria, Baton Rouge, Covington, Lafayette, Lake Charles, New Orleans, and Thibodaux. Students who complete the class and pass the National Registry exam are eligible to work for Acadian Ambulance. Classes start soon. Learn more at becomeamedic.com.
All right, Mark Dagnall with the challenge. And
I don't know. Are you more upset that they got it right, or or less upset that it was worth them doing it from their perspective?
I guess Mark Dagnall's going to coach to the bitter end. But the challenge was successful. Lester Quinones did not draw the charge. He drew a foul.
All that effort to get toppled over by Dylan Jones, and he ends up with a blocking foul.
So Mark Dagnall, 67 wins this year. It's hard to argue his success. 57 last year, which he was the NBA Coach of the Year. He could get it again. But, Jim, I have to say this, and I was talking to one of our staffers earlier. He was gushing about how OKC has won a lot of games, and they're right. What I did say was, as Dylan Jones makes the free throw, you do realize that OKC was on a full tank for multiple years to get to where they are right now. They had no intention of winning games either.
I don't think it's necessarily good that they were able to execute that plan in terms of good for the league, that they were able to execute that plan. But the one thing that's different, I think, about them than some of the other teams that have tried it is they've drafted so well.
Correct.
So
well, remember, too, when they drafted Chet Holmgren, they sat him for a year.
Right.
They sat him for a full year.
Yep.
Now, was he completely healthy? No. But probably could have come back halfway through his rookie season. He didn't play his entire rookie season, which really wasn't his rookie season.
And I think that was the season that they won 40 games. They made the play-in, and they still ended up with a good draft pick, though, because they didn't make the playoffs.
Well, they beat us in the play-in in this building that year, Jim.
That's right.
56-39. Quinones, right wing three. Hit the glass again. How many threes have we taken that have hit the glass first? We're 2 of 15 now from beyond the arc. 56-39, OKC, 3:45 left. This has been a new experience for me, Jim, in my 6 years. I have not really gone into it the last month and a half, even 2 months if you think about it, where you're playing meaningless basketball. We've at least gone into the final stretches of my previous 5 years where we played meaningful games in April, and of course playoffs twice, and one play-in to go along with that.
You know what's interesting, too? I mean, I mentioned this is my 20th season. There haven't been that many seasons in New Orleans basketball in the last 2 decades where this has been the case. It's only happened a couple times. One of the seasons in particular was the one that led up to the Pelicans winning the lottery and getting Anthony Davis. But that was like a 3 or 4 month season because it was so compressed.
Right.
So this long, drawn out stretch is definitely something that I haven't even seen very much in the time that I've been here.
Keon Brooks making 2 free throws. Back the other way, Aaron Wiggins drives into the lane, and he's fouled on the way up. 2 more free throws. Coming up for the Thunder, Aaron Wiggins, who again is a major rotational piece for this Thunder team, has 13 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. If you're keeping score, it's 56-41 Oklahoma City, now 57-41. With 3:30 to go in the second quarter.
I think that, to your point earlier, too, there were a lot of seasons in the previous decade where the Pelicans didn't make the playoffs, but they were in the race. They were 3-4 games out of 8th place back before the play-in March. There were not that many seasons where it was more than maybe a handful of games that they were out of the playoff race completely.
Jim, even my first year, which of course got shut down on March 11, 2020, and finished up in the bubble in Orlando, we were making a strong bid for postseason play, despite the tough record as Jose Alvarado drives in and is fouled. And, that night, we talk about it often, we're playing Sacramento, in Sacramento, on a national television game that absolutely would have had playoff implications, and we never got to play it.
Yeah, and I remember this so well because I spent 4 months writing about it. That team was hot going into COVID. That team was one of the better teams in the West.
Absolutely.
And
No.
It was like all that momentum ended because of COVID.
Could not wait for that game, Jim.
That July game, yeah.
No. That March 11, 2020 game.
Yeah.
Because it was, at that point, the biggest game that we had played that season.
Yeah.
It's like, can you get this win on national TV against a team that you're competing against for postseason?
Right. Yeah, they were right. Kings were right there in the mix. I remember in the bubble.
Of course, there was no play-in back then.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 2 free throws for Alvarado. We're down 58-43. Wiggins in the lane again. Misses the floater. Rebound, Jerry. What is Kevin Cutler doing? Does he not have a flight to catch later?
He's
what are we doing
earning his paycheck, I guess, today. It's interesting, really. 2019, if you look at based on the calendar, the season before you came in is the last time that the season was over this early. I mean, because 2020 didn't end until August because of COVID. 21, the schedule got pushed way back because of the start of that 2021 season didn't start until like December. And then 22, they make the playoffs. 23, they make the play-in. 24, they make the playoffs again. So, I mean, it's been a while since the team has been the season's been over at game 82 this early in April.
All right, 2 free throws for Wiggins. That is now 15 free throw attempts for OKC. They're 14 of 15. We're 11 of 14. Way too many free throws for both teams. 60-43. Reverse layup, JRE. Hits the glass, nothing else. Back the other way, Jones. Jones for OKC. Crossover, drives, cut off on the baseline. Intercepted pass by Robinson Earl, who will lay it in. Jim, what's your best moment of the year?
Oh, boy. One of the ones that stands out to me that I thought was going to be a turning point of the season was they played Phoenix in the early part of December. Herb Jones came back from an injury. DeJounte Murray had been out for a while, but by that point had been back in uniform for a few games. They beat Phoenix. Herb Jones blocks Booker at the buzzer.
Great call.
And I'm thinking this season's going to turn around because now they have their guys back. Unfortunately, that was not the case. But, I mean, that's one of them that stands out to me for sure.
Yeah,
and opening night, too, against Chicago.
Opening night was awesome as Jose airballs a 3. I got to go to that road trip. That Philly, Boston, Chicago road trip.
Yes.
That was fun. Isaiah Joe, head fake on JRE, lays it in.
Yeah,
150 to go. We beat Philly. Zion had been suspended that day. So the mood was not very good. Beat Philly in Philly. Go to Boston. And it was a missed bank shot at the buzzer by McCollum. You would have beaten Boston.
Yeah.
And then you go to Chicago, who turned into a pretty good team, and you beat them.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, looking back on it, the fact that they almost won in Boston showed a little bit of the potential because, I mean, that was one of the parts of the season where they were close-ish to being full strength.
That was the key. Quinones got away with a walk at a left corner. Jose for three. No good. And a rebound to Wiggins. 1:10 left in the quarter. You think about it, Jim. We lost to Boston by 1 point in Boston. Another 50-50 ball by Carlson and a dunk. And then it took Jason Tatum's mid-range in this building a couple of weeks later to beat us at the buzzer. You legitimately could have beaten the Boston Celtics twice this year.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't know anything else about the season other than those 2 games, you would have thought that the Pelicans maybe were a 50-win team or close to it.
How about Lester Quinones slipping at the top of the key and from his backside finds Jose Alvarado on a bounce pass and a lay-in.
Beautiful play, and Kevin Cutler didn't call him for a travel.
No,
so that
he
was
didn't.
very fortunate.
All right, Wiggins lost in the lane, get it out long. Isaiah Joe for three. Front iron no good, and we knocked the rebound out of bounds. That's off of Robinson Earl.
You know, I usually don't complain about the refs. I don't know if it's just being around you today or what it is.
Jim, you can complain all you want around me, man. Look, that being said, I give him a hard time. I'd never want to do it, ever.
Oh, it's the hardest job in the NBA by far.
All right, 3-ball Carlson up top. That's an air ball. And out of bounds, 64-49 Thunder. 27.7 seconds left in the second quarter. Well, Jim, it was great to have you up here. You do such a great job every single day. I mean, you're a grinder, man. And it's been a privilege to call you my friend the last 6 years, and looking forward to another year next year, man.
You know, thank you so much, Graf. I appreciate that. And you too. I mean, you said it earlier. You were at all 82 games. That's a good year under the belt. Hopefully next season will be much better than what we experienced this season. I can't imagine that there's any place to go but up from what's happened this season.
No doubt about it. Keon Brooks wrap up this first half with a three. Oh, that might have gone in. Antonio Reeves couldn't tap it in. We get the rebound again.
Oh, no.
Every shot at the buzzer does not go. Wave it off. And if that doesn't sum up the Pelican season in a 15-second stretch, nothing will.
And Keon Brooks tipped it in, but it was about a half second too late. So, yeah, that was rough.
All right, halftime in the SKC. OKC leading New Orleans 64-49. Gus Kattengill with a scoreboard update, NBA update, everything at the half of the Pelicans Radio Network.
Discover the world's most advanced outdoor kitchens by New Age Products. Grills, cabinetry, appliances. Together, delivering an outdoor cooking experience rivaled by none. Only at NewAgeProducts.com.
Welcome to the SoFi NBA Play-In Tournament. A chance to punch your ticket to the playoffs and earn a spot on the main stage.
Their title hopes are still alive.
But to prove you've got what it takes, you've got to take somebody's place. Every game, every play, and every moment matters. All you got to do is win to get in. The SoFi NBA Play-In Tournament continues on ESPN and TNT.
You can start a rewarding career as an emergency medical technician sooner than you think. The National EMS Academy, a division of Acadian Ambulance, can train you in just 12 weeks at their campuses in Alexandria, Baton Rouge, Covington, Lafayette, Lake Charles, New Orleans, and Thibodaux. Students who complete the class and pass the National Registry exam are eligible to work for Acadian Ambulance. Classes start soon. Learn more at becomeamedic.com.
Jazz Fest 2025 is almost here with Pearl Jam, Dave Matthews Band, Luke Combs, Lil Wayne and the Roots, Lenny Kravitz, Casey Musgraves, Santana, John Fogerty, Cage the Elephant, Harry Connick Jr., Patti LaBelle, Joan Jett, Cheap Trick, and hundreds more. The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, presented by Shell, April 24th through May 4th at the Fairgrounds Racecourse. For tickets and info, visit NOJazzFest.com. Miller Lite, official sponsor of Jazz Fest.
Time now for Pelicans at the half. Scores, highlights, stats, and more. Here's your host, Gus Kattengill.
Welcome back. It is halftime in the final game of the regular season. The conductor, Chris Moran, have you paid attention at all to the first half, sir? Have you? Because I know the Lakers are playing. So, I mean, that's, don't we have, and that's what we have to do today? Update the Lakers. No, they're already clinched the spot already. We're good, right?
They're locked in at 3, so no one cares.
Locked in at 3. Actually keeping an eye on some of the things that are going on in and around the league. It starts like this. It's kind of really simple. Going into action tonight, the Thunder are in the top seed over in the Western Conference. We know that already. They're only up by 15 games over second place, the Houston Rockets. Now, they lost to the Lakers yesterday, which cemented the Lakers staying in the 3rd spot. So 1, 2, 3 are the Thunder, the Rockets, and the Lakers. Here's where it gets interesting. You have the Denver Nuggets in the 4th spot. They are 49-32 heading into today. The Clippers, Chris, are in the 5th spot, 49-32 heading into today. At 6, Golden State, 48-33. Minnesota in the 7th spot, 48-33. Chris, what's the difference between the 6th and 7th spot?
The play-in tournament.
Ah, yes, we all know about that, don't we? The Memphis Grizzlies, they are 1 game back of the Warriors and T-Wolves as well. So, Chris, I don't know. Let's say the Warriors and T-Wolves lose. Memphis wins. Nuggets and Clippers lose. All of those different scenarios. You get what I'm getting at here? Everybody's within a game from 4 to about 7 or 8. 9 and 10, they're locked in. That is Sacramento in the 9th spot. The Dallas Mavericks are locked in the 10th spot. Now, they both have the same record, so one could host and one could not. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. 9 is Sacramento, 39-42. 10 is Dallas, 39-42. Whoever's 9 hosts. It's not that complicated. You're looking at me like, yeah.
I'm looking at the rest of the scenarios.
Okay. Well, the Kings right now are leading at the half against the Suns, 57-54. Okay. So remember, they are the 9th spot. Dallas is in the 10th spot. And if they win with the Kings losing, then they would host. The problem is they're losing at Memphis, 67-54 at the half. Okay. Nuggets leading at the Rockets, 65-52. It's the Jazz trailing at Minnesota. These are all halftime scores, 50-49. Spurs lead the Raptors, trail the Raptors rather, 74-54. Second quarter about to come to a close, 50 seconds left there at Golden State, 53-51 against the Clippers. Again, they're battling for positioning there. And at the half, it's the Lakers trailing at the Trailblazers, 58-43. Again, there's nothing for them to play for in L.A. Kings, 57-54, they lead at the half. In the Eastern Conference, the league put all the Eastern Conference games early today. All of the Western Conference games are being played right now. I kind of like that, Chris. I don't know about you. It kind of keeps a little intrigue, if there were any. Hawks beat the Magic 117-105. It was the Celtics over the Hornets 93-86. Knicks beat the Nets 113-105. Pacers beat the Cavs 126-118. Wizards, how about that? They wait to the last game of the season to finally get that win.
Wow.
How about that? Win 18 on the year, 119-118 over Miami. It was the Bulls beating the 76ers 122-102. Pistons 133, the Bucks 140. We'll be back with more on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Pelicans fans, the season is winding down, but there's still time to get your hands on the official Crumble Pelicans cookie. This delicious game day exclusive treat is baked fresh and available only at the Smoothie King Center on home game days and at select Crumble locations. With its rich flavors and signature Pelicans flair, it's the perfect way to celebrate your team before the season wraps up. Don't wait. Just like the season, it won't be here forever. Grab yours before the final buzzer sounds. Visit your local Crumble today.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA, and we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the game, and how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level and ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle of the New Orleans Pelicans. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
I'm Clint Romig with Marsh McLennan Agency. We provide business insurance, employee health and benefits, and private client insurance solutions to organizations and individuals. We combine the personalized service model of a local consultant with the global resources of the world's largest insurance broker, Marsh McLennan. Here in New Orleans, we have deep roots throughout Southeast Louisiana that go back over 80 years. At Marsh McLennan Agency, we know more than just insurance. We know New Orleans. Marsh McLennan Agency is a proud partner of the New Orleans Pelicans. Visit us today at marshmma.com.
I don't want to touch base or circle back anymore. I want to charter a boat and go fishing with my friends. I don't want to make a to-do list. I want to make a to-eat list. I don't care about a PowerPoint. Give me a juke joint. It's time to cut loose and lose track of time, billable and otherwise, altogether. Play Coastal and go have some fun for fun's sake.
For more information, visit coastalmississippi.com.
All right, welcome back to the Smoothie King Center. Pelicans taking on the Thunder in the final game of the regular season here. Again, we just went through an NBA scoreboard trying to get everybody caught up to what's going on. 64-49 is their halftime score here for the Pelicans. They are led by Antonio Reeves with 11. Jamal Cain has 11. Keon Brooks Jr. has 10, so 3 players in double figures. OKC has just 2 players in double figures. Carlson off the bench has 19. Wiggins, 17 from them. They are shooting 48%, 4-17 from distance. The Pelicans, 2 of 18, though, from distance for 11%. Chris, is that good? I don't know. Is that good? 18 of 50 from the floor, 36% as well. Pelicans, 30 points in the paint. They got 38. Pels have not led in this game, and the biggest lead for OKC has been 23. Quick break, and then we'll come back with one more segment before we have second half action as the Pelicans are taking on the Thunder here in New Orleans, where they trail 64-49 on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Injured at work? Don't let your recovery get delayed by endless paperwork. LA Health Solutions specializes in workers' compensation and DOL, providing expert care that gets you back on your feet quickly and safely. With convenient locations across Louisiana, we offer personalized treatment plans and handle the insurance process for you, so you can focus on what matters most, getting better. Trust LA Health Solutions, your one solution. To help you heal and return to work, visit lahealthsolutions.com or call 844-496-LAHS today.
Andrea Bocelli in concert, presented by Stifel. June 10th, Smoothie King Center, with the Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Stephen Mercurio, the world's most romantic voice. Andrea Bocelli in concert. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Jazz Fest 2025 is almost here with Pearl Jam, Dave Matthews Band, Luke Combs, Lil Wayne and the Roots, Lenny Kravitz, Casey Musgraves, Santana, John Fogerty, Cage the Elephant, Harry Connick Jr., Patti LaBelle, Joan Jett, Cheap Trick, and hundreds more. The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, presented by Shell, April 24th through May 4th at the Fairgrounds Racecourse. For tickets and info, visit nojazzfest.com. Miller Lite, official sponsor of Jazz Fest.
Welcome back to the Smoothie King Center. Gus Cattengale, the conductor. Chris Moran. What are you going to do in the offseason, man, when you don't get to see me 8 days a week? Feels like 8, even though I know it's only 7.
Took me a second there. 8 days.
Yeah. It was a little strange. My wife and Carver were in here a little bit ago, and I was like, I kind of see Chris more than you.
I mean, yeah.
You told her that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did. Let's just have an open, honest conversation. You know, she knows I see you more than I see her.
When there's weeks of like 4 games in 5 nights, yeah. I mean, it's true.
It's true. That is for sure. 64-49 is your halftime score. OKC with the lead. 20 more minutes of action. And when we come back, we'll have Pelicans OT. In the meantime, it is Mr. Todd Graffanini with the calls. I think you'll hear from Wes Johnson, Aaron Summers, as well as it is the Pelicans Radio Network.
Because sometimes the music needs to speak for itself. Calm your commute with the instrumental channels on the Sirius XM app. From smooth jazz and epic orchestras to lo-fi beats and high-energy rock anthems.
Find over a dozen instrumental channels available anytime. At home, on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
As a sports fan, I just want the games. Right now, it's practically a full-time job to figure out which bundle I need. But with the SiriusXM app, it's tons of bundling for me.
It is gone, a grand slam!
I don't have to go anywhere else to get every MLB, NFL, NBA, and NHL game. When there's a college game on, I just search for the school on the SiriusXM app.
Holy smokes, what a play!
With the all-access plan to the SiriusXM app, I've got the sports world in the palm of my hand. No bundle required.
The best place to get your basketball fix every weekday is Give and Go with Worldwide Wob, Rob Perez, and former NBA champion Antonio Daniels on NBA Radio.
If you got Steph, you got a chance.
Evan Mobley, his unicorn status is about to be unlocked.
They'll cover every story and talk to great guests across the association every afternoon.
NBA Hall of Famer Mike Breen.
Anything shy of certainly the finals would be a disappointment for the Celtics.
It's Give and Go, weekdays from 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern, only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
From shifting tariffs and trade policies,
we're seeing more turmoil in global stock markets,
to ongoing stock market volatility.
It's a very confusing time if you're trying to figure out what happens next.
The SiriusXM Business Channel offer in-depth, around-the-clock coverage of the financial markets, economic developments, and key business trends impacting your investments.
We're live at the New York Stock Exchange.
Whether you're a seasoned investor or trying to better understand what's moving the economy, SiriusXM brings the business world to you. Starting at Channel 112 and on the SiriusXM app.
Feel the excitement of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage on Sirius XM FC. Europe's best clubs.
What a start for Inter! And Barca are level! Brilliant Arsenal goal!
The world's brightest stars.
Mbappe! Kane! Rafinha!
All chasing club soccer's ultimate prize.
A new page in their glorious history!
The Champions League knockout stage, where legends are made. On Sirius XM FC, channel 157 in the car, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, this is Brian Geltzeiler. Wake up early with me in 2007 NBA Coach of the Year, Sam Mitchell, every Saturday morning from 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern as we break down everything NBA on Channel 86.
Execution. Got to make good, quick decisions and then play hard on the defensive end.
All right, thanks, Aaron. I just want to win. I want to beat Oklahoma City. It's been a while. We haven't beaten them since last week when we played them game 1 of November last season. That's 10 in a row, including the playoffs.
It's a long time.
Yes, it is. The voice you just heard is Wes Johnson, who is the studio analyst of the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network, completing his first year. Wes, we're going to get into a few things here as the Pelicans have the ball to start the third quarter, and Robinson Earl just airballs a 3. It is OKC ball. Pels are now 2 of 19 from distance. It's been rough.
Yes, it has. I hope they turn it around. This is the last game, so I hope they pick it up.
So, Wes, how was your first year doing TV, studio work, and, again, coming from player/coach to media?
It's been a whirlwind, but I think that's the best way to do it. Just dive right into it and then pick it up as you go. But I think for the most part, it's been fun.
Both teams with their initial 5 on the floor as Jose Alvarado drives in, a little hook off the glass and in, and one is Jose ends up in a very familiar spot. Wes Johnson on the deck.
Yes, he needs to get going.
Well,
he needs to get going though.
That man takes a beating,
yes, he
night
does.
in and night out, but he always comes back for more, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. I think that's his MO. He's the energy that really gets the team. But yeah, he ends up on that floor too much for me.
Now, Wes, you played for the Pelicans in your illustrious career. You played for a few teams. Now, how many times did you have an experience where you're kind of playing the string out like the Pelicans are at the end of this year?
I think early on in my career, those first couple of years, it was rough for us. So I can see these games where the guys coming out just want to come out, like you said, heard the coach at halftime, compete. So you think about it, you have your vacation trips already pretty much planned, but you still want to go out there and just really compete. So you don't want to lay an egg on the last game because that's still going to leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Beautiful little touch shot, Antonio Reeves after a Brandon Carlson dunk. By the way, Carlson's got 21 points now, career high for OKC. And Antonio Reeves with that bucket has 13.
I like Antonio.
No doubt.
He's been showing this stuff the past couple games, and I like the rhythm he's been playing with.
And Rich Williams a little strong on the layup. Rebound Robinson Earl back the other way. The aforementioned Reeves takes a 3, back iron, no good. We get the rebound back with Keon Brooks. And now Alvarado will set it up. Graf and Wes Johnson up here, top section 112. Jose tries to split defenders, and we got bailed out right there.
Yes,
and see Jose again.
On the floor.
On the floor.
He'll be up.
He's waiting for somebody to help him up. He put both hands out for one of his teammates to pick him up, and nobody did. Now, we've cut it to 12 here, 66-54.
Let's get this ball moving. I mean, player and ball movement. I think it's a little bit too stagnant.
So considering we're 2 of 20 from beyond the arc to be down by 12, that's pretty impressive.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right, Jose between circles. The right wing of the skeleton. Center circle. Bounce feed to Jerry in the lane. Low, and he traveled. You know, Jeremiah played a couple years with OKC, really his first years in the league. And you know when you're playing one of your former teams, well, actually it is his former team, the adrenaline a little bit more.
A little bit, especially a team where you feel like they didn't give you a chance, really. So, yeah, you want to go out there and show them, like, why you shouldn't have gave up on me.
Wiggins, little stutter step, spins right. Lane hit, and the layup at the bottom of the backboard, but another 50-50 ball picked up by the Thunder, and then Joe misses the top of the key three. Thunder just do such a great job with those 50-50 balls.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they're top of the league. All the guys really chip in certain different ways.
GRE right corner three, that's no good. Pels 2 of 21 now. There's Wes Johnson here, studio analyst. Gulp, Post Sports and Entertainment Network are with us right now. First year for that.
Keep competing.
Henrich up top for three. No good. Rebound JRE. That's his 8th board. 9:10 to go, third quarter. As Antonio Reeves is tripped. And that follows on Andrew Wiggins, or Aaron Wiggins.
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
Aaron and Andrew.
And have the Jalen Williams and another Jalen Williams.
Well, now that's a nightmare, Wes.
I bet.
When both of them are on the floor at the same time. The good news is Jalen Williams out of Santa Clara is J-Dub.
Right.
And Jalen Williams from Arkansas is J-Will. That's how you decipher. Free ball, Jose, right wing and down.
There we go.
But when they're on the floor at the same time, oh, man.
They got to be numbers.
All right, Kenrich Williams pushes off on Brooks, clear space, drives in and one. Now, where's the foul initially on the push-off?
Exactly.
And I thought Mark Dagnall was at the top of my list. Kevin Cutler is rising rapidly.
He's caught a lot of fouls tonight.
You think?
He caught a lot of fouls.
He did not get the memo that this game doesn't mean anything other than the guys that are on the court, of course. Kenrich Williams now in his 7th year out of TCU. It's one of those guys, yep. I mean, Wes, that's one of those guys that just grind and grind and grind, and he's carved out a nice career for himself.
Yes, he has. He's Kenny Hustle. That's what his nickname was. So definitely like seeing him still be in the league. Really, like you said, caught off a niche. And he understands his role.
JRA mid-range left elbow is good. And Robinson Earl now 7.8 boards, looking for a double-double here. Wiggins in the paint, follow-away jumper is splashed.
He's been playing well.
Yep. And, of course, with a lot of their regulars sitting out, he's getting tons of minutes.
Yes. It's going to be needed for him, especially in the playoffs.
He's got 19. Now for Peyton, right free throw line extended. With the Brooks, right angle three. That's another air ball. What is going on with the three-point shooting today?
Excitement last game.
It's got to be it.
Just chalk it up to that.
Jose off a curl, misses a corner three. Rebound, JRE, get it out long. Elfrid Payton for the line drive three. And he buried it. That's his first made three of the season. In his 6th attempt. He doesn't take many, if any.
I don't know if he takes any. You're right.
How about the trajectory? As Williams drives in, no foul on us. But, I mean, have you ever seen a shot from that distance, that flat?
No, I have not.
And it gets over the rim and in.
That's impressive.
But, you know, we've been talking about Elfrid Payton and how impressive he has been and the fact that he earned that standard contract at the end of the year. That's just so big for him, but that's a reward for him for the hard work that he's put in with this team.
For sure. I mean, the confidence and his believing in himself to be able to come back and really have an impact the way he has. I mean, that's just a testimony to his work.
And him signing that contract this week assures at no less that he's going to be with us to start the year in camp next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the plan was going on in the offseason. So him being back and being with a team, now people know his game. He knows the other players' game. It's only going to be rewarded for everybody.
All right, Kenrich Williams misses both free throws, and we're down by 9 now with 7:25 left third quarter. Todd Gravenini, Wes Johnson with you here. Top section 112.
Keep it moving.
As Alvarado around a JRE pick. Jose kick it to JRE, wide open left wing three.
Elfin open it up.
And just like that, we're down by 6. Now Isaiah Joe crosses over, spins right, up top Kenrich Williams between circles now. Deep straightaway three. That's nowhere near. Short rebound, though, comes out to Brooks. Get it back to Williams. He looked like he double dribbled.
Okay, there we go.
Or went out of bounds. One or the other. Pick a turnover, any turnover.
He called the right one this time.
Pels finally with some momentum. And a timeout taken on the floor. It's a 16-7 third quarter. And the Pels have cut it to 6, 71-65. With 6:49 left third quarter. We'll talk with Wes about what he's going to be doing over the summer. Because he's going to be a little busy. Back after that on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Injured at work? Don't let your recovery get delayed by endless paperwork. LA Health Solutions specializes in workers' compensation and DOL, providing expert care that gets you back on your feet quickly and safely. With convenient locations across Louisiana, we offer personalized treatment plans and handle the insurance process for you, so you can focus on what matters most, getting better. Trust LA Health Solutions, your one solution. To help you heal and return to work, visit lahealthsolutions.com or call 844-496-LAHS today.
This is old number 8, Archie Manning. Join me at Manning's Sports Bar and Grill with award-winning burgers, 24 beers on tap, craft cocktails, 13-foot mega screens, plus recliners. Manning's Sports Bar and Grill is where you'll catch me watching the games. Ready to be a legend of your own game? Head on over to Caesars for 24/7 action-packed gaming, where the tables are hot, the dice are fast, and the slots are generous. Remember, you can't win if you don't play.
Must be 21 or older to enter casino and gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can start a rewarding career as an emergency medical technician sooner than you think. The National EMS Academy, a division of Acadian Ambulance, can train you in just 12 weeks at their campuses in Alexandria, Baton Rouge, Covington, Lafayette, Lake Charles, New Orleans, and Thibodaux. Students who complete the class and pass the National Registry exam are eligible to work for Acadian Ambulance. Classes start soon. Learn more at becomeamedic.com.
Throw it out long. Quinones for 3. His first Pelican touch is a 3 from the left angle. Welcome to the team, Lester.
Now, here's Todd Gravenini and John DeShazer.
All right, Pels got a little mo here. 6:49 left third quarter. We've outscored the Thunder 16-7 and have cut the Thunder lead, which has been as many as 23, down to 6, 71-65. Todd Gravenini and Wes Johnson with you. Wes did such a great job this year as the studio analyst, working alongside Aaron Summers and Andrew Lopez on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network. So, Wes, you're going to be doing a little work with the Big 3 tournament
Yes, I am.
this summer?
Yes, I am.
You going to Vegas? Is that where it is?
It is in a lot of different cities. The first game is in Chicago and followed with Baltimore, Miami. So it's 8 different cities that they located home bases for the team. So, yeah.
So our own Corey Brewer,
Yeah.
who, of course, is a Pelicans assistant and is still in a good mood because Florida won the national championship.
I bet he is.
But they won the tournament last year.
Yes, they did. And he had a big part in that. So, yeah, he was a defensive player, and I think he was almost second in votes in MVP. So, yeah, I did my research on it. Look forward to playing. I'm excited about it.
That's awesome. All right, 3-ball JRE is no good, and the Thunder get the rebound. And back the other way, Adam Flagler on the court, along with Kenrich Williams, Isaiah Joe, Brandon Carlson. And they get it down low to Williams and a lay-in.
Talk that switch out, fellas. It's been fun, though. I've been enjoying it. This whole year has been fun, especially the analyst side. So get to talk basketball, be around the game still, but in a different way. So
show and go, Jose, but he misses the floater. But the rebound kicks out to Jamal Cain. Now Keon Brooks pushes off on Jones. Get it right corner, Jose. He'll go baseline. Too many bounce passes. But somehow Jose got it back. Another bounce pass to JRE. Drives in. Misses the finger roll. But a loose ball foul. And it's on OKC. And
we needed that.
I don't believe this is a shooting foul here. It's a loose ball foul. JRE wanted free throws. He's not going to get it. Kyler Kelly in for Robinson Earl. So how many teams in that tournament, in that 3-on-3?
It's 8. It was 12 originally, but they broke it down to 8 to make it a little bit more competitive.
And these are all former players for the most part?
For the most part, majority of the league is former players. A lot of familiar faces for me.
All right, Jose got a pick from Kelly. Pop a 3, short. New Orleans now 5 for 28 from beyond the arc, yet only down 8 points. Mid-range, Kenrich Williams is up and good from above the left elbow. So Kenny Hustle now, double figures, 15 points.
He's been playing well this game, shooting well.
This is the ultimate, we talked about it earlier. You want to pad your stats, this is the game.
Oh, for
You only
sure.
got 8 available for us and 9 for them.
No, you're not coming out. So, a lot of shots that you've been shooting that they say no to, you can shoot it today.
Speaking of that, Keon Brooks, a little nice fadeaway and the bucket from 10. I've been really impressed with his time, Wes.
I have to. I mean, just whatever you ask of him, he's been able to do. Defense, all just really scoring, playing on the best players in the team, guarding them. So, for me, he's been filling every board that you have been asked him to do.
All right, Isaiah Joe, left corner 3. That's no good. Weak side rebound, Antonio Reeves. Pels down 8 with the ball. Jose, alley-oop, too strong for Jamal Cain.
Yeah, I get it. Run. I understand it. Run.
So, Wes, looking for a little time off here?
Yes, I am. I'm looking forward to it. And I am anxious to get going and getting back to playing again. Victory. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
So,
time
how
off.
do you just kind of get back into playing shape, so to speak?
Oh, just playing. I mean, there's a lot of leagues around, and then I just start back doing the running, jump roping, all the stuff that I was doing when I was playing. Just getting into that same routine again.
And Mitch Williams, 3 right corner, no good. That's knocked out of bounds. It is off of Keon Brooks. Will stay with the Thunder. I mean, you walk in the gym and they're like, wait a second. Huh? How tall is this guy? Wait a second. See, we call them ringers, man.
Right.
All right, Wiggins up top, steps back, straightaway 3. Yep. Aaron Wiggins now with 22, so 2 20-point scores.
Yeah, he's been having a great season this year.
No doubt.
Yeah,
And he signed one of those very team-friendly deals.
For sure.
As a very rare thing as Jose gets in the paint, that little teardrop, which he's done a great job with this year. A little short. Up the floor, Flagler for 3. Nope, too strong. Long rebound. Strong side, Kelly. Very rare that Wiggins signed a deal. It's a long deal, but the prices go down as the contract continues, as we got a charge on Kyler Kelly, and the aforementioned Wiggins took it.
Yeah, that's just interesting how they did that. I think they're looking at for the future and really trying to keep the team together or trying to set themselves up in the long run, which they did a great job with the guys that they do have.
Now, one of the toughest things in the league, unless you want to start paying luxury tax and tier 1, tier 2, is keeping that team together. Now, Boston did it.
Yep.
They ran it back, but they are paying a boatload of money.
Sure.
I mean, they're almost paying as much money as teams are worth.
For sure.
Almost. But at some point, as Carlson rains and drains a 3 from up top, timeout Willie Green, it's a 10-2 run for the Thunder. At some point, the Pipers got to get paid for the Thunder.
Exactly. It's going to come time for that. It's going to meet a head where you're going to have to start breaking bread for those guys because they've been playing really well and they're deserving of that big payday.
Yeah, and look, you got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Luke Dorton Now, Chet Holmgren's still on his rookie deal.
Right.
Jalen Williams still on his rookie deal. So they can get away with it maybe for a couple more.
Give the new spring era retro kick with an all-new classic vinyl spring mix on the SiriusXM app. Featuring timeless classics from the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, and ELO. To feel-good anthems by Elton John, Bruce Springsteen, U2, and more.
Beautiful day.
Bring this season to life with the classic vinyl spring mix. Search Spring Fever on the SiriusXM app.
For the best basketball talk every afternoon, don't miss Justin Termini and NBA legend Eddie Johnson on SiriusXM NBA Radio.
If you don't play as a team, you can't win.
They have too much talent, and now it's starting to show.
They're breaking down the top stories in the NBA and talking to the biggest names in the league.
It's Magic Johnson.
We've always been about winning championships.
Catch NBA Today with Justin Termini and Eddie Johnson. Weekday afternoons from 4 to 7 Eastern. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
What is up, Daddy Gang? It is your founding father, Alex Cooper.
I am so excited for you guys to hear
Unwell on Air, your one-stop destination for all things trending, curated by me. All of your favorite content from the Unwell Network, plus exclusive new live shows that keep you in the know. We're breaking down the latest in pop culture and opening up the phone lines because I want you to join the conversation. Oh my God, let's go. Unwell on Air, exclusively on the SiriusXM app.
The first place to talk hoops every weekday morning is the starting lineup with Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine.
Overrated? Do you watch the guy play? He's unstoppable.
They're breaking down all the latest from the association.
I think he's a baller, and I think people would give up assets to get a guy like that.
Along with some laughs.
Kevin Durant, you need to get married and be miserable like the rest of us. Reprimanding the fans for booing. It's like, come on, man.
The starting lineup, weekday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern. Only on SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the SiriusXM app. NBA Radio on SiriusXM is available on your connected devices. Listen at home anytime you want with Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in the house.
For him, I mean, he comes in, he does what he needs to. I mean, you ask him to guard, you ask him to shoot, and he comes in with whatever minutes he does. He gets very productive.
So, Wes, off season is literally a quarter and 323 minutes away. And look, it's been a tough year for everybody involved. Pels have the ball out of the timeout, right to left. And change is inevitable. Even a winning team's going to have changes.
Right.
I mean, you go back a year ago, we won 48 games and got into the playoffs. And the team has changed a little bit.
Right.
It's just very rare when you run it all back, as we just have a 24-second violation. However, if you look at our roster and who has missed games this year, there's a lot of guys that are coming back that you kind of forget that are on the team just because they haven't played in so long.
Exactly.
And you've got some big-time pieces.
Yes, a lot of pieces. So with that being said, like you look at these guys that are on the floor now that usually don't get minutes. So if you're looking at the young guys that did get to play, and the guys that are those guys that are coming back, the Zions, the DeJountes, the Trays, the Herds, all those guys coming back, and you add those guys that getting those reps in, it's only going to complement those guys because, one, now everybody's starting fresh from the training camp and going into the season with a different type of motivation going into their game.
Flagler for three, no good. You know, when Zion came back, it was just so much fun watching him. Alfred Payton in the paint, misses one in and out at the floater. 5 straight empties for New Orleans. But the fact that they had him on that 28 minutes restriction, if you will, was Brandon Carlson just everywhere. This is the putback after a floater. He's nearing his first career double-double. But for him to play 28 to 30 minutes, as Kane misses a 3, and for him to be that productive in that amount of time, it was unbelievable to watch.
Unreal. Like, you would think, like, okay, he's having a 38 and 7 game in 28, 26 minutes, and you're looking at, like, how is he this efficient every night with this amount of minutes? You're like, you want more minutes from him. But that lets you a testament to him and his skill set, how elite he is, how dominant he is in those amount of minutes.
Dylan Jones makes a left wing 3 after a couple of extra possessions there. As the Thunder those second chance points, 11 offensive rebounds, 15 points off those rebounds. We come back the other way with Lester Quinones, who drains a mid-range. 84-69 OKC. We've got 1:20 to go here in the third quarter. As Jones gets another layup. Good entry feed there from Wiggins.
Yeah, that can't happen.
Wes Johnson with us. Wes, it's been great to get to know you this year, man. And kudos to you moving your family back to New Orleans.
Yes, our family loved it. I mean, once we left, went to L.A., we always talked about it. It had a special place in our heart. And once the opportunity presented itself for us to come back, we did.
Well, and good luck this summer with the 3-on-3.
Definitely appreciate it.
And can't wait. Next year, it's going to be very intriguing offseason to say the least. But getting into training camp, going to be fun. And then we'll start over again. And again, I was talking with Aaron earlier. The number right now that we had to talk about this year is 388. That's how many games we've missed as a team.
Really?
Players with injury, illness.
Oh, wow.
It can't be 388.
It's only up from here. It's only up from here.
Wes, you the man.
I appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Hey, thank you.
And great work on TV. And much success to you, man, in the offseason. Good luck in the 3-on-3.
I definitely appreciate it.
All right, that's Wes Johnson. As we are back to the game here, 86-70 now. Oklahoma City's backed this up now to a 16-point lead. Boy, you got it to single digits. As Quinones, couple free throws. And if you're still following the game, kudos to you. Big shout out to all the people in the building today. Considering you had French Quarter Fest, it's picture perfect outside. And there's a ton of people in this building here today for Fan Fest. And A.J. Mitchell, right baseline, leans in, throws it up and in with the left hand. So A.J. Mitchell, he missed 41 games with toe surgery. He's back in there. Scores his first two. Final stages of the third quarter. Jamal King drives in the lane, Euros in, floats it up, no, foul, yes. The foul's on the aforementioned A.J. Mitchell. Check that, it's on Dylan Jones, rookie out of Weber State. So OKC will play the 8 seed, whoever that may be. Play-in will start Tuesday. As 9 and 10 will play. 7 and 8 will play. Loser of 7-8 plays winner of 9 and 10. This is both conferences, of course. And the 8 seed will play OKC. And the 7 seed will play the Houston Rockets. Their first playoff appearance in 6 years. And Gus will get a little more thorough with the NBA playoff scenarios after this game's over. Because the Western Conference, all the teams are playing right now. And everything hopefully should be nearing completion or completed by the time we get off the air here tonight or today. All right, 88-72, shot clock off. Mitchell, no look pass to Dukas. Shot no. They continue to blow the whistle down there. Free throws coming up for Alex Dukas. Two-way player out of St. Mary's, the all-time games played champ at St. Mary's in California. Free throw Dukas is good. So you got it to single digits, and that's gone. You're now down 17 again. Got them both. All right, 3.2 seconds left in the third. Elfrid Payton made his first three in the third quarter, first three since February 2022. Half court, Quinones off the glass. Nope. We head to the fourth as the Thunder wrap the game up on a 19-7 run to end the third quarter. They'll take an 18-point lead as we go to the fourth quarter. final 12 minutes of the season on the Pelicans Radio Network.
Life is a workout, and Smoothie King is here to help you power through. Whether you're crushing those mountain climbers, owning that hit series, or power cleaning your closet till it sparks joy, Smoothie King has the fuel to keep your momentum going. Drop whatever's holding you back and make every move matter more with the low-cal, naturally caffeinated, seriously satisfying Metabolism Boost Smoothie. Now available in dark chocolate banana, only at Smoothie King.
Being a Chevron car these days has been quite the adventure. Miami to Seattle, ocean to ocean. I've stopped at so many states and collected so many bumper stickers. Sometimes I feel like a moving passport book. It's just so great what I can do with Chevron with Chevron, because it gives me unbeatable mileage and keeps my engine clean. Plus, there are so many Chevrons along the way. Now the only thing I'm worried about is where to go next and where to put all my new bumper stickers. Chevron with Chevron, fueled by possibility.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code SAINTSDYW. Place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older. New users only. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Caesars New Orleans. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, visit Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Over the last century, United Way of Southeast Louisiana has been the force for good in our community. We've been at the forefront of improving outcomes in education, income, and health for every person everywhere. Together with you and our partners at the New Orleans Pelicans, we're rolling up our sleeves and mobilizing the power of people, offering ways for you to create a community strong enough for the next 100 years. Visit UnitedWaySELA.org to join us today.
Hey, bounce feed to Carlo. He's looking for another one.
Oh, have some.
And Carlo just postered Brooke Lopez with a right hand.
That is a baptism on Friday night.
Now, here's Todd Graffinini.
All right, we go to the fourth quarter. Game 82. Oklahoma City looking for its 11th straight win over the Pelicans, going back a couple of years now. They got an 18-point lead as we start the fourth quarter. Graph with you, top section 112. Aaron Summers now courtside as Aaron Wiggins gets a dunk. So Wiggins now has tied Brandon Carlson with game-high honors of 25. Pels have 5 in double figures in this game, led by Antonio Reeves' 13. Free ball, JRE. Nope. Pels are now 5 for 31 from distance. The Thunder 7 of 31. Wiggins in hard, misses the shot off the glass. Rebound Robinson Earl, his 11th. Now Reeves, sideline right. Chest it to JRE, shovels to Alvarado. Jose continuing to play hard. Gets to the nail, drives 10 feet away, and rattles one in from on the right lane line. Alvarado now has 14 points. Pels down 92-74. Isaiah Joe, hard to the rack. Lefty layup and one. So Isaiah Joe now with 9 points. Thunder 46.7% from the floor in this game. They're about to shoot their 21st free throw. They were 17 of 20. Pels are 15 of 19. Again, the officials did not get the memo today.
Todd, I know that you went dark, so I'm not going to give you any info about the Masters.
Why are you even mentioning the name Aaron Summers?
Because Zion Williamson, a very avid golfer, has been checking out what's going on because some fans in front of us are watching it on their phones.
Okay.
So he keeps leaning over and watching. He just went to the back, and I'm wondering if that's so he can watch what's going on.
All right, that's a great report. I'll give you that one. That's good. Yes, I have gone dark. I'm going to enjoy it later. Nothing like Masters Sunday, especially as Jamal Cain's at the free throw line where he misses the first. When the weather's the way it is in Augusta right now, not a cloud in the sky, and just the beauty of Augusta National. I got to go one time. It was a practice round in 04. They had to drag me out of there. And that was a practice round. 95-74, Kane missed them both. All right, A.J. Mitchell, pick from Carlson, who's having literally the game of his life. Mitchell misses a free ball. Rebound, Jamal Kane back the other way. Alvarado stops left wing. Cross-court pass over to the slashing Kane. Off the glass. Nope. Rebound, JRE. Ripped it away from Mitchell. Up top, Jose for three. That's short. And a whistle. As tell you what, that time, it was good to see Aaron Summers. We got a 50-50 ball. JRE didn't want to give it up.
Hey, JRE's been playing extremely hard tonight, and he's gotten a few starts here down the stretch. I like the mentality that he's attacking the game with, because he spent a lot of this time just sitting on the end of the bench this year, and Willie Green always praised him being ready whenever his name was called upon, and you're seeing what he's done with that opportunity here.
Robinson Earl on cue takes a straightaway three, unfortunately rounding out, but he's got a lot of company in that department in this ball game. Nobody can make a shot for either team, as Wiggins just missed the left corner three. They'll try again. That's no good. But they get another offensive rebound. Up top, Kenrich Williams for three. Another brick. Somebody get it. Robinson Earl saves it. Get it to Quinones. Stop, pop, straightaway three. No good. Rebound, Kenrich Williams. He's got a double-double, by the way. Well, Kenny Hustle, his second double-double of the year. I mean, bricks are being laid down there. We got enough for a couple of houses. As Isaiah Joe knocks down a long-range two, Willie Green mercifully takes a timeout to stop this and get some rest for both teams. 97-74. Oklahoma City with 9:01 to go in this ballgame. Gus will update you on some Western Conference scores. We come back in the Pelicans Radio Network.
If you're needing to relocate across town or across the country, there's no job too big or too small for John Fayard Moving and Warehousing, the proud mover of the New Orleans Pelicans for well over a decade. They offer red carpet, white glove office and household good relocations at competitive rates. Moving is stressful and exhausting. Allow John Fayard Moving and Warehousing to ease your mind and your muscles. Full packing and storage available upon request. Call 228-864-2262 or visit johnfayardwarehouse.com today to schedule a survey or to book your move.
Andrea Bocelli in concert, presented by Stifel. June 10, Smoothie King Center, with the Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Stephen Mercurio, the world's most romantic voice. Andrea Bocelli in concert. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Pelicans fans, the season is winding down, but there's still time to get your hands on the official Crumble Pelicans cookie. This delicious game day exclusive treat is baked fresh and available only at the Smoothie King Center on home game days and at select Crumble locations. With its rich flavors and signature Pelicans flair, it's the perfect way to celebrate your team before the season wraps up. Don't wait. Just like the season, it won't be here forever. Grab yours before the final buzzer sounds. Visit your local Crumble today.
Welcome back to Pelicans basketball. Let's check tonight's NBA scoreboard.
All right, a couple of games they're keeping an eye on is the T-Wolves and Jazz in Minnesota. 7 minutes to go, 103-93 Minnesota. Also, Clippers and Warriors, Chris, they are playing like it matters. Clippers 83, Warriors 82 in Golden State. Kings 103, Suns 92. 2 minutes left in the fourth their time.
Boy, how about pouring one out for the Phoenix Suns, Gus? Now that you're at, you think this was a bad year for the Pelicans? We ain't the Suns.
There's going to be a lot of changes with the Suns this
Aaron,
offseason.
My goodness. Not only did they not even make the play-in with one of the top payrolls in the league,
right,
but they don't even have a draft pick.
Yeah, I think it's going to start at the top as far as changes.
So, just talking around some of my fellow play-by-play guys, and we've talked about Phoenix a lot. Which one of their three is going? Is it going to be Booker? Is it going to be Durant? I don't think it can be Bradley Beal because no one's going to pick that contract up.
Well, Booker's been there for so long, and what have you been able to do with it? So maybe it's time to move on.
That is going to be very interesting. Free ball left angle. Lester Quinones is good. Now, Aaron, we'll touch on the Pelicans as well because change is inevitable. Change happens when you win, and it happens when you lose. And that's going to be really the intriguing thing for this very, very integral offseason for this franchise.
It was interesting talking to Trey Murphy before the game because he was asked about how good this team can be when healthy and is it enough? And he said, honestly, I don't think it is because you saw what we were able to do when we were relatively healthy, and we have to get better. Every year, the team has to improve in some way, whether it's the work that's put in the offseason, the changes as far as player personnel goes. You know, it's a tough part of the business, but I think he's definitely onto something. You know, you can't just sit here and accept how things were at points in the season.
No doubt. 99-77. There anybody in that locker room as, boy, Antonio Reeves had really bad intentions going up for a two-handed flush, but Aaron Wiggins denied it. And it'll be free throws coming up for Antonio. Again, we had 48 wins last year, Aaron, which was a pretty successful season. We broke the record for road wins a year ago. And we had changes in the front office. We had changes roster-wise. So it happens when you win or lose. That's the thing. I think we've been pretty fortunate in the last few years because of the continuity, both roster-wise and coaching staff-wise. It's just not a reality in the NBA when you look around from team to team.
Yeah, and there are some changes that had to be made this season because you didn't want to go into the luxury tax, and you had to move Brandon Ingram to avoid that. So now, who are you investing in? Is it going to be Zion Williamson? He played 30 games this year, which is crazy to think about. He was so impactful when he was on the court. He only played 30 games.
Well, that being said, as OKC turns it over in the lane, Quinones up the floor. Brooks chests it over to Antonio Reeves. Euros in, floats it up and in from the left baseline. And it's 99-81. I think, Aaron, since Zion came back after the initial hamstring injury, Carlson misses a three. I thought the team did a remarkable job in handling his minutes, making sure that there were going to be no setbacks, which there weren't as far as the hamstring goes. And I got to give a shout out to Daniel Bove, who worked with him every single day and did such a tremendous job with Zion because you could see the weight loss, the flexibility, the minutes restriction was perfect for him, yet he produced in the amount of minutes that he played.
And I think that's why he came out of the gate so strong every game, because he knew he wasn't going to be able to play as many minutes. So he got Zion at his best from the start of the game and is able to maintain it throughout.
All right, 102-81 as Mitchell made a three. Reeves back into the lane, rattles one in. And this is a kind of topic that John and I would have ever so often, Aaron. If he is going to be that productive in the amount of minutes that he played, do you stick with that plan next year when he comes back? Isaiah Joe, right wing three. Again, he never got more than 32 minutes when he came back. And the only games that he played really into the 30s were the two games he had the triple doubles in. And that was 31 minutes.
And the restriction allowed him to be better on the defensive end because he could give more on that side of the ball. I think you keep him around those minutes until you can see that he's really ready physically to maintain that and maybe a little bit more.
And look, let's just make one thing clear, because obviously the national narrative is, Zion is a bust and all that. That's not the case.
No.
You can tell who watches Pelicans basketball on a night in and night out basis.
Right. Who's just trying to grab headlines.
Correct. And you got to make one thing perfectly clear. Zion was held out of these back-to-backs. He could have played them. He was held out just for his, how the team was handling him. He wasn't playing because he wasn't available. He was available.
Yeah.
That was a team decision for him not to play.
The reason he's out now is because he fell extremely
Correct.
hard. Anybody could have dealt with the injury that he did with a fall like that. And he fell right on his lower back and has been out now with the back contusion.
Which, by the way, we're in Minneapolis, and the T-Wolves, they're going for a top 6 spot in the playoffs. We went in there and beat them with Zion literally taking the game over. He was the best player on the floor, and one of those players was Anthony Edwards.
And that's what Zion can do. That's why he's not been a bust. If you can get that consistently, then it's all worth it. The past few years of him not being available for the entire season, and last year was just a fluke. I mean, we got to get him into the playoffs, Graf.
I'll tell you what, that's a great statement. The man has never played a playoff game, and it's just really unfortunate because to get him in that type of setting, and the closest thing he really came to was last year against the Lakers when he got hurt.
Right.
Scoring his 40th point, taking that game over.
Yeah, I mean, he can do that a night in, night out. And then you had CJ McCollum, who put up a 50 this year, and Trey Murphy really turned it on and proved to be a viable number 2 for this team.
We turn it over with Kane. They go back the other way. Isaiah Joe's three's no good. Front court now, Quinones to Jose. Triple team. Get it out long to Quinones. Little spin move. Crosses over. Drives in. Continuation. Count the bucket. Scooping lefty layup for Lester Quinones. 104.86. We got 5:42 to go. We will kind of put a bow on this entire season in our last couple segments here. Todd Gravanini, Aaron Summers with you. John DeShazer and not able to get out here from the final 2 games. John getting healthy, that's all that counts. 104.86, Oklahoma City.
The biggest names in the NBA are on NBA Today with Justin Termini and Eddie Johnson.
Looks like we've got Nick Van Exel, former Nugget, Laker, of course.
Coaches really don't do anything wrong. It's just players, they want a new voice. It's an IG era. It's instant gratification. But, of course, Mike Malone's a great coach, and probably his voice just got stale in the locker room.
NBA Today, weekdays from 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern. Only on Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the Sirius XM app.
As a sports fan, I just want the games. Right now, it's practically a full-time job to figure out which bundle I need. But with the SiriusXM app, it's done the bundling for me.
It is gone, a grand slam!
I don't have to go anywhere else to get every MLB, NFL, NBA, and NHL game. When there's a college game on, I just search for the school on the SiriusXM app.
Holy smokes, what a play!
With the all-access plan to the SiriusXM app, I've got the sports world in the palm of my hand. No bundle required.
Hey, this is Brian Geltzeiler. Wake up early with me in 2007 NBA Coach of the Year, Sam Mitchell, every Saturday morning from 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern as we break down everything NBA on Channel 86.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
You draw it up with the ball movement.
Now, here's Todd Gravanini.
All right, we got 5:42 to go in the regular season. Pels trail 104-86. Aaron Summers with his courtside. And final stretch. All right, Aaron, what was your, again, this has been a tough year, but what was your favorite kind of stretch of the year? Do you have a favorite moment?
Ooh, I think it was really fun seeing CJ just turn it on and go for that 50.
Right.
And that was over a stretch where we needed a win, and we got a couple over the Wizards. Zion was coming back in from his injuries. And so at the beginning of January, we had a couple fun games there.
I think for me, that Boston game in Boston was as entertaining and fun a basketball game as I've ever called. I mean, that was a blast. And it was just unfortunate, that McCollum runner goes in and out. If that goes in, I mean, I've never walked out of that building with a W for the Pels, but that was one of those games where even though you came up short, you felt great when you left the building because you played so hard and you gave Boston, the defending champs, everything they could handle.
Yeah, and that was a really good road trip.
It was. Again, I talked about that earlier with Jim. The Philly win in Philly. The Boston game was Sunday, and then we fly to Chicago and beat the Bulls.
Yeah, and that was when Philly was actually a full team.
Yes. Embiid didn't play in the game, but they had everybody else.
Yeah, that's going to be another interesting team to watch this offseason.
Goodness. Well, and Embiid had surgery. So we'll see. But look, if Embiid plays and Paul George plays and Tyrese Maxey plays, that's a big three. That is a legitimate big three. What would you say the big three for the Pels is?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest question because you thought you knew what it was coming into the season, but that's when DeJounte Murray was here, Brandon Ingram was on the court, Zion, was it CJ? And then you see Trey come on. So is it Zion, Trey Murphy, and then CJ?
I can't answer the question. I mean, you don't put Herb Jones in what you would call a big three just because he's not a scorer,
right?
Like that. It's amazing the names that we're throwing out there, and these guys haven't played in months. In months. All right, Jose's coming off the court. It looks like for the final time this year. Talk about somebody who lays it on the line every night, Aaron.
Yeah, no, he definitely does. And this afternoon was more of the same. On the line, on the floor, holding his arm, his leg, his head.
It's not funny, but no, that's Alvarado. All right, Kane drives, lays it in with a left hand. 106-89 is the score. 4:40 to go in this ball game. Well, when you go through the year too, what Trey Murphy has done to improve his game in all facets, that along with Eve Messi, to me, might be the big stories of the year. And of course, Trey getting hurt just kind of was the final nail of this season. I remember Willie Green, the post-game presser after the game that Trey got hurt. It looked like he just had nothing left.
Yeah. I think that's how a lot of this season went. And that was a game where that was one of the worst games of the season because Trey went out in the first minute.
59 seconds. Or 49 seconds.
Yeah. But you remember beginning of the year when we were talking about this team playing small ball?
Right.
And towards the end of the season here, they were starting true centers in Carlo or Kelly and Eve. It's crazy how this year has changed, but it's also because Eve Messi was a lot better than people thought he was going to be.
One of the big-time stories, free ball Reeves, no good. Now A.J. Mitchell, front court, Euros in, chests it over to Isaiah Joe, who is really their three-point specialist, even with the regulars, and he knocks down another one. So it's 111-92. We've got 3:10 to go. Look, Eve, just tremendous pickup. Got very fortunate right there. But I would be remiss as Jeremiah Robinson Earl floats one short. The job that Kelly Olynyk did in a very short amount of time, Aaron, and that is exactly the type of big that the Pels have been looking for a couple of years now.
I think the way that Kelly Olynyk fit alongside Zion Williamson and helping stretch out the floor a little bit for him showed Carlo Makovic kind of the way into his game more. And we've seen Carlo really settling into taking more outside shots. That vet, having Kelly Olynyk here and him able to help these guys, these rookies, see the floor and show them where they need to be, I think really helped Carlo Makovich take a big step towards the end of the season.
Yeah, Carlo just improved dramatically as Mark Dagnall takes a timeout. I'm so looking forward to seeing, Aaron, the offseason that Carlo Makovich is going to have, how he's going to improve his game, what Yves Missi is going to come back with in October when we head to training camp, what he will add to his arsenal as far as offensive weapons, because you know what he can do on the defensive end. He's got to get a little stronger. He's got to strengthen those hands especially.
Yeah, and he mentioned that before the game. He said he wants to put on a little more size and get stronger down low. And Yves Missi said he's going to spend the summer here in New Orleans. He's going to be in the gym working with the player development coaches and trying to attack different areas of his game like that.
And again, people don't realize he's 20 years old. He's got a lot of time for that body to fill out.
He didn't come to the United States until 2020 and didn't know English when he came. He played basketball in California for a little bit, 1 year at Baylor. He was supposed to be a walk-on, but early on in camp there, they're like, all right, well, actually, he can play a little bit better than we thought. And so it's kind of same story that we saw here. He came on in training camp, but much better than we saw him in Summer League.
Well, the fact that what they had been talking about during Summer League and especially heading into training camp was how he picked everything up very quickly, how he was a sponge as far as the knowledge goes, what he was being coached. And it just shows you the level that he was able to take all that information and translate it into production. And now, just think of how tough this year has been. Yves Missi was as reliable as anybody on this team because he was available every night.
Yeah.
All right, 115-92. We got 2 minutes left in the regular season. Quinones for the Pels. Euros in. Kick it left corner. Kane. Fake the three. Kenrich Williams closed out on him. And what a beautiful Euro move by Jamal Kane around Brandon Carlson for the layup.
Yeah, Coach Miles just turned to the bench and said, that was pretty. That was real pretty.
It was. All right, roll that clock. Kenrich Williams. Pumped by Kane. 1-on-1. They're still going at it. Kenrich get it over to Carlson for another three. That hit the glass. Rebound, Antonio Reeves. Well, Aaron, it's been great to have you, member of the crew, yet again.
Yeah.
Fantastic work, as always. Boy, you did double duty this year, TV and radio.
I know, all over the place, but it's fun. It's been a rough season, I think, for a lot of people, both sides, Saints and Pels. Injuries hit hard, but this fan base in the city is always fun to represent, and I appreciate everything I'm able to do here.
I'm glad you mentioned the fans, Aaron. Look, some of the stretches we were here when it was really, really going the wrong way, they had a group of fans every single night in this building, no matter what the record was, that loyal group that showed up every single night, they deserve a shout out.
Absolutely.
Because it was not easy this year at all.
And there's a lot of them sitting down in this arena right now, waiting at last minute and some change out.
All right, 1:10 to go. Steal Jamal Kane. And we get one more dunk before the season ends. Boy, Dylan Jones ruined the party.
The refs.
What a party pooper. So Jamal Kane had a last minute of the season dunk in his mind, and Dylan Jones says, no, you're going to earn this at the free throw line. Kevin Cutler, the crew chief, Musa Daher, Matt Myers. There will nearly be 60 free throws taken in this game here in Summers.
They must have dinner reservations, so they're just killing time, waiting to get to the 6 o'clock hour.
All right, 60 seconds left.
Zion's over here in the corner signing autographs for these fans that are here hanging out. Yeah.
All right, Jones, left corner. That is a 3-ball. Adam Flagler, no good. Brandon Carlson fights for the rebound. Up top, Kenrich Williams, who throws up another brick. Kenrich got to stop shooting threes. As we'll turn it over with Brooks. Up the floor. Duckus back to Kenrich Williams. Up Court Duckus drives in, floats it up, no. Off the glass, no. Rebound, Robinson Earl. That's a 16th rebound. That's a career high. All right, Quinones, hard to the rack. Finger roll is good. And that might be the last points for anybody in this season for the Pelicans, and it will be. OKC will dribble it out. Aaron, it's been fun. Well, other than the record, it's been fun.
Always a pleasure working with you, Graf.
All right, thank you. That's Aaron Summers. And before we sign off here, there's the final horn. Score: Oklahoma City 115, New Orleans 100. Pels final record 21-61. That is the second worst record in the history of the franchise. This is going back to the Hornet days, which we did erase the Dan Dickow year, which was 04. We had 18 wins in that one, but just 21 this year. Oklahoma City will skip into the playoffs, the number one seed, 68 wins this year for the Thunder. What a year it's been, and we'll see what happens with them in the playoffs. So before signing off, this is the moment where you thank everybody. First of all, my partner, John DeShazer, again, not able to make it the last couple games. The travel schedule at the end just kind of got a little bit too much. But JD, miss you here the last couple ball games. I know he'll be back in earnest. Of course, John has double duty as well with Aaron, with the Saints and the Pelicans. But JD was missed the last couple of ball games here tonight. And, of course, the crew that we work with has been fantastic. I listen to a lot of basketball games, folks, a lot of NBA games, and I'm telling you, we are a top 5 broadcast, no doubt about it, in this league. And it takes a lot for it to go down. And most of the stuff that you listen to, it's because of our director of broadcasting, Mr. Gus Cattengill, who has done phenomenal work as our studio host. And again, so many things Gus does behind the scenes. Those Pelicans weekly shows that you hear on our flagship every Tuesday, Gus puts those together. And trust me, it is not easy to do. It is very time consuming. But Gus is a professional in every sense of the word, not only on the air, but off it. And huge thanks to Gus this year, his first year full time with the organization. And again, a tremendous success. Of course, Erin Summers finishing up her 3rd year as our sideline reporter. Also, big thanks to Chris the Conductor Moran in his 2nd year with the team, doing a great job behind the scenes, pushing all the buttons in our studios, sometimes all by himself when we have our remotes. But the conductor did a fantastic job as our engineer and producer in the studio. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Josh Richardson's name. He really runs the show, TV and radio, very much behind the scenes, but he's our director, producer for our television side of things. Josh, again, tireless in what he does. You see him working constantly on the plane for these road trips. And Josh makes everything happen. And that's, it's, again, a pleasure to work for him this year and in years past, and of course, moving forward. Alden the King Hagen on our statistician, who is still rolling with the Perry Clark contract. It'll roll over for another year as we get into the season. And, yeah, Alden has been with us now. How many years is that now, Alden? 17 years as our statistician. I mean, he goes back to Sean Kelly, former voice of the Pelicans, who is going to have a national championship ring, that dirty Gator right there. But Alden, well done, sir. Thanks so much. Again, it's not easy coming here every night, especially when the team's not winning. But, hey, it's a great gig. It is an absolutely great gig. Again, just thanks to the fans. Also, thanks to our flagship WWL, our first year on the Big 870. And great job, Diane Newman, the program director there, Steve Geller. awesome for having us. Thanks for having us. There's nothing like being on WWL where, you get text during the middle of ball games, and I got friends driving around in the South, Midwest, and they're listening on their radio. There's nothing like it. So again, thanks to everybody at WWL for having us this year, and we'll be back with the Big 870 for year number 2 next season. Also, thanks to Joel Myers, Antonio Daniels, Andrew Lopez on the TV side of things. Again, this is part of the family. You travel with these people, you work with these people, and it's not untrue. Antonio Daniels says on his radio show on Sirius XM every week, you're around these people more than your family, and it's true. They are your family. You're with these people basically from October to now. And of course, if you make the playoffs, it's even beyond. You're with them every single day, for the most part, traveling, hotel, practices, shoot-arounds, and of course, games. So big thanks to Joel. Big thanks to Antonio. Those two are the best in the business on the television side. Of course, Wes Johnson, who we had up here in the third quarter, studio analyst, along with Aaron Summers and Andrew Lopez, who wrapped up his first season as the sideline reporter on the TV side. Great to get Andrew back home. And, of course, welcomed his first child into the world during the season. So he has been a very, very busy individual this year. I think that's going to do it. Anybody else, let me know. But it has come to an end. Year number 6 for me. It is the greatest job in the world. We'll never complain. Of course, it's much more fun when you win. But again, wouldn't want to be anywhere else working with the organizations, the Saints and the Pelicans. But one of 30 in the world, and I'm very fortunate to be one of those 30. And just the company and the people you work with, it is just the best. And thanks to everyone involved every single day. And that's it. I'm going to quit talking. We are headed to Pelicans OT for the final time, as this season has come to an end. This is Todd Graffanini. Once again, your final score from the Smoothie King Center. The Oklahoma City Thunder 115, the New Orleans Pelicans 100. The 2024-25 season has come to its conclusion. Everyone have a great summer, and we will see you in August for Saints training camp. Till then, so long, everybody.
listening to the Pelicans postgame report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
Perfect. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell him that birds of a feather flock together. Fly down, I'm a Pelican forever. Yeah, ain't gon' lie, I feel flyer than I ever been. We stay ballin', this New Orleans, I'm a Pelican. It's going down in the nest, wild, wild west. Come in town and you best show us some respect. 3-point threat, I better make it rain. If it's something, don't jump stupid like your ankle sprain. Always said, never hate the player, hate the game. Jumpin' where the dame late, punch a train. Post game, Big Q, talking about business. Bird gang, YouTube, they ain't flocking with us. Lock up the division mission, get into the finals. Finish competition, then it's going win the title. I know this flyer than you can get. Such a threat that the refs just might call a tag. You could double, you could press, but you can't check. Right, left, slide by you like a Eurostep. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell them that birds of a feather flock together. Fly down, I'm a Pelican forever, Pelican forever. And never, and never, and never, and never, and never, and never say birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, fly down, I'm a Pelican forever, Pelican forever.
All right, shout out to the fam for all things Pelicans. You're now tuned into the Pelican post-game report. Much love to the fam. Appreciate y'all. This is it, man. The Pels. That's it on the season, man. The Pelicans finished the season, fam. They finished the season.
Q. The season not over.
It is definitely over, DC.
No. We still got the couple of weeks after the season where we can see Willie Green get fired. Yay. We got one more last thing to do this season.
Okay, all right. DC's in the building. He's very optimistic. All right.
The off season don't start till when till June, man. The off season don't start till June.
Well, I'm just thinking, man.
I'm got some time, bro.
Well, DC, I've been kind of in ready for this for a while, my brother. So it's good to see. The Pelicans lose this one 115-100, man. They finished the season 21-61, 14-27. We know we're waiting for the post game broadcast. Where Willie Green got to say.
We know what he gonna say.
I'm proud of everybody. Thank
you know what? All right, let's let him have it because this is the last time we got to hear this shit, fam.
Indeed,
I'm gonna really try to pay attention this time, Q.
Yes, indeed, man, because this might be the thing, and this is Fletcher Mackel right here. Big change for the Pelicans over the next few days.
Yeah.
From Fear the Brown to follow up with Shamit Dua reporting. There's also been chatter in league circles about the NBA executive Joe Dumars. See that man returning to Louisiana. Dumars
they ain't got a good idea unless we get some.
DC, man, goddamn, bro. And we're not going
to let's shoot for Bob Myers, and then hopefully we can fall into Joe Dumars. We need to start speaking of Bob Myers, man.
My goodness, we can't, boy. We will not get credit for this. We will not get. Right? I constantly talked about how they screwed that up, and look. They're going back to Joe Dumars returning to Louisiana. This is what they said. Good morning. Over the past week, noise has been steadily getting louder in league circles that David Griffin's time in New Orleans is coming to an end. I won't say this is a foregone conclusion, but this is the loudest I've ever have seen it or heard it. This is Shamit from Fear the Brown. So shout out to Shamit. And this is interesting because this is something, DC, we talked about ad nauseum on this channel. We spoke exclusively about how the Pelicans needed to fire David Griffin. He's had 6 years or 7 years. How long? It's been a long ass time.
Devontae Graham should have got him out of here, bro.
Right. So I mean, he finally we starting to hear this. You can see this report from Bleacher Report. Pelicans reportedly bracing for David Griffin exit. Willie Green status is tenuous. Willie Green need to be in the street. Speaking of Willie Green, here is him and his nose right now on the broadcast.
I'm just starting
with that. Say, Willie.
Grateful for everything that they poured into this.
Yeah.
Everything that our staff poured into this.
Okay.
Character with our whole entire group. It was
there go that proud
even through adversity and challenges this season. I'm extremely blessed that I was I can come into a building and still have joy going into that building.
Oh shit! Sound like
it's not the season we wanted.
He's blessed and still have joy.
We're all disappointed, and we'll take some time to reflect and see how we can be better. Honestly, how we can improve. But I'm really grateful for the opportunity and grateful to get after it with this group.
Yeah, he getting fired. Grateful for the opportunity.
Different starting lineups, 25 different players. Have you ever experienced a season like this where you've had so many injuries?
I haven't. I just said that to
your first season was like this.
That I've never experienced this many games missed because of injuries, this many losses because of injuries, in terms of losing some of our players like we have, and
because of injuries.
That's the challenging part. That's the adversity that we faced all year.
I know you haven't had a chance to assess the season yet, but do you have like a quick just thoughts on how you did as a coach this season?
Yeah, I fucked up.
I didn't do great. I have to take full ownership in where we are right now as a team.
Okay.
I don't know how much I'm gonna go into that, but I'll go back and reflect. And I was beating myself up every game, trying to figure out how to get us competing and playing at the highest level that we can play. And we failed. I failed, and I know that failure is a part of success. And so, with the failure, this will be time that I take and reflect and see where we can improve.
I mean, with so many changes to the lineup, so many guys in and out, are there any particular lessons that you can take from this experience? What it was like going through this, what it took to kind of get through it day in and day out, knowing that you really didn't know who was going to be in, who was out, who was hurt, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just staying steady. Sometimes you're going to get hit with some storms. Sometimes you get hit with things that you can't control. And it's easy to lash out at people and, to start behaving in a way that nobody wants to be around you. But I thought our entire group tried to stay as steady as we could and try to stay on course. And again, we didn't have the season that we wanted to have, but there's also some positives that we're going to take from this.
And through the first 3 years of your coaching career, the story was, hey, just that steady progress. The wins increase each year, and then to take a step back like this, obviously a lot of it, is out of your control. But I guess what does the path forward look like after taking this much of a step back this season?
Well, it's going to take some time, number one, and try to do some self-reflection, and we'll start getting together at some point and talking about what it looks like to move forward, to take a step.
And what it looked like to move.
And
we'll look at some houses.
It's going to start with us being healthy as a team and looking at our roster. I mean, just trying to figure out how we can be better moving forward. We don't want to have a season like this again.
And
we won't.
I'll be the first one to bring his name up.
We won't.
Zion and what he was able to do this season. What was kind of your assessment?
Don't worry about it.
Really. Obviously, the hamstring took away a big chunk of the season, but just seeing what he was able to do once he came back, I guess what's your assessment of what he was able to do this season?
Yeah, that was the positives. Is when we had our guys healthy, a lot of them performed at a high level on the floor, included. But we just didn't get a chance to see our full roster one time this season. And that's the disappointing part. But the positives is we saw improvements with Trey. We saw Zion take more steps in the right direction when he was on the floor. We got incredible play from some of our young guys. Missy was fantastic this season. We got a chance to see Antonio Reeves play more. Jose was rock solid for us again. We missed her a good portion of the season. He's so key to what we're trying to do on both ends of the floor. So those are the things that we'll start talking about, reflect on, and see how we can move forward in the right direction.
One of the biggest things that's kind of lingered over this team the last couple of years is a question about identity and how is this team going to play? Is that one of the things that you really want to hone in on this offseason and understand, regardless of who's on the roster, what Pelicans basketball really means?
Well, I think if we reevaluate the last 3 seasons before this season, we had an identity, and we were top 10 in defense. And the last about a third season, we were right there at almost top 10 in offense. So we started with our ability to guard, size. We had, wings, rebound the ball. And that's, I believe we have to move forward with that identity. And those will be some talks that we have this summer and figure out how we can continue to take steps in the right direction again.
I know it's not something where you want to put it on the players who came in, but a big part of the defense, you lost a lot of your top defenders in the offseason. Do you think maybe there was an underestimation of what their loss on the defensive end would be for the total roster?
Well, I think it was a combination of losing some of those key guys and then not having our full roster on the floor. And that's just that. We didn't get a chance
to have nothing to do with bad
coaching
coaching
at the same time. And then we could have truly assessed and evaluated, are we a good defensive team or not?
I tried, Q. I was
those are the areas
Bad
that I
coaching was a part of it.
leave the arena and really
he started off,
kind of get on
I like
myself
the part
about
he
just
said about
how to be
moving.
better defensively, how to rebound the ball,
How to be
no
better
matter
as
who
a
steps
coach.
on the floor. And that's the challenge of it. That's the area that we can get better.
When you have this kind of frustrating season, does it put a strain on the relationship with the front office, or is it still strong?
Man, ask me that
Going into
question.
This offseason, do you know where you stand in the organization, or is that something to be determined?
Right now, it's it wasn't a strain at all, but when you go through challenging seasons, it's a challenge for everybody, not just me. It's a challenge for everybody that's involved. And for me, I have compassion for all of us. All of us felt that. Everybody tried to do their job and do their part to help this team be better. And we didn't get there this season.
Enjoy.
You mentioned obviously some of the tough parts of this year.
Losing.
For you, is there any one moment that stands out? And then who did you turn to maybe like in those moments to like try to stay level headed like you mentioned?
No, it's not one moment that stood out more than any other moment. It just collectively as a whole, the challenges started from the first, even before the first game, training camp, losing Trey and then DeJounte, and it kind of, steamrolled from there. But I turned to who I always turn to. Number one is God. Just stay, continuously praying about how to lead in the right direction, how to be a servant leader, my family, and I have some mentors that I talk to as you navigate through this.
And to, I guess, his question, do you have any worries or concerns about job security going into this offseason?
There's always pressure in these
Answer
positions,
honestly.
no matter who you are. I mean, you guys are looking around the league. There's coaches that have won championships and they're not there anymore. And so
what that means
that's always going to be there. And that's why we get into this. We get into this for the pressure of it, the competitiveness of it. We know that these jobs are volatile. I haven't had any discussion, any talks yet on what that looks like for me. And so I don't know if worry is the right word to use, but you always want to go out and do your best because you can be replaced. And so it's one of the reasons that
don't worry about it.
I continue to approach it with gratitude. Every time you get an opportunity to walk into an NBA building and be a part of the NBA team, it's a true blessing.
Right. And you had yours, so it's time to go.
Does it feel like different in the coaching community now?
You had yours, it's time to go.
Teams that are back losing their job this season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happens with every organization and why they come to those decisions, but I do know there's more. It feels like there's more eyeballs on sports in general.
Thank you. I lied, bro.
Social media platform allows.
I said I was going to pay attention to his whole speech.
More access to fans. We've added the gambling piece to it.
And so
with all that, it's definitely been a position that is a vulnerable position. Like you can be replaced, but I think it's even more now with all the eyeballs.
That's always been the case. What you talking about, brother? You don't win, you get the hell out of Dodge, bro. That's the bottom line, bro. Talking about.
Can't be replaced. You will be replaced.
I think that's important. You try to look at the body of work. But I didn't give myself this job. And
now you just saw
I had to be chosen for this position, and I'm grateful to be chosen. And like I said, I haven't had any talks, so this is just me answering you guys' questions. But I'm looking forward to the next challenge ahead.
Well, you talked about how you beat yourself up after a lot of games, right? Trying to figure it out.
I
What
can't
did you
tell.
learn about
I can see Zion got beat up a bunch of games, but
like I said it
Really
before,
don't
the
really
biggest
care
thing
about
is to try to stay steady and go back to, just continue to teach. Continue to teach.
What, Coach Willie?
Pick a few concepts every day, but be the same that I was if we won.
And tell them to figure it out.
And if we lose, I'm the same. I'm trying to be pretty much the same person every day, so our group understands who I am. And there's some days I'm a little bit more amped up. Some days that I might be a little bit more calm, but for the most part, just try to stay steady, try to teach, try to help this group grow, and that's pretty much the recipe.
Do you feel like this season helped you become a better coach?
Absolutely, and I say that, and I'm gonna go evaluate and look at myself in the mirror and see where I can be better. But absolutely, I feel like it's gonna help me in the long run.
Yeah, when you become the next assistant coach of somebody else's team, that'll be good. Sorry, you got to go, brother. I'm tired of this.
Jared, you say he about to cry.
I feel like I'm making strides.
Gotta go.
Across the board, but
you say to make a stride.
Going through some difficult seasons, it definitely makes you stronger. Gives me more opportunities to teach and grow and learn and figure out who I am as I go through this as a coach. But across the board, I feel like I'm not there. I'm striving to be the best coach that I can be, and you got to go through some triumphs, but you also got to go through some difficulties.
Really, all you do is go through triumphs and difficulties. That's all you do.
How important will his continued progression be for the future of this franchise and kind of stepping into a new role?
It's going to be extremely important. I thought Trey did a really good job of elevating his game in the absence of BI, and there was a lot of guys not on the floor at times, and he'll continue to learn what that role is going to be like, continue to attack it. He's a excellent young man, so there hasn't been any issues with him, receiving coaching and stepping on the floor and giving his best. But we're all proud of some of the steps that he's taken, and I think that's some of the beauty in this, is that we didn't have the wins and the results, but we definitely saw some guys take some steps forward.
When you look at the young guys and going into this offseason, particularly the rookie class, in planning for them and their next steps, how much have you already put together for them and what you want them to accomplish in getting prepared for that next season?
Yeah, we've already had some really good talks with the coaching staff, with performance. But we'll have some
bring out the Sandman next, bro.
Hone in on what we do want this to look like for those guys as we move forward. And so we're all proud of them, but there's definitely some growth areas that we can attack this summer.
Yeah.
Outside of player changes and things
like this, the one time he was going
is there
pull all the bullshit veneer off and just
have to do
something real
next season? Obviously, fixing the
still
defense.
Keep the company man talking points.
But is there something that you saw?
You see the man? That's the company man, dude.
Yes, I have, but
I saw
again,
Q when he was asking if Willie Green get let go by the Pelicans,
finishing the season,
will we bring him back to Phoenix? And everybody
try to be careful and
yes,
jumping out there.
Yes, I don't see
talking
anything
about all the
wrong
things
with
that
him
I'm going to do or
retiring.
change. I don't
So
know
we
yet.
might get to see this shit crash and burn
we have
again.
some improvements to make. We know we had some bright spots.
I'm good
this
with him
season.
going, brother. He can go.
Phoenix people,
for me, it's
I
smart
wish
to
we could've
take some
traded him.
time, decompress a bit, continue to talk through it, and then come up with a plan of attack.
And be joyous.
Yeah. All they would have had to give us back is like some snowballs or some shit. It wouldn't even been nice.
You guys really worked together in the offseason, but you got challenged by Trey or DeJounte all their injuries. So how can this group kind of take that step forward? They won't be able to work together like a full healthy roster.
Well, there may be some times where we can get our guys together for some mini camp sort of opportunities. And Trey and Herb will be able to be present. Their presence
premature in the
means
future,
a lot
really.
to this group. Two guys that kind of started this trajectory of putting together winning seasons. So I agree. Those are key moments for us, and we'll try to have some of those this summer.
There's always like a new trend every season amongst the league. Last season, I think there's a lot of talk about Celtics are taking so many threes, doing all this stuff. This season, you're seeing such an increase in double big lineups. Bigs are back, right? You guys experimented with some of these double big lineups. Just how would you guys rate yourself as an organization, or just maybe your staff in terms of identifying what's working well in the NBA, and kind of shaping your team to match that, or finding the advantages your team might have and maybe pushing on your own trend?
Yeah, I thought we were trending in the right direction, and then this season, call it what you want, injuries, not being able to live up to the results that we wanted as a group. We didn't get there this season, but I thought we were trending in the right direction. So we'll keep looking at it. The NBA is always a revolving door. There's always changes, and we want to make sure that we, number one, again, focus on our identity, but then
what identity?
Those areas, those concepts, and see what works for us.
The one from the last 2 years he talked about.
All right, thank y'all. Appreciate you.
Hey, fuck
all right, Willie. All right, Willie, we're going to sound the alarm for Willie because this is on the way for Willie Green.
And I hope his coaching career goes just like that movie where they sound was me apart.
My goodness, man, that was Willie Green. Hopefully for the last time. DC, of course, this is a game. Shout out to the
hopefully. I ain't got no goddamn hope. It's over.
Hopefully. Over. Huh?
And they gonna be a goddamn riot. They bring Willie Green back next. Nobody ain't going for that shit, man.
It's over, huh?
They can't bring him back. I mean, David Griffin hanging on by a thread. Hopefully David Griffin is gone because we don't know how that's gonna go.
You check
Willie
me on
Green is out of here.
You checked me on the hopium just a moment ago, brother. Don't you start saying it, brother.
You you go ahead and fix that shit, though. You show David Griffin go? He out of here, IQ.
I don't, bro. Hey, listen. I told y'all it'll be. I have zero faith in the Pelicans organization, but I've said over and over again, they listen to these shows. Now, listen, there's two things DC I want to comment about Willie Green's presser that just went off. Number one, when they asked him about him and his stuff going into the future, Willie Green talked about how the people listening to the games, they have the social media, talked about the presence of social media and people and shows and stuff like that having an impact, and being that it is more critical or it's more serious, or however the term, more competitive, I guess, for lack of better terms, than what it's ever been. It's always been competitive. A lot of these other teams doing what they're doing, but like I said,
he came here from high to high from the spotlight, Q. That's why he's saying that.
Bro, listen, to Malone getting canned in Denver after winning the championship 2 years ago. Jenkins in Memphis, both of those guys were all time the greatest, they're the most winningest coaches of both franchises, getting canned within 2 weeks of the end of the season. So that put pressure on the Pelicans as an organization to do something. Whether I thought it would be enough to can Willie Green, I did not think it'll be enough to get David Griffin, because of the fact that David Griffin has insulated himself to a degree. And me personally, I didn't think the Pelicans would be astute enough to get rid of both of them at the same time, because Willie Green obviously said some stuff, and that's number one. Number two, when asked about his coaching, Willie Green said that he had improved across the board in terms of his coaching, which makes Willie Green totally delusional. Willie Green, you have not improved this year, sir. You have not improved. You say the same thing every damn game, whether they win, lose, or draw. Your strategy in terms of adjustments in the game suck. You countlessly over the games with the Pelicans, and this was before they started tanking, when they actually had Trey Murphy, Zion Williamson, they had enough people to win games. Willie Green will make curious decisions in terms of his lineups, pulling out hot players at the time to put in people that were cold, or you need an offensive player, he'll pull it out to put a defensive player, and will stall his own development. He'll stall out the team. His in-time game adjustments it sucks. Okay, let's be honest with you. He's not a good strategist in terms. He gets out coached in terms of it. Now, when the Pelicans handle business because of talent, they blow past these teams. It's easy to win those games. But when it comes down for you to coach, like it showed the 0-27 clutch time minutes, that's coaching. Pelicans would get down, they can't get back. Then you had countless games this season where the Pelicans had their talent and would lose, get just karate chopped in the third quarter or the fourth quarter. It was always some quarter where they just get destroyed in the quarter and end up contributing to them losing the game. That's coaching. That also ties into preparation. Having a team ready to play, understanding what lineups you did. Willie Green did not establish an identity for the Pelicans. He was supposed to be a defensive-minded coach. He did not establish a defensive-minded approach for the Pelicans. There were countless communication issues among the defense. These guys don't communicate well. It leads to guys overcommitting on shooters, leaving guys wide open for easy passes, backdoor cuts, all this kind of stuff. Just undisciplined, turning the ball over, that kind of stuff. It just didn't fit. And that's before the injuries came in. And of course, when they asked him about the failure of the season, the first thing he did was pivot to injuries and didn't say a damn thing about his shitty coaching. So that's what I'm saying, man. That's just a stale corporate point that we're not going for. They've been saying that for 4 or 5 years. Injuries and stuff. At some point, you got to cut it off. You either improve and fix the injury situation or shut the hell up about it. So in the end, Willie Green is more than likely going to get chopped down. We showed the report today about what Sean McDougal was talking about, which is, if you didn't hear this, let me put this on screen.
That's Sean McDougal, man. Sean McDougal be on what is it, Fox? On one of them, he be doing a sports show on the news.
So
he got some inside information. I don't think he bullshitting.
So no doubt about it. But hold on, before I get to that, DC, let me do this right. Michael, shout out to you, bro. Thank you for the super chat, man. Says Willie talking like he will be. Indeed, they were asking him questions like he was going to be here next year. Thank you, brother.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out.
Didn't Willie use a word like hopefully or something when referring to next year?
I don't know.
At the beginning of that interview, he sounded like he getting fired, man. He was talking about he's blessed and grateful to still be able to show up with joy in the beginning.
Right.
Man, that's what people say when they know they about to get let go.
But DC did he reiterate in that same interview that nobody talked to him about nothing. He said that a couple of times about it. But also, before we get into this,
a lot of times that go like that. That don't mean nothing. You know how people handle business.
Okay.
Them situations is settled before they ever come talk to you about anything. Then they might BS him like they're going to keep him while they're still trying to weigh their options and then just cut the cord. You don't know.
All right, let's pivot to Jose Alvarado. He's on the mic right now.
So much adversity, injuries, losses. I tried, after the game was over, I just tried not to let it ruin the stuff that it was positive for us. It was a fun locker room. We had a whole bunch of laughs and, something that we got to improve on is getting wins and stuff like that. But, we had a lot of things to learn from, on and off the court. Obviously, like you said, it's not the season we want, but you can't let it discipline or affect the stuff that you did learn from.
And obviously, last year, y'all getting the 49 wins and making the playoffs, that felt like something that was built up over, the first few years when y'all got here. And a lot of those guys are gone now, right? With B.I. Naj, a lot of those JV, a lot of those guys are gone. What do you think it's going to take to kind of get back to that point where y'all can win at that level with some of these new faces in the building?
Injuries. That's the most important thing. But do I think we got the guys that we could win with?
Coaching, bro. Coaching.
We got to have everybody injured. Trey Murphy got hurt. Herb Jones, I don't know how many games he played, 20 maybe, if that. The DJ, Deontay Murray, CJ. I don't know what we're going to go on Zion. I don't know what we got going on following next year. But if that same group comes back, I'm fine. I feel like if we healthy, we be in the great situations. And, that's all I could really say about that.
What do you think of just the way Willie kind of handled this season with so many guys in and out of the lineup and just kind of constant turnover with the roster?
Put yourself in his shoes.
No.
You know, he got guys that he's getting to know too as well, and then guys that he got to put confidence in themselves because they're not in the situation they're usually not in, and then he gotta, you know, build that offer. So I think he handled it as best as he could handle it. But I mean, I think he handled it actually pretty well. I'm lying, cause I lose my shit. He ain't lose his shit. You know, nah, for real. I mean, I don't know about him, but I hear all the noise and all the bullshit. But and this is not me just being, you know, protective of a coach that, you know, took a chance on me. But it
That's
did
exactly what you be
come from a place that this is coming from a place that, you know, I hear a lot of shit. But put yourself in his shoes. It's tough. Your best player gets injured, then your best defender gets injured, then your best outcoming player get injured, then one of your players get traded, then your point guard gets injured. Now you gotta rely on people that, you know, that was capable of, and he put that confidence. But then, you know, he could believe in so much that you gotta believe in yourself too. And then, you know, guys like me running plays and shooting threes that, you know, not saying I can't do it, but I'm doing it. But it's just different. It's just a different motive and different situation. I mean, like I said, I think he handled it as well as best he can. You gotta put yourself in his shoes and, you know, figure it out. You know.
And just what's your
Figure it out.
assessment of your season?
We love you, Jose.
got
but
Yeah,
very
Jose, get the hell
young
out of here with
coach,
that, bro.
first few years in
We ain't hearing
leadership,
that bullshit you talking about,
starting
man.
a
We love you,
starter,
but
you know, being a
don't
leader for some
miss me with the
young guys.
biased
How's
player
the
act,
process,
man.
just what this season has been like for you?
Funky show, man. I'm not gonna lie. Personally, man, I think I could do so much better, obviously, right? But I can't take away the shit the crap that I did good. Like, I really can't take away that. Like, I was shooting at a high clip when I needed to shoot at a high clip. Then I got in a situation that, Jose, you know, the shots that you usually turn down and drive and go kick at somebody, you might have to shoot that one. And that's the shots that stuff that I needed to prove on, and that's something I'm doing. But if you tell me I'm coming in, I'm going in with a good mindset. I mean, did I play some games like crap? Yeah, hell yeah. I take full of responsibility. Like today, I shot pretty bad, but it's not going to take a fact that when I did needed to shoot well, I did. And I think I was being that point guard what the team needed when everyone was here. And I'm just gonna run off that. You know, the summertime, I'm gonna get in shape. I'm gonna get my body ready for whatever is coming next year. Either that's playing a lot of minutes or either not playing a lot of minutes, but I'm gonna make sure my body's healthy to take enough load, whatever they throw at me. But man, I just can't wait to all the faces and all the noises that's out there, and then I come back and be a person that I know I could be.
To that point, obviously you playing tonight, a lot of the guys sat. Like, how important was it for you to like finish this season strong and potentially the right way, I guess? And because it seems like the fans really appreciate like you being out here on like a night like this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out there whatever I could do for the fans. For me personally, I mean the fans are the best things. You know, coming home and they don't gotta cheer for me or make noise when they hear say my name. Like the season ain't going as well as they want it to go well as well either. So for them to just do that, and it just shows that they care about just people that's going out there is gonna play hard. You know, and that's something that we gotta keep doing and keep building on. And this team gotta just build off that. You know, the energy is gonna be contagious. So next year, bring the same energy, please. At least, you know, for me too. But yeah, I mean, it was important for me just to go out there and finish strong. Very up and down with me if I wanted to play or not. But man, my role is never guaranteed. You know, next year I gotta come in and fight and do the same thing and figure out what was my role. Am I in the rotation? I'm not in the rotation, but in my mind, I'm coming to be in a rotation.
You mentioned this locker room being a fun locker room, and a lot of times when a team loses 60 plus games, a locker room can fracture. You can hear about different guys maybe splitting. Half a group feels this way, half the group feels that way, but it's never seemed like y'all didn't like each other. Y'all have always seemed like y'all have had good vibes and a good mood to you. Why do you feel like this locker room is maybe different from some others that has been witnessed in the NBA in the past?
That's a good question. Because we did mess with each other. I mean, I mess with everybody in there. I got love for I see them more than I see my family. So, yeah, did we fight? Yeah, but that's brothers. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we just didn't figure out on the court in the sense of every day it was new. It was a new somebody new. Every day it was something that Jose, you gotta do this, or every day was like somebody gotta do something different that we was comfortable of. Like I said, from what our originally role was. So it was just not a good match. And I guess you should say, but we never hated on each other. We never came back. Even if we did have bad energy, I give it to CJ. Always being a professional, being a pro, and kept the locker room and said it's a basketball game at the end of the day and keep on improving. And, that's something CJ really did really well. And, just hanging in there.
It's obvious that injuries played the biggest part, right, in derailing this season. But I'm curious, how much do you think that the trades of and seeing Najee, JV, Dice, and Nance all leave affected the team, right? Especially from a defensive standpoint.
I mean, Dyson might win Defensive Player of the Year. You miss those guys tremendously. Obviously, I talk to Najee every day. He's having a hell of a year too. Just building off of what he, here. But it could have went the other way too. It's just something. That's just how basketball grows. Basketball goes. Do we miss them? Yeah. But who knows if the same situation would have been if they was here or not. Did we win a lot of more games? Yeah. But also the injury took a lot of part. We didn't have as much injuries back then when they was here, but we had a lot of injuries this year. So every season is a little different. But yeah we missed those guys for sure. Yeah. Those are the big culture part of that team. But this is why this game is about opportunities, and guys got to step up and take the advantage of the missing piece.
Do you feel like players after a season like this might need to brace themselves for changes or a shakeup either in the front office or the staff or even on the roster, just because of the way this business has been?
They don't let us down.
Some winning coaches being let go.
He gonna just
got traded. Better be prepared. You don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, losing season 2, but you just got to go in there and prepare yourself for bad news, good news, different news, whatever you got to do. You got to prepare yourself because it is a business at the end of the day, and you got to win games, and that's what this whole game is about.
And now, as you kind of look forward to what it's going to be like in the future, how big is it going to be for y'all? As well as it sounds like kind of be the vets in the locker room, the stabilizing force for this franchise as you kind of prepare for uncertain future.
Now it's not more like, damn, they really good. It's more like they better get the job done. Now is Trey Murphy got paid to be the guy, and which he's going to be the guy. Herb not just put himself in a situation of being first team for no reason. He got to come in and be the same, defensive player of the year or defense first team. Me, got to just continue improving and not be just the role guy sometimes. I put myself in a shoe that coach and the organization gave me a chance to show that I could do more than just, sometimes make a shot. We trust you. You got to do that, because if you don't, all that was, they were so good, or this came in good, it means nothing. You got to go win games. So me, Herb Jones, Trey Murphy, me, those three, let's go win games, and let's do what we were supposed to be doing this whole time.
We talked about coming to maybe next season, fighting for a spot, but it stands to reason that you probably would have an expanded role given to DeJounte Murray's Achilles injury, not knowing he's going to come back. So just kind of this something, where's your mental preparation look like heading to next season, knowing that your role will probably still be expanded?
I want them to trust me. I want them to come in and trust them that I can hold it down until he comes back. And and that's something I'm going in the summertime. If I have Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, and Zion, or whoever's here in the sense of CJ on a wing with me, I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine regardless. I think my mindset is coming in. I think they need a point guard. I'm right here, but they might think that, and I hope they do. But I'm gonna make sure when I come in, they know that. That's the difference. That they like we could trust him. That's the thing. Can we trust him? Can we trust him? Because I think one thing this year, our mental lap was a big thing for me, and that's something I'm going to improve on, and keep on growing. But I'm gonna take that step. Like I said, I'm gonna prepare my body for whatever it is. 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, but come in and show that you got a point guard.
Because there were some positives you would take out of this season, like whether it's getting through adversity, maybe ease growth. Some of the young guys that we didn't expect to get minutes, maybe they earned rotation minutes for next year.
Yeah, that's the thing we gotta look forward to. A season like this, you can let the guys grow. You let those Eves, Tone, KB, you let those guys show that they able, to stay here and play. And Eve did a hell of a job. Like, to be honest, when I first saw Eve, I'm like, oh hell no. But then when he came in, I was like, oh hell yeah! Like he's good. He improved. He showed that he could play. He showed that he could be our starting center. We all need work, yeah, and that's something he's gonna improve though. Like, I'm pretty sure the front or whoever's gonna tell him what he needs to improve on, and then he comes back and do what he needs to do. He's gonna be fine. Everybody's gonna be, all the young guys is gonna be just fine.
Thanks for
Appreciate you, bro. I've been good.
Good summer.
All right, DC, thoughts on what you heard from Jose Alvarado, brother?
First off, man, I didn't get a chance to say it earlier. Just RIP to Karen Lacey. Just wanted to say that at some point during the show. Young brother that had a lot of promise and potential to get on the right track and fix his life, but won't get the opportunity to due to unfortunate circumstances. So
get a little closer to your mic, DC, so we can hear you clearer, bro.
I was just saying RIP to him and condolences to his family, man.
Right.
But Jose, typical kind of company man talk. I'm glad he's looking at the situation and he's feeling the fire, because a lot of times when coaches get fired, players start getting moved around and fired as well, cut, traded, what have you. So he's talking about going in the off season and preparing to be our starting point guard, and that's kind of the mindset you want Jose to be in. Not really ecstatic about put yourself in his shoes, is Willie Green talk, but in one way I don't like it, and in another way, it's a little admirable in a way for him to stand up and step up for his guy that is his coach. He's still on the ship, even though it's a sinking ship. And he ain't jumping off just because it's going down, regardless of how we might view it and, living in the land of truth. But, sometimes you're on a losing team, man, and loyalty might take over
common sense.
Logic. Yeah. So, I ain't got no problems with what Jose said. Shout out to him for standing 10 toes down on what he believes in. I have seen an improvement, with him this season. His game definitely did grow. I don't know where Jose's ceiling would be. I don't think it's ever a perennial like all-star, or I think he could one day reach being a quality starter in the league. I don't know if that's going to be for us though, but he definitely has shown at every turn he can continue to improve and grow his skill set. Never been a horrible shooter, but this year to me, he did some of his best shooting, and he kind of took on the role of being a full-time point guard, and his facilitation duties, weren't bad as well. A lot of times Jose came in and provided an excellent spark from the point guard position with the facilitation, but there's times where he's not DeJounte. So, there's times where you're like, man, it just ain't happening with Jose right now. And the unit we got out there, and him and the CJ lineup ain't looking the best. But I think we got something in Jose. We got him here for another year on a reasonable contract. Not sure what's going to happen after that, because the Pels done themselves a doozy with the contracts that they have and what they got on their books. CJ will free up some money, but when you get rid of CJ and free up some money, I mean, are you going to go big game hunting, or we going to use that money to constantly flow in and out quality depth pieces, or, a viable starter here or there? So we got to see the game plan, but first we got to see who's going to be in the building. And right. Jose's still going to be here, so.
You're right. He's still under contract. You're right. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting nonetheless, DC, but yeah, it's regardless or not, it's time for a major swing, man, to happen. When you win 21 games in a season, And the team has been dealing with injuries, not just for this year. A lot of these people got short-term memory loss or something going on.
Been dealing with injuries the whole David Griffin tenure.
The whole thing, man, for his whole tenure. So that means that you didn't do what you were supposed to do to build a competent staff to absorb the injuries, because I don't hear that shit from Boston. I don't hear that from OKC. I don't hear from these other teams that are playing at a high level of basketball, but yet and still every year it's the Pelicans, and we supposed to throw something in the water. Ain't nothing in the water. That's preparation and how you handle things, man. These people, whatever's in the water in Boston's in the water in New Orleans, or in the air or whatever, the curse, all that simple-minded shit, man. This is preparation, and you got to do the right thing. David Griffin didn't do what he was supposed to do in terms of this building his team, and he had 6 years. 6 years, 2 playoffs, man. Missed me with that. Go ahead, DC.
Oh, I was just saying, like you said, it ain't nothing in the water. Like, you got all these other teams. Like, how can LSU do it? How can Tulane do it? If it's something in the water. What about UNO? Like, are they whole lineups getting wiped out?
No.
And these ain't even professionals. These are collegiate athletes, semi-professionals. They on the level of getting there. So it's like you start looking around. It's like, oh man, it must be something in New Orleans, and they cursed because the Pelicans and the Saints. Well, look around. What about all the high school teams that play in the Superdome? Have y'all ever seen in the state championship for football in high school? They just playing, and on both sides, just the whole starting lineup just go out during the championship game. You know what I'm saying? Because of the curse. You know what I'm saying?
Simple.
That is definitely crazy. David Griffin ain't do what needed to be done. It was obvious. Don't know if maybe what he wanted to do, Miss Griffin didn't want to pay all that money because he seemed to be a little flamboyant, if you know what I mean.
What you mean, DC? What you mean flamboyant? What you mean he was flamboyant? What you mean?
What flamboyant mean to you?
He was flashy. Flashy, is that what you mean? Flamboyant?
Yeah, if by flashy I mean, playing the piano for somebody at like 1 a.m. for another man.
Okay, DC, that's I got you.
There you go. But I don't know if he tried to go over the top, you know what I'm saying? He wanted like sequence and stuff on the whole thing, and he wanted all razzle dazzle. That's better words for you, Q?
You turn that boy into what's the name? Into Liberace, boy.
Liberace or Versace?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay, all right. There's levels to this shit. I got you now.
Oh yeah, man. If you know, you know. But yeah. So regardless of what Miss Benson allowed him to have, or how big she allowed that purse to be open, he had more than enough ability to be able to fix, injury issues in a matter of 6 years. And the thing I really want to say before we go ahead and move on, Willie Green getting up there talking about he's never experienced quite the injuries like this. Man, we had 2 to 3 other injury-riddled seasons. What are you talking about? We had the same low-level results. We won a few more games, so I guess maybe he not looking at it like that because he was happy with that because we got, maybe 10, 12 games under 500. That was an accomplishment for Willie or something. I don't know. But we had other seasons where, Zion was hurt. Brandon Ingram was hurt. In and out. You got Trey Murphy hurt. Herb hurt. You got, who else was hurt, man? Dyson Daniel missing time. What are they talking about? This shit is the norm. Like last year, right. We had a healthy year, and let's say Zion's rookie year, the team was relatively healthy. Stan Van Gundy year was relatively healthy. The Willie Green era, other than last year, was riddled with a bunch of different injuries. CJ getting collapsed lungs left and right and all type of shit. Somebody was always missing time. And a lot of time they start missing time together. One fall and the other fall. And Jonas Valanciunas was our one go-to. And he was the main person, in my opinion, why a lot of those seasons didn't look like shit. Because when a lot of people went down, you could always kind of have Jonas be. They didn't use him like a number one guy, but when everybody got hurt, he definitely was like a quality number 2 guy. and they kind of flowed a lot of things through him. And you could depend on Yonder, man. Yonder's getting you double-doubles every time somebody getting hurt, 20 points plus some nights, but definitely going to be 18 every night, when you give him his touches. So I don't know what the hell Willie talking about and this whole injury shit. That's the one thing I love about this being over, Q. I'm sick of hearing about but the injuries. And we got two franchises in New Orleans running the same game.
That's all they do all the time, and it would be allowed and accepted if it was an isolated season or even 2. We talking about over 4 years of this thing going over and over again. Injury all the time. I don't want to hear it anymore. The Saints said that for the last 3 years. It's a way of justifying failure so these dudes can keep their jobs. If you're a decision maker and because injuries just didn't pop up on you, like matter of fact, David Griffin talked about him. He admitted to saying that he didn't build the team correctly. Maybe I didn't build the team correctly. We got to build it stronger. I'm like, you were 6 years in and you just said that? We've been saying that.
Just figuring that out?
We've been saying that for over 5 years now. Well over 5 years about this team. You have to be constructed a certain way. You got to spend the money on the medical staff. Now, they did get Amy, but that's not it.
Hold up, Big Q.
Got one person.
Marley is up here messing with me, man. It's just water, Marley. The name of the shit is just water.
That's just the container, bro. That's just the container. DC got rum.
I done messed up our advertising dollars, man. We ain't even get paid for that. We ain't promoting no water over here, huh, Q? Because they gonna want to take their check back for this shit.
Nah, brother, it's all right, brother. We good.
Just water, Marley. Ain't no rum in here.
Hey,
ain't got no coconuts.
Hold on, DC. Check out Marley's comment here. Detroit has stuff in the water.
Oh, that's cold. That's cold.
But
that's cold.
That's funny, but that's true. Let's give Marley a round of applause.
It's funny because it's true.
Wow, they got stuff in the water for real, and yet then that's Trajan Langdon.
Yeah, that's the mentality of winners too, man. Winners ain't gonna let nothing stop them, man. It don't matter the circumstances. When you fix the circumstances, they just get better at winning. But they're gonna figure out how to win no matter what.
Right. And that's the whole part. Michael says, good show, fellas. How did Houston come up that quick from the bottom and the Pelicans can't? It's how the team was constructed.
They didn't have any injuries.
Man, listen, that's
what David Griffin to tell you.
That's what he's going to say. And Willie Green, who's the company man, Willie Green, like I said, fam, Willie Green did not improve in his 4th year. Willie Green set up at this press conference a few minutes ago and said that he approved in his coaching across the board. He said that. I said I gave you a breakdown on why I disagree with that. Willie Green did not improve, and it had nothing to do entirely with a lot of the players. The Zion Williamson thing, we didn't have Zion. A lot of that was the Pelicans holding them out, being extra restrictive. We forget that.
Say Q.
Go ahead.
You think Willie was still drinking the Detroit water the
No,
whole time he was coaching?
Hurt. No, because he wasn't.
Well, I mean, the water goes through the brain, too.
DC, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
A dehydrated person, bro, they ain't going to be operating at 100% mentally.
Willie goes to the store and he buys the fluoride water. That's what
he could just use the tap water. He go to the store and still get the raw water.
He gets the fluoridated water. That's the water with the pink label. You ever seen that when you go to the store?
You got the water with the extra fluoride in it?
Man, they got it. It was the pink label.
For my teeth. It's good for my teeth.
I want to say it's the water with the pink label.
They call it that?
Bro, hold on here. Hold on. And
Evian got like a pink label. I know you ain't talking about them, huh?
Water, pink label. Y'all seen it? Put one in the chat if y'all seen water with the pink label.
Fluoridated water. Wow.
It's water. It was with the pink label, and they actually got a baby on front that water on that bottle, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of dude. I ain't lying, bro. You ain't seen it in the store, bro. Hold on, let me see. Watch this. Hold on, y'all know I gotta bring it to you. Hold on, let me see. Hold on.
They put a baby on front of the water.
Yeah, it's called nursery baby water, fluoride added. DC, I ain't lying, bro. Yeah, it is right here. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it.
Baby drinking the water and crying at the same time every time.
Look, here it is right here. Look.
With added fluoride. As if the regular fluoride they're already dumping on us from Nazi Germany ain't enough, huh?
Nah, I'm just saying, brother. Truth is truth. But anyway, let's get back. I know, brother. But let's get
We're
right
gonna get
back.
off topic with that one, bro.
Yeah, we're going to get way off topic. But let's hit
We
this up.
lost you with the baby, man. I was like, God damn, bro. That's cold-blooded, bro.
Cold-blooded. Well, Pelicans will finish the season, tough season. They fall to OKC 115-100. Finish the season 21-61. That's right. 2-1-6-1 Pelicans on the season. It's over.
Oh, I thought we did this shit already.
No, we didn't, DC, because we had to talk about some other stuff first, but we'll get into it and through it. This is the final stat read of the year, DC, so you should be happy with that, brother. All right, it's brought to you by Wiggins, who scored 28 points on the Pelicans tonight. For the stat read, Pelicans went 35-91 in the final regular season game, 38.5% from the field. They were 7 of 38 from downtown for 18.4%. They went 23 of 30 for almost 77%. In terms of the OKC Thunder, 41 of 91 for almost 42%. They were 9 of 47 from downtown for 19%. They were 24 of 27 from the foul line, almost 89%. They out-rebounded the Pelicans 54-47, in which they had 17 offensive rebounds. Pelicans did beat them in assists 22-16. Steal game is OKC 8-6, 4 all on the blocks. Total turnovers, Pelicans held them down 13, but giving up 17 points versus the Thunder 10, giving up 9. Thunder did win the fast break points 13-9 and beat the Pelicans in points in the paint 60-32. The Pelicans never led in this game, and the lead was at one point as large as 23 for the OKC Thunder. Individual stat read for our Pelicans to finish the season. Top scorer was 20 points from Antonio Reed. In 39 minutes of action, he was 0 of 14. He was 8 of 14 from the field, 0 of 4 from downtown. Finished with 20 points and 6 rebounds. 18 points from Jamal Cain. In 28 minutes of action, he finished with 4 rebounds, an assist, and a steal for Jamal Cain. 17 from Lester Quinones in 34 minutes of action. 17.6 rebounds. 5 rebounds, 6 assists for Lester Quinones. We like that kid. 15 points from Keon Brooks and 6 rebounds for him with 2 assists, 2 steals. 14 from Jose Alvarado to finish the game. 4 assists, 3 rebounds. He had 2 steals in 34 minutes of action. 10 for Jeremiah Robinson Earl to go along with 16 rebounds. He had 5 assists in 33 minutes of action. Alfred Payton in 18 minutes had 3 points, 3 assists, and 2 boards. 3 for Kyler Kelly in 15 minutes. He finished with 3 points and 5 rebounds. And that'll do it for the Pelicans stat read right there. DC, it's over. We have no more previews to talk about in terms of the Pelicans. It's a done data. It's a done deal. It's over with. If Pelicans finish 21-61, what say you of this one, bro? Thoughts on the game or anything?
No thoughts on the game because it's the last game. I was absolutely happy. I sat in front of my TV, joyous as I pretended to watch this nothing game, and did other things. I actually had fun playing with my baby. She didn't watch the shit either. The player stats, I guess I could touch on that a little. Antonio Reeves, is definitely a bright spot. He always leaves his fingerprint on the game when they give him significant minutes in one way or the other. This is one of those games where he had a pretty solid night, man. He had those couple 3-pointers here and there. Just overall intelligent basketball play, and that's how he came out ready because we know he ain't learned none of this shit from Willie Green. So shout out to him, man. Looking forward to see what we can do and how we can utilize him next year and what we can make out of where they put him on the roster. Because I don't know where we would play him because it's almost like him and Jordan Hawkins are competing for the same spot when you really look at it. Like he's a 2 guard. He's like too small to be a 3. His handle's not really there yet, in my opinion, to be a point guard. Even though I think his I thought he hit a couple of threes. He didn't hit any threes. His playmaking ability I think is okay. So it's really weird to see how we're gonna be able to utilize him. And then we got Lester Quinones, he gonna get some shots up, bro. Led the team in shots tonight. 17.
I like him, DC. I
like
think
him
he should
too,
be
but,
kept around, man. I like his game, man.
I like him too. I think. What do you think? We put him on a two-way spot.
Yes.
Yeah, I like him with a two-way spot. I don't know if he's earned a roster spot yet. But judging the Pels and how we be shopping at Dollar General for players, we might have to give him a roster spot. He might be one of the only people we could afford after we get a couple other people. So we'll see. So you got Lester Quinones. I love his confidence, man. He willing to go out there and he kind of takes command and he playing like he been on the team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
6
good. I
assists
like
tonight.
that. Right.
He's solid brother.
Fearless player too,
Definitely
bro.
fearless.
Is he aggressive?
Fearless.
I like that guy. I like Quinones. I hope they keep him around, man.
Got to the free throw line. You know what I'm saying?
Shoot the 3 too.
Who else, man? Keon Brooks. He's been doing some solid stuff too. Like what I see from him. That's my other guy I would have with that two-way spot. Lester Quinones and Keon Brooks. Unless you just get somebody awesome out of the draft, and you might have to make a tough decision. I ain't even gonna talk about Jamal Cain. Shit's a waste of time. Get him off the team. I don't care if he scored 18 tonight and all of that.
Damn, DC.
I don't, man. It's just he's been unimpactful all year. Even when they start giving him more minutes, like games earlier, unimpactful. The last week and a half of the season, he started putting up 18, 17. Man, I don't want to hear that shit, man. Too little, too late. But maybe he get on track for somebody else. I don't wish the brother a bad career or nothing. I just don't want him here no more. And let down too many nights. Thought you could do something. Too many embarrassing plays, in my opinion. You just don't have it, man. I think we can do better. Timu Naji been playing better than him, in my opinion.
Yeah, he has. Yes.
Yeah. I'd rather keep him over Jamal Cain. And Jamal Cain, it ain't like he, no rookie or nothing, a 2-year player. Jamal Cain, I think, is he going on his 4th, 5th year or something like that?
26 years old. He been in the game, bro.
Yeah, he been in the league for a while, man. I'll pass. Jeremiah Robinson Earl had a career high in rebounds, tonight. Thought that was solid. To me, I'm not a big JRE fan. I think this is Willie's guy, and him and Jamal Cain should go with Willie. But I don't know if we still have him under contract. Maybe we could work him in a trade and get something for him. If we do keep him, I wouldn't hate him on the team. He's a effective player, I think, if used the right way and intelligently. But when just the overuse of him from Willie Green, I guess, has traumatized me with JRE. And I just keep seeing him shoot these threes, and his form actually looks pretty good. But his threes rarely ever go in. It's the weirdest shit. It's a pretty shot. You get it, and it's like, oh, that might go in. And it don't never go in, Q. Never. Every once in a while, he might hit one. But it looked good every time. I'm like, how do you keep missing? That is a skill. So, no disrespect to JRE, but if we have other players, he's one of the guys I think, we can move around. I ain't really worried about coming back. I talked about what I wanted from my big men. Backcourt, front court. And he would be probably a casualty if you get somebody like a Miles Turner or whatever. The other cat out of Orlando. Damn, I can't remember his last name right now. But the Wagner, Motaz Wagner, Franz's brother. If some type of way you could finesse him, and you couldn't get Miles Turner, that would be, to me, at the detriment of having to get off a guy like JRE to free up a spot.
Well, it'll be very intriguing, DC, to see. Let me put these up right here. This contract, as we kind of move from that aspect of the show as we recap that and head to the next round. What's next for the Pelicans?
Yeah, I got to be gone at 7, Big Q. Just letting you know, bro.
Well, okay, brother. We got you. All right, Pelicans, this is what it is right now with 25-26 active cap situation. Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, CJ McCollum, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, Kelly Olynyk, Jordan Hawkins, Jose Alvarado, Misi, Peyton, Brandon Boston, Antonio Reeves, Carlo Mekabic,
Oh yeah, we got Brandon Boston, man. We got some players, man.
and Lester Quinones.
We get like three really good players in there. You know, a starter quality guy, or all-star quality guy, and two really good depth guys at various positions. We might be able to do something next year. The right coach, right situation, and you get hopefully, and we get, let's say we're going to get a quality draft pick. You know, the Pels ain't as bad off as it may seem, as long as David Griffin and Willie Green is out here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things people looking at is the fact that they're kind of looking at what happens with Willie Green, because a lot of people, include myself and you, believe or know that the joint is, what happens at the head coach level. I think Willie Green, and basically, he's just not much of a coach. I mean, we need somebody that's, especially when you see Malone and Taylor Jenkins, these guys are way better than Willie Green, which kind of pivots us to, that this article, and we covered this earlier in the broadcast about Shamit Dula report. There has been chatter in the league circles about NBA executive Joe Dumars returning to Louisiana. Dumars has strong ties to the NOLA ownership and leadership. And this is what was said. Good morning. Over the past week, noise has been steadily getting louder in league circles that David Griffin's time in New Orleans is coming to an end. I won't say this is a foregone conclusion, but this is the loudest I've ever heard it. Shout out to Shamit. And also, just to add to it, the article right here from Bleacher Report, as we jump right into it, Pelicans reportedly bracing for David Griffin's exit. Willie Green's status is tenuous.
Wait. Why did they word it like that? Pelicans bracing for David Griffin, so David Griffin is going to step down? The way it's worded, they don't sound like they firing him.
I don't know why this is the writer.
Why would they word it that way?
I don't know. Let's get into the article. Maybe they give us some insight here. New Orleans Pelicans, mired in a 21-60 season, could be in line for some major changes this offseason, according to NBA reporter Mark Stein. So Mark Stein said, this is our executive vice president of basketball operation, David Griffin's sixth season in charge, and there are some in New Orleans league circles, sources say, who are undeniably bracing for his exit, with head coach Willie Green's status also tenuous. This is what Mark Stein said. So he's just quoting the title from what Stein is saying. Green's just 148 and 179 in 4 seasons with the Pelicans, leading the team to a pair of playoff appearances, but no series wins. One main point for both men has been the offseason decision to acquire guard DeJounte Murray for Dyson Daniels, E.J. Liddell, Cody Zeller, Larry Nance Jr., and a pair of first-round picks. Murray has appeared in 31 games this season, missed 17 games early in the season with a broken hand before a torn right Achilles tendon in his season in late January. As Stein wrote, quote, the pain of Murray's limited availability, meanwhile, was only exacerbated by the rise of Daniels in Atlanta after the Pelicans included him in the Murray deal. Daniels has emerged as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and his rise has been the source of tension in the organization this season, with Green facing questions internally about his perceived past preferences for playing pesky guard Jose Alvarado rather than Daniels. Some of New Orleans struggles, and this is Mark Stein reporting now, some of New Orleans struggles this season, of course, has simply been down to terrible luck with injuries and all of that. Well, this is the writer, actually, Timothy Rappel, saying
it's almost like they be listening to our show. Q, didn't we say that we like Jose, but why is Jose playing over Dyson Daniels?
Been saying it for 10 years.
We were saying that for so long.
We've been talking this for a while.
Wow.
We ain't ups to this, bro. We've been out here, bro, for a long time. Murray, Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram never shared the floor together as a trio before Ingram was dealt to Toronto in February. Alvarado, Trey Murphy III, and Herbert Jones also suffered significant injuries this season. C.J. McCollum was shut down in late March for the remainder of the season due to a bone bruise in his right foot. The direction of the Pelicans going forward and who shapes the future if Griffin and Green find themselves on the hook remains to be seen. The talented but injury-prone Williamson will probably remain the centerpiece of the organization, in part because it's hard to imagine any other team giving up the market value in a trade for a player who struggles to stay healthy and has 3 years at $126.3 million remaining on his contract. Winning the lottery would be huge for the Pelicans, obviously, giving them a new franchise cornerstone in Cooper Flagg, but the Pels currently have just a 12.5% chance to do so while there is a 44.6% chance they fall out of the top 5 and miss out on the top prospects. It's a big summer for New Orleans. The franchise appears to be at a fork in the road, and there remains a lot of doubt about whether the pairing of Griffin and Green will decide which way. Hold on, I said it again. There remains a lot of doubt about whether the pairing of Griffin and Green will decide which route they go. All right, so that's Timothy Rapp from Bleacher Report, basically talking about what's going on with the Pelicans. Me personally, I like this, DC. I like this because this is something we've been talking about for a while, and listen, 6 years is a long time to be running an organization. To have 2 playoff appearances in 6 years, it's not good. Three for 6 is 50%. That's decent. But all of the stuff that we've been dealing with since David Griffin's been here, not just the losing, but it's how he's run the team, how he's surrounded himself with inexperienced people. He picked this guy to be the general manager. This guy, what's his name? He's never visible, didn't do a press conference all season long. He did these weird secret agreements behind the cover, giving extensions to Willie Green before the season was done, giving himself.
Don't forget his main job, too, because, he's president of basketball operations. He's supposed to be in charge of image. We got the worst image in the league because of him. He messed up at every turn you can mess up at, man.
He did. He
kept
really
trying
did.
To put his hands on everything, and he couldn't do nothing.
That's why he got fired. That's why he tried to build a basketball cult. He did. And like I said, picking up Willie Green, when he got rid of Stan Van Gundy, he pivoted to an inexperienced coach. He puts these people around him that's inexperienced so he can manipulate and control them. And that ultimately going to get him fired. So like I said, I'm happy for the fact that the Pelicans, Dennis Lauscher, the leadership group, because the only one guy above him that could put the can on him, that's 2 people. That's Gail Benson and Dennis Lauscher. And let me tell you something, bro. I've been hitting these people, and the family members, whether it's Saints or Pelicans, have been tearing them up. The media has now jumped on board for the last several years. DC yourself, no, it wasn't talking like that. But I've been talking like this for a very long time, and we've gotten that message out there. I've went at Dennis Lauscher. I went at Gail Benson about these losing teams, all this crap that's going on, these inexperienced morons at the top of the team not knowing what they're doing, and it's time for a change. So it's good if this is indeed true, if Shamadula and Mark Stein are accurate about Joe Dumars coming here to take, because right now Joe Dumars is not in the NBA. As a NBA executive, he works for the league office. So he took a position in the league office.
He collecting data, Q, for us.
He in the league office right now. But if the money right, remember the first time they stopped Joe Dumars, because he wanted a VP job. When I tell people this all the time, the VP job was created for Joe Dumars, and they did that when Tom Benson was alive. They was trying to get him there until Joe told him then, "Hey man, I'm interested." And then when he told him what he wanted, Tom Benson said, "Oh no," and then gave the VP job to Dale Demps, and he was the GP and GM. The VP and GM, and he was already the GM. VP job was there. The highest you could be as a general manager until Tom did that. But now
up there in the skybox sipping daiquiris all the time.
Now can his wife get it right where he failed initially to bring respectability? DC, Joe Dumars comes in and brings respectability as a VP. I know one thing.
He does, but he scared me. He scared me in one area.
Okay, hold on, DC. Let me finish my thought. I want to hear that, because if he's the guy and if you are accepting what they're saying, because I don't know. It'll be too much for me to ask for that the Pelicans would get rid of both David Griffin and Willie Green at the same time. That's almost too much to work.
They copycats, man. Like in Denver showed you. They had to look at Denver and be like, well, damn, Denver did it. I didn't know we could do that. So you know how they are, bro.
All right.
Now, if nobody else did it this year, then you're probably right. But I think seeing Denver do it in the level of winning that they had already achieved, and they were willing to do that, they were like, you know what? Maybe that's not a bad idea. We thought that was going too far. You don't do this, that. But this team won a championship, and look at their standards. We want to get up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a copycat thing. But with Joe, what scares me though, I'm not saying we the best drafting team, but I just cannot get that thought out of my head of Joe Dumars taking Darko Milicic over Carmelo Anthony. They're completely franchise altering. They definitely would have still won a championship with Carmelo. They probably would have won 2 or 3 more. And then can you imagine that team with Carmelo Anthony? And then they brought on AI later. What would that have looked like? Because we know how AI and Carmelo looked in Denver. So I think Joe can fix a lot of the culture issues. He can definitely bring a winning mentality to our team.
DC
And we can get rid of these pussy ass ways, that the pussy ass weasel brought here. We can get that out the building. And just the draft aspect of him is where I wonder, and his ability to I guess build something around Zion. I think Joe probably can do it, and I think Zion would actually probably like him. Just all of these old school type guys, to me, is more kind of that feel or the type of people that get through to Zion. He's a new generational player, but he responds well to the old school ways. So I think that may be a good idea. And then with his connection with guys in Boston, could you imagine Zion being able to chop it up with somebody like Ben Wallace? They just bring Ben Wallace in to talk to him a few times. Just stuff like that. Or get Rasheed Wallace in his ear or something. How that would change Zion's mentality and him as a player. So I think Joe brings a lot of positives to our team in particular. And then the fact that he is really, really, really going to win. Hometown dude, man. He want to see the franchise succeed. First and foremost, even before getting his paper. He want that paper, and I ain't mad at him. But he actually wants to win. He not just coming here to get a cush job. Like, he wants to come here to win and put a winner in his hometown city. Something that he would like watching as well as us. And, putting Joe there, we're going to have that thing that we always talked about, Big Q. The team will finally be a representation of the people. They're going to put players there that embody the type of attitude of the people we have here in New Orleans.
That's how you gain identity, bro. That's how you gain identity.
Because it's a part of who you are. You don't have to. It's not something you have to teach. The type of players that fit what you build in here. And to me, it's it's like them down south guys. I think we already started doing it when we were looking for a lot of these, the Alabama pipeline and different stuff like that. I don't think that was a bad idea. Getting you had Brandon Ingram and Zion from both from South Carolina. Kind of down south. Like, they were going in the right direction. They just didn't fill in the other places, man. Like, you do all of that, and then you get a reserve guy like Cody Zeller. That shit don't fit at all. Like, it just, what are you trying to do here? You know what I mean? Like, you building a team, because Zion is somebody who you got to build some toughness with a player like Zion, man. You can't have a finesse team and your star player is Zion. You got to be willing to get dirty and gritty a little bit, because that's his game. So the role players got to embody that. I mean, you're going to have some specialists on the team. You're going to have your Jordan Hawkins and guys that specialize in area shooting or whatever. But you got to – we need some crazy people here. So I know Joe Dumars is going to do that. He's going to get some of them Detroit-type bad boys guys of the heyday that's willing to roll up their sleeves and get dirty, man. I think Najee was that. We really miss having him. Been nice to keep him on the team, especially seeing what he's doing in Dallas. Really like Najee. But at $30 million, I don't know. But on a regular team, it wouldn't have really mattered. But our team, like, we just so cash strapped. But I think Joe can definitely fix that aspect of the Pels. But like I said, to end out, drafting is where I am nervous. So I don't know if we keep Bryce around and kind of make him. I mean, he said nothing ain't changed anyway with his new player.
I don't think so, DC. I think Joe Dumars comes in, he's gonna bring his own people, man. I mean,
you don't think Bryce is like, because Bryce has credit for Yves Missi, and he discovered Trey Murphy, man.
That's fine.
They were talking to Trey Murphy way when he was before he went to Virginia, when he was with Rice.
That's fine,
so
bro.
we keep him as something like on the squad. I think he has an ability that's usable?
I'm asking in terms of like Joe Dumas comes in here, man. The relationship, like David Griffin, is a guy that is an octopus. He's a control freak. Joe Dumas don't have a control freak style. He appoints guys to do jobs. He watches them. If they don't do their jobs, then he kind of steps in. He ain't a control freak octopus like this other guy is. So Bryson Graham will be counted on to become a NBA GM. He will have to do his job. And I just wonder if he can do that, and is as inexperienced as he is, because the guy is, I don't have any confidence in him. I mean, he didn't hold one press conference this year. He's an NBA general manager. He didn't do not one press conference to talk about nothing with his team. He's a general manager. He didn't hold the only press conference he did was the press conference when he sat next to David Griffin. It almost looked like he gave him.
I'm just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here.
Well, nothing really changed except for the title.
Nothing. I'm still bringing them coffee. I'm still sweeping the floors, but I'm still an NBA general manager.
Price.
Dude didn't do nothing. He didn't do one press conference this whole year. That's not, in my opinion, that's not a general manager. Supposed to be leading or doing something. I understand he had something to do with some of the development of these players, but as a general manager, man, you need to do a lot more. You got to be vocal. You got to be out there. You got to be answering questions. You got to be visibly seen and talking to people, letting people know what's going on with this team. Don't just disappear. These people literally disappeared behind the scenes while the teams were falling through the floor, while all this stuff was happening. They literally hid from the Pelicans. The press conference you got from David Griffin was when they hired Kellen Moore as the Saints hired him as a head coach. He snuck in there and did a press conference the same day, knowing that he wouldn't be the big news story of the day. So incredibly conniving.
Pussy ass weasel.
None of this stuff works. We see all of that sneaky, underhanded crap that he does. Yeah, he just slimy. That's a slimy dude signing contracts behind the scenes. 6 months later, they let it leak for one day, not allowing the press to talk about it. That's a weasel, man. This dude is a slimy. He's a slimy weasel, and that's why I call him the octopus, a control freak moron, whose personal traits will stop the team from winning. I've been said that. And look what's happened here. And then he pivots to the injury monster, not to bad coaching, not to bad preparation, not to him building the team correctly, and pivots to something that the Pelicans been dealing with for 5 years and using the same excuse over and over again. Like you too stupid to realize, hey man, you said that 5 years straight about this team struggling, about injuries. Nobody, and then you talk about everybody else. Denver, you talk about Boston. Did that stop any of these other teams from getting to the playoffs? The hell with championships. Just being a steady playoff team. Did it stop Miami? They had some stuff, but it didn't stop them from getting to the playoffs. It didn't stop all the
Miami dealt with injuries every year and still was getting to the damn Western Conference Finals and shit. With all type of people injured.
Just saying, DC, at the end of the year, man, at some point, that's not going to work. People are hip to the injury list. They done burned it. See, they done overused it to the point where it's not an effective weapon no more. You got to get up off your ass and do something now. Now you have to actually spend millions of dollars to fix your wretched health staff. You got to revamp it, hire better doctors. That's what I was saying on the coma. Enough is enough. We don't want to hear it. If you got injuries, go fire these doctors you got that's not helping you. Hire better doctors, get better technology. That's what the hell you do. That's how you fix the injury situation. You don't sit up here and then shift into the fact that, hey, man, it's a curse in the water, it's something in the water, it's something in the air. Man, that's spooky, that's stupid, unintelligent, dumb crap that we don't need to deal with. We deal with hardcore things here. You have injuries, get better doctors, get better technology, and watch how it goes away. Whoever you got doing it is not good enough. You need to get them on the body here, which is not new. They don't want to spend the money, so it's cheaper to sell you to the injury monster. And he don't blame nobody else. Cam Jordan, all these clowns get up here and they say the same damn thing. Injuries, but they don't talk about the shitty coaching. They don't talk about the bad preparation. They don't talk about the fact that they're not studying their playbooks. They're not preparing as well as they're supposed to do. They just pivot to something that can't fight back. So in the end,
I don't like that, man. I'm okay with you not talking about the other stuff if you're like, because I understand, them guys are limited in what they can say by them being on the team. And
you're limited. DC, don't say nothing then.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I was getting to. Like, just don't say anything. Like, why do that? You know what I'm saying? Just don't say nothing. If you want to, be politically correct and say the right thing, you trying not to get cut or get your next contract, just shut the hell up about it.
He got his money.
You ain't gotta say the phony stuff.
Why you gotta say that? You got your money. You get the game check.
Talk about what you want it to be, what you want them to do, the moves that you could do all that, and they're not gonna get mad. Don't start making excuses that we all know ain't good enough. Because y'all, you can't say that. Oh, it's the injuries with one breath, but in the next breath, especially for the Saints, they talking about next man up. Everything is next man up. The next man up mentality. Well, oh, it was the injuries. I thought it was next man up. Which one is it? Because when it's next man up, you not going to, let's say if you next man up and y'all successful, you ain't going to say, oh, we were successful, but the injuries, we could have been better without the injuries. Nobody don't say that. They just say we were successful, right?
Well, that's what they're supposed to do.
So when you lose, they never say we're successful, but with the injuries, we could have been more successful. Or if you win the championship, you ain't going to never hear this. We won the championship, but we wouldn't have won the championship without those injuries.
Oh, they don't say that.
You ain't gonna hear that?
Never hear that.
So if you're not gonna say that, you can't say it the other way. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's wrong to look at it like that and also acknowledge, yeah, you got injuries, so it's gonna be more difficult. You can't have the same expectations if the team is supremely injured. But for players to come out and talk like that, man, I never like hearing that because the players are always supposed to, or at least this is the mind frame of what I come from when I start watching all this and fell in love with it and playing sports. The players always had a never say die attitude from the era I come from. And it showed on the field, like, man, they would have 2 minutes left in the game, they down by 2 touchdowns, or 2 minutes left in the game, and the team is down by 15 points, and them dudes still out there trying to get everything, and like they gonna come back. And this wasn't, you had nights where that might have happened, but this was like an every night basis. This just was how people played the game. It ain't that way no more. I get that.
No. But on to that,
you can't use injuries as excuses.
Really and that's a known thing that professional athletes know, that when the season started, you're not, and that's a cardinal rule. You're never
out of it.
You're never supposed to use injuries as an excuse. When the league, when the year starts off, they say that. When by the time the year is over with, they use it's all because they use it to justify failure. They use it to justify because they don't tell the truth about, hey, this dumbass coach right here need to get better. He calls his adjustments was weak. His roster selections and adjustments was weak. He didn't scheme like he was supposed to. He got out coached on nights when he had his players. They're not going to say that. You have these people here that they're loyal to a fault, and they're not going to tell the truth totally. So they're going to keep it like what Jose Alvarado did. He's going to pivot to Willie Green and protect Willie Green. The hell telling you the truth.
I mean, like I said, you don't understand that or value a player being like. I mean,
I do not. I would rather. I would.
But hold on. Wait, let me ask you something though.
I don't, because it's not real.
We don't know what's real. He might know Willie Green. I know he know Willie Green fucking up, but
I know what's real.
If you on a team, right? Let's say me. Let's say me. Somebody run up on you in the street, and oh man, DC did a horrible job on the show, and I may have done a horrible job that night, right? You gonna sit there and like, yeah, you did do a horrible job, DC. To that person?
No, but
but I'm just saying. No, I'm just making an example of if I'm rocking with you, I'm rocking with you. I value or I like people who are like that. Even if I don't like Willie Green and I know he need to be fired, I value, I guess, Jose's stance to some degree, to him being loyal to his guy, whether we like him or not, is all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is using your example, which that's not a good example for what you're saying. I get what you're saying, because if somebody ran up on me and said, man, DC did a terrible job on the show, I was like, well, what did he do that was terrible? Well, he said this, that, and the third, or whatever the case may be. I don't know what it depends on what the man was saying.
I mean, you're gonna stand up for me just like I do for you, but regardless if I made a mistake or whatever, you're gonna use logic.
But I'm saying I'm gonna go. You're right. That's what I do. That's you know me. I'm gonna I'm gonna break it down. I'm a question guy. Some say, what did he do that was wrong? Well, he said this, and it was supposed to be that. All right. Well, the brother make mistakes. That's just what it is. He made a mistake and said this word. It should have been this word. Hell, I mispronounce words and names all the time. Shit, it ain't a perfect science. But that don't deal with a guy that's coaching 82 games, and everything that he do is on tape. Right, and it could be broken down schematically. They got coaches out there that'll break down the film and see. A lot of times they're not even following the philosophy that he's teaching. They're not. They don't communicate well. They don't shoot. They're not fundamentally sound on some of the things they're supposed to be in. And it happened even when they were healthy. It happened over and over and over again. And in some games they played better. Some games they would drop below, but a lot of games they didn't. They didn't do enough to sustain that before they started pivoting to losing these games. But it's not just this year. Everything we've seen over Willie Green, DC's been here for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot. That's a long time. And NBA is built on wins and losses. And then DC this year, what really incensed everybody was the fact that, like I said, it's how you conduct yourself. If you are a team that's respectful, like DC, you're not running around signing secret contracts and doing slimy shit, ducking and hiding from the support base and putting the inferior, stupid product on the court every night, and then lying and saying there's injuries all the time. You're not doing that. You're actually doing everything you can to get it right. I'm saying that these people had this weird cult type thing going on where they were smiling, and it was a house of cards, man. Handle your business. It's not hard. Like David Griffin DC had 3 attempts. He had kept Elvin Gentry. He fired Elvin Gentry after 1 year. He should have fired him from the get-go, find a coach. He finds Stan Van Gundy, who was sitting down coaching. I mean, he's talking about it. He wasn't coaching for years. You could have found a credible head coach. He missed out on that. Then he finds Willie Green, totally inexperienced. Willie Green, we give him a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. He did not progress like his counterparts. Like you see a Jamal Mosley, Charles Lee, some of the guys that started coaching around him. You've seen the production. You've seen the uptick in coaching. Willie Green regressed in coaching. He looked confused most nights. His rhetoric was the same, even when they had their players. He was confused. He was confused on Borrego's offense. He did not know how to run Borrego's offense. We know that. He was the last couple of years, he did the same thing with Borrego. He would get in his way with his defense, and the defense wasn't that good. They haphazard. They turned the ball over a lot. So, like I said, man, the Pelicans, they wasn't a smart team. They wasn't constructed correctly. That's why they hurt. Because most night, like I said, it's stuff that could be fixed. The injury issue is not something that would just be the boogeyman under your bed that you can't do nothing about. No, the injury thing is actually something tangible you could fix, or you can limit it to a point where it don't impact your players. They just don't have the right medical people in there. They don't, and it's not just the Pelicans. It's the similar staff that's taking care of the Saints, and they're going through the same thing. That's how you know it's the medical staff. So it's not like you can say it's just this, that, and the third. No, the same issues they're having for the Pelicans is the same issues they're having with the New Orleans Saints that tie directly to the hospitals that they're running with, the health clinic. That's the problem. But yet, did they stop it? They just signed a new arrangement with them. Several months ago, we covered it on the show. How you signing arrangements with these people, and your teams are healthy, they're not playing, and they're failing, and you blaming injuries. I wouldn't even bring that to light if they didn't keep blaming it. So you got to investigate it if it's that much of a problem. They're not doing nothing about it. So you signing on with them people lets me know you're not serious about nothing. How you blaming injuries, and your people, the Oshner people who run the hospital over there, is who you getting your health care from for these players, and they sit up here getting hurt, and you just read up with them. Come on, man. That's bull crap. So that let me know, man, y'all full of shit, man. How you sign with them people? They ain't no good. All your people are sitting up here hurt. The highest, I joked and call them the highest group of cheerleaders in the NBA. All piled the ball down on the bench. They're cheering for a bunch of G League people. The silliest shit.
Your Mickey Loomis. Well, hold on there now, Mickey.
Hold on out there. Hold on there, Buckle. Let me hold on.
They are number one in repairing all of those injuries, though, Big Q. So we had to re-up with Oshner. They do a great job fixing the players
How?
after they get injured.
How, Mickey? You start laughing. You ain't got no answers. Come on, DC.
I'm supposed to be Mickey. I can't. You got to do Mickey voice though. It's weird, bro. Because you got his voice down pat. I can't do Mickey voice.
Hold on there, DC. Hold on out there. Hold on now. Peace to Jamaica. Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on now. The reason why, hold on, it looks like that. I know what but you can't trust your eyes. You know, you don't look beyond the results. What? Oh, no. Hold on now. You don't look beyond the results.
Beyond the results, boy.
Don't look. You gotta look. You gotta look beyond that. All the failure, you look beyond that, and I promise you'll be all right. Yeah, get out of here. We're not doing that, bro. We've given the Pelicans have been hurt for at least 4 to 5 years.
Mickey gonna tell you. Based on the price of what it costs to fix those injuries and the timetable and what
that ain't gonna work.
When you put the percentages together. The Pelicans they actually have the #1 medical repair facility based on what we pay per capita per player, and their ability to get them back out there in a very respectable time frame.
Oh my God! Hold on now. That's right. That's absolutely right, DC. That's why we're gonna hold on. We're gonna hold on to David Griffin. He's doing a fantastic job.
It's cheap and it's effective.
David Griffin. 67, 79. No. So I mean, it's no, bro. It's not going to work. I mean, you can't use injuries as excuse. And listen, they're so stupid. They do it every year.
Derek Carr does though. He uses injuries.
That's why he's out of here. That's why they put him on the next day. It's just no.
Derek Carr said he won't be traded. They said no. He said my shoulder hurt.
Lord help us, man. That's what we done been reduced to. I'm telling you, we gotta.
I hope you showed the people my mock draft on the Saints show.
I thought you was listening. I called it out, DC.
You did? I gotta go back and watch the show. Watch my shout out.
You interrupted.
Some good intel, bro. You saw that? How you saw what I got? Shador Sanders and Amarion Hampton, bro.
I like that.
I think I did good on the back half of the draft too. I traded down Big Q. I think I got us a draft pick too.
Yeah, you traded from 9 to 10. I seen what you did.
Still got a draft pick, man. Got us a 3rd round pick next year too.
What you do with Omarion? What you do with Kendre Miller?
With who?
With Kendre Miller.
Oh, you're always gonna need 2 running backs. Somebody gonna get hurt.
Okay.
You keep him around. I'm gonna keep him around.
I gave you a shout out.
I'm gonna let him fight for his money. If he earned it, I'm gonna pay him something respectable to keep him around. I'm gonna keep all 3 of them.
He said
I love AK, dog. One of my favorite Saints ever. But AK get hurt, man. AK, he gonna show up in the games that matter. He'll play through injury and everything. But it's gonna be about 3 to 4 games a year where AK gonna be hurt, bro.
Well, he turns 30 this year, so the Hampton selection wasn't a bad.
So you get Hampton and you got Kendrick. That could be your new 1-2 punch when AK fading out.
That's a good one.
Still got Kendrick probably under contract for another couple of years before you got to pay him, right?
I like the Hampton move. I don't know if he'll be available at 2. He probably will. A lot of people.
Man, that boy was sitting there at the 4-day pick for me. I couldn't believe it.
Hey,
I rushed up to the podium.
Yeah, the Hamptons. Yeah, if you could find them there, that would be.
When you saw all them trades in my little mock draft thing, everybody wanted to trade in.
Well, I mean, listen, bro. All I can say, man, we're gonna see how it go, man. But in terms of the Pelicans, man, all I can say about this, DC, is that if Joe Dumars, if reports are the same, and listen, let me show this because I brought this up for the family. Y'all know I'm a man. I like to throw my history into the game, man. Here it is right here. This article, this is an old article right here that goes back to CBS. This is from, let me see, what was this at? Damn, they don't even have the.
That should be like 2018, 19, huh?
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find the timestamp on it, and they don't have one. But the Pelicans, now this is from back in. The Pelicans have held meetings with former Pistons president of basketball operations in Louisiana native Joe Dumars to gauge his interest in joining their front office. An NBA source has told the New Orleans Times-Picayune that the same source is claiming that nothing is imminent. One NBA executive has claimed that Dumars will be named president of the team within 2 weeks per Bleacher Report. Dumars is a longtime friend with Pelicans vice president of basketball operations, Mickey Loomis. So this was old. The contract of Pelicans general manager Dale Demps expires this summer. The team has yet to indicate if he will be asked back. He denied a report in mid-April that he and Coach Monty Williams were told that they'd be gone if they didn't make the playoffs, which they did make the playoffs. But the thing is this, when you talk about what happened with that Dale Demps, that, you know, he's a liar. Obviously, that was the truth. That the Pelicans did, that was Tom Benson. Tom Benson gave those guys an ultimatum because they were beefing. Monty Williams was there before Krusty Demps got there, and Demps and Monty didn't get along. So it wasn't as like what we seen with Denver, because those guys were actually doing some shit. They were actually winning. But Monty Williams did not respect Dale Demps, and Tom Benson assured Monty Williams that he would come back, that he would be able to come back and be the coach. Guess what? Dale Demps fired him and hired Elvin Gentry. And that's how we end up with Elvin Gentry, as opposed to how the Monty Williams era ended. So this is a little backdrop on information, but this is an old article, you know, kind of backing up what we was talking about here, is that the vice president or the VP job was created for Joe Dumars. And what ultimately occurred was that in the end of the day, they gave it to Dale Demps because of the money was bad. So, I mean, you said that you don't like his draft selections, DC, because of Darko Milicic. I get you on that.
No, I'm not saying I don't like all of his draft selections.
Well, I get you. Let me ask you this, before we get out of here. But listen, this is the thing I want to know. If Joe Dumars is, just saying that it is, not saying that it's not, just saying, for instance, if Joe Dumars is named the VP of Pelican basketball operations, give me 3 things that'll impact the team that Joe Dumars would do for the Pelicans if he did.
Honestly, I think the injuries would get fixed.
How so?
Joe Dumars is they cut from a different cloth, man. Like all that babying people, and I think they would take the advice of the medical staff, and he probably would bring in a more old school coach, right? And we know what old school coaches like to do. They like to practice, Q. The more these guys practice, and they actually would do more practices instead of less compared to other teams within reason, right? I know they cut out a lot of the practicing coaches can do, but we just saw it with Stan Van Gundy. Stan Van Gundy had these teams practicing more than probably other teams in the league, right? And he didn't do the thing like your boy Tibbs does, where he wears his players down with heavy minutes on top of them having to practice. So he had them practicing, and then, you know, the minutes allocation was reasonable. He just had a severe fantasy and fetish for Eric Bledsoe for some reason. But I think Joe Dumars would probably get a coach in there that he kind of more vibes with. You would probably have actual alpha as a coach, you know, a coach that's willing to put it on the line, man. Coach with some nuts. Let's just say that, you know. So that would be number 2, and I think that combines with number 1, right? And number 3, I stated earlier, it would be the culture of the team. Joe Dumars coming from here is not going to build a team that is not a good representation of the city, even if they're not winning the most games that we think they should. It will be a team that we enjoy going out and watching because we have a connection to it. We got a connection to the type of players that are out there. We feel like we're a part of the team, like, you know, so the supporters are supposed to feel. It doesn't feel like such a disconnect. Just simple stuff like how long it took them to play New Orleans music in the arena, bro. Like, that's a layup. No diss to wipe me down with Boosie and all of that. That's cool. We love that. That's a representation of Louisiana. You know, you play that enough. But how they playing Wipe Me Down, but they ain't playing nothing from Cash Money or No Limit or some of the bounce songs? Or, you know, you go on and on with all the New Orleans artists. Like, you know, you start getting Rob 49 and you got Currency up in there. Okay. But, like, why wasn't this happening? Why did it take so long? You know, like, it just
is D1 in there?
Weird, bro.
Is D1 in there?
Nah, D1 not. He got to go to church on Sunday. But it's just so weird, bro. Like the disconnect they have sometimes with the support base and what the culture is like in the city. Somebody like Joe Dumars, I'm not saying it would be perfect, but that wouldn't be a problem because he from here. And if he don't know, just somebody who from here, they know enough to put somebody in place who do know to get that part right. So you're gonna see a culture completely shift, I would think. I don't know if that trickles down to like the talking heads or people we see who cover the team, but the actual team that goes out on the court will be a huge representation of the city, and they're gonna play with a lot more toughness and all that. Dudes getting punked on a daily. I don't think Joe Dumars would be able to build the team like that of dudes that don't fight back and we gonna turn the other cheek and Martin Luther King Green, Willie Martin Luther King Green type persona. That ain't gonna be what's here.
Nah, DC, we can't call the man that, man. That dude is no company man like that. We gonna put him up there, man. Well, call him Martin Luther King, Willie Green. What is how you phrased it? Martin
Luther King Green.
No, that's an insult, brother. All right. Anyway,
he kind of look like him a little bit.
No, he don't.
Like he could be a cousin.
Nah, bro, the scary cousin to run away.
He the one. He the cousin that only saw like the Martin Luther King "I Have a Dream" speech. He ain't never hang out with Martin, and Martin had that shotgun in the house and the rifles and all that. And he wasn't playing that that was for a march. You know what I'm saying?
Willie
didn't know the real Martin. He just knew what Martin was representing at that one point in time. He held on to that.
He wasn't a D. He was in a defense. What they call a deacon of defense. He wasn't none of that because that's who was backing him up. Them old war veterans.
How you be a deacon of defense and you trying to keep money in your pocket? Don't you know it costs money to go to war, Willie?
I just gonna keep my war. He ain't about fighting nothing. That's
I don't know no good defensive players, no defensive coaches that don't have they border on possible anger issues. You know what I'm saying? You ever had a coach Q that was real good at defense, right? You know how they are. They fiery guys. They'll get in your face. They gonna cuss, and so you don't cuss, and you always happy and full of joy. But you create that defense.
That boy come from the Tony Dungy school of defense.
But even Tony Dungy had that cool, calm demeanor. But something about Tony Dungy eyes, though. Tony Dungy was ruthless, Q.
What?
Hey,
what?
Look at what he was putting out there on the field, and look at the type of coordinators that he had under him. Tony Dungy had Mike Tomlin over there.
Yeah, Tomlin was bucking his eyes the whole damn time too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, man, Tony Dungy put some dogs up under him, man, and taught a philosophy for them to go. He put the people with the attitude. He got them as the coordinators and stuff up under him. He didn't have an attitude like that, but man, shit, Tony Dungy ain't take them damn starters out. Would be running up the score. The niggas all defense score touchdowns stuff. Keep them out there.
Boy, that Tony
Dungy was nice, but like I'm saying, like as a coach, he was ruthless, bro.
Mike Tomlin will burn holes through your souls looking at you. All right,
you think Tony Dungy could get along with Mike Tomlin if he wasn't a little ruthless?
Well, Tony
Dungy, he was a big believer and a guy and all that stuff, and he said that nice stuff, man. That man was ruthless on the inside, bro. I'm telling you.
I don't know, DC.
You can't win like that and not be Q.
Yeah, well, he was winning at a high level, so somebody
can't win like that and not be, bro. Yeah, he said the right thing in front of the mic, and I'm sure he had Christian principles that he tried to adhere to, just like a dude like Aeneas Williams or Anarius. I might be messing his name up. Our boy played Aeneas.
Yeah, Neas
Right,
Williams.
very God-fearing man. He will hit the shit out of you on the football field.
Yeah, knock the devil out. Yeah, no doubt about it.
He said, knock the devil out you, huh?
Knock the devil out of you. Neas Williams, you ball, man. But DJ,
You can't let that
welcome
Christian
in.
stuff fool you, bro. They got Christian warriors too, man.
They do have Christian Warriors, DC.
Really
All
not
right.
one of them, though. He just played for the Warriors.
That's right. He's an assistant coach for the Warriors. All right, DJ, how you doing, man?
Tomlin be high as hell. What's up, DJ?
What's going on, people? How y'all doing?
I'm all right.
Good, bro.
Yeah,
What you think about the Pelicans, bro? What's gonna happen, man?
You saying it's for the front office or the roster?
All of it. What do you see happening for the off season?
We're gonna start with the front office first. Willie Green hopefully be fired tomorrow. David Griffin out the door. Who's next? I don't know. My question is, okay, we just signed Alfred Payton. You got DeJounte Murray, and you got Jose Alvarado. Now, what we gonna do with this fourth pick? I don't know. But me personally, I think we need a point guard. As far as the shooting guard, small forward, power forward, in the center, I would trade CJ because of Antonio Reeves and Jordan Hawkins. The small forward position, if you look at Herb Jones as a small forward, you can go that route. Trey Murphy, he's taking the place of Brandon Ingram, so that position is kind of sort of okay. The power forward position, which is you got Zion, Carlo Mekovic, he could play switch here and there. I would keep I don't know. That's a questionable. It's questionable with JRE. It's kind of questionable, but he played he played decent throughout the time where he did play. Keon Brooks, I would keep. What other guard we got that's sitting on the bench right now? But you go to the roster right quick because I don't have it pulled up right quick.
All right, hold tight, DJ. I'll pull it up.
Shit. I'm missing the guard. Hold on, let me put it on big screen. Hold on, let's see. Come on, I hear you do that. Give me a second, y'all.
I mean, the guards, Alfred Payton, Jose Alvarado, CJ McCollum, DeJounte Murray,
Right.
Lester Quinones, Antonio Reeves.
Okay.
Let me see. They go. Herb's a forward. Jordan Hawkins. Bruce Brown is a small forward. Brandon Boston is there as well as some of the guards.
I will keep him. Bruce Brown, he could go. I see him moving. I see him moving. Kelly Olynyk, they may re-sign him, but we really didn't get nothing for Brandon Ingram because if you're gonna let Bruce Brown go and keep Kelly Olynyk, I mean, what else you got for Brandon Ingram? Like, we really didn't get nothing for Brandon Ingram. So with that being said, like I said, I don't know what we're gonna do with this fourth pick. Me personally, I don't know. It's questionable. I mean, one of my picks did hit with the Carlo Mekovic. I've been telling y'all about him, and yeah, we gonna see. So, like I said, shout out to Carlo Mekovic. I've been telling DC and Vicky about that because he is a stretch 4, stretch 5. I want to see what we're gonna do with this fourth pick. But other than that, I'm glad the season over with. This is the worst season in 20 years. We probably was in middle school, elementary school by the time the Pelican had this much losses in the season. So with that being said, I mean I'm still a Pelican fan. So win, die, or draw. So let's have a better next season. I mean let's have
You Pelicans family, DJ. You ain't no fan. You family, man. Family. Man.
I know y'all know me as the
you in the building, man. You got real estate over there. You know what I'm saying?
I know y'all know me as
You're literally in the building too.
Right. talking about fan, man. You family, man.
It's fine. It's cool.
You putting sweat equity in the Pelicans, man.
DC, don't start. Don't start. I haven't went to a game none this season.
No.
So look, don't start.
You're just saving your money, brother. That's all. You're just saving your money.
Yeah.
That too. That too. But yeah, let's get everybody healthy. Zion, I mean, we can go. I mean, I know Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins and all them other ones. They talking about Zion, trade this, trade him. But we gotta look at it like this. You gotta look at Joel Embiid. He been in the league way before Zion, and look at him. Yeah, other superstar that's injury prone, and so we gotta look at it like that. We gotta do better in the front office first before we get the team and roster accentuating. So with that being said, good luck to Willie Green and David Griffin to wherever they go to. DeJounte, Z, CJ, and shout out to Yves Mason. He developed. I mean, he developing a mid range, so he should somewhat stretch the flow. Hopefully next season. But everybody who's injury prone, who's injured, get well, and hopefully we'll have a better, strong season next season, as well as Herb Jones. So that being said, I don't know what DC went at, but y'all probably about to go get out of here. With that being said, if anybody come at you with a Pelican fan, you tell them in a New Orleans Pelicans accent to get the flock out of here and go flock yourself.
All right, DJ. Shout out to my brother DJ, man. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate you, man, as always, man. Much love, man. We'll be hollering at you later, my brother.
Thank you.
All right, that's DJ, man. Be keeping it real, dropping some science on them. Man, listen, man. Fam, all I can tell you, man, it's been a rough season, man. We got some more stuff coming up next week. More reports, more things breaking down the Pelicans, man, taking a look. And I will be back tomorrow, fam, to be honest with you. We'll be back tomorrow dealing with the team because y'all know it's going to be something happening this week with the Pelicans. Not making it. We'll hear from them. We'll get the word on what happens with Willie Green because somebody got to go. We see these reports about what's going on. For them to be reaching back to the Joe Dumars bag, fam, we talked about this for years on the Pelican Postgame report. I thought that move by Tom Benson not bringing Joe Dumars in here was catastrophic because it set the team back for years. They didn't, Dale Demps took over the team. They bottomed out. They ended up firing him anyway. They put David Griffin on top of the team. He's had 6 years, had 2 playoff appearances in 6 years. That's not good. He put his money in, his faith in Willie Green. He didn't improve the health staff dramatically enough to called the injuries. And all we've gotten is disappointed, with him, how he's conducted himself as a general manager. He's proven to be slimy, wormy, hiring people that's less or less experienced than him so he can manipulate and control them. We've seen all of that, done called all of that stuff out. And hopefully, like I said, I ain't gonna say hopefully, but I desire for David Griffin to be terminated. I mean, literally not, taken from this planet, but also ultimately just removed from I'll settle for him being kicked out of the building, told that he's no longer needed. Hiring Joe Dumars would bring respectability to the Pelicans. It would, because Joe Dumars is a guy, he's a Hall of Fame basketball player that won multiple championships with gritty defense. Michael Jordan respects him and talks about him as one of the toughest defenders that he had to go against, besides people like Ron Harper, of course. But he's also a guy that won as an executive. He went to Detroit and won a championship with the Pistons. He turned them, and Detroit was not doing so well, and Joe Dumars had a few mishaps draft-wise with Darko Milicic. But outside of that, he did a wonderful job. He brought a championship to Detroit and made them respectable. Ultimately, it faded, but hey, like I said, man, just being able to get a respected basketball mind like Joe Dumars here, and that just changes the aura of the team, man, for real. Because I know Joe Dumars would then assemble a team of people that will come in here with respect. And not all of this gobbledygook about being a basketball family and all that. Miss me with all of that. This is a businessman. I don't care if Jose Alvarado gets along with Herb Jones. You see what I'm saying? Does it really matter if you're 21 and 60, whatever? It doesn't matter if they cool. Not to me. I don't want cool losers on my team, bro. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't care if you get along with that guy. If you let winning be the glue that keeps the team together, not the losing and all that. And I know that if you are building a culture of winning, and you see them working there, what's off every game, but they might come up short. We can live with that because we see you putting the effort in. But the understand and know that Willie Green is not really, he's not an NBA head coach. He's not going to get better than what he is right now. He's just not. He's not a good strategist. He's not. He's just, his coaching, his adjustments suck. His timing suck. His lineups suck at time. When guys are rolling, he switches the wrong people out. He don't know how to work Borrego's offense in with his defense. It's just all of that, man. I'm tired of that. It's been 4 years. 4 years is enough time for it's 6 for David Griffin, 4 for Willie Green. That's enough. That's enough. 1 year. I mean, him 49 wins last year. Well, it wasn't for the injuries. What the hell with that? Fix the staff. I'm done with all that, man. These people done had it. It's time to move somebody else in here. Listen. Brandon Ingram. When it all comes down, the Brandon Ingram trade will be. What you got for that? Bruce Brown, like I said, man, it's just how he handled that whole situation from pillar to post. It's just ridiculous, man. It just really is. And I'm just sick of it. We had players here. We couldn't get them on the same page. The timeline is over with. Whoever you put here, it didn't work. The BI thing didn't work with Zion. Let's get these guys out. Let's get this stuff fixed and move forward. I don't think that a guy like Joe Dumars or any respectable, hell, I'll take a guy from OKC. Who's the assistant vice president or whatever of OKC? I'll take him here. Hell, I'll go to Boston and take whoever the assistant VP is and bring him here. Get somebody from an organization that knows how to win. This shit's not hard. It's not hard. Go to OKC, go to Boston, and go get whoever the assistant VP is and make him the guy. It's not hard. Go get these guys and you bring them here. Get a coach, bring coaches from those organizations. Let them install that culture here. Let them install the toughness. None of this soft, weak, non-aggressive bull crap that Willie Green got going on. That's all up on posted on the practice facility about togetherness and all this other gobbledygook, non-aggressive verbiage. When you play in a physical NBA, and Draymond Green and what's his face from Jimmy Butler and all these guys pushing you around because they know you're a weakling. All you have to do to beat the Pelicans is to push on them and rough them up a little bit, and that throws them all out of their game. I'm sick of all of that. I'm done with that. That's not the image of this region. That's not the image of the region. I'm born and raised here, man. I'm telling you, this team don't behave like the energy of the region in which it plays in. It's blue collar, it's hard working, and we don't take no shit. That's the bottom line. This team don't play like that. This coach don't think like that. This guy from the Detroit, he must be from the soft side of Detroit because he don't exhibit no hardcore qualities. His team's pushovers. They're soft. They're frail. Stop me if I'm not telling the truth. That's the mindset of this team. They're frail. They're weak. And I'm tired of that, man. I'm sick of these folks. We need somebody here that's going to establish toughness and intelligence. How about that? Would you love a tough ass intelligent team? I know I would. That's OKC. That's Boston. Not whatever you trying to do with Golden State. Take 43-point shots every night. And more than half of the shots are stupid ass shots. Unintelligent 3-point shots. Come on, man. Switching. We're going to switch every damn thing. And then Jose Alvarado switched from a 2-guard, and then he switches to the center, and he's a 6'1" guard guarding a 7-footer. Is that good basketball? But he never say nothing about it. You can't operate a switching system if it switches you in a non-favorable position that helps your adversary. That's stupid. He don't even see that. He don't do none of that. He just sit up there with his arms folded with that big ass nose. Well, guess what? Stick that big son bitch in the unemployment office. That's what you do. Because we tired of that, man. I'm sick of all of these fools with this. This stuff is not hard. We've been saying this for years, man. I'm done with it. Anyway, and speaking of, and Heffler says to not hire Joe. If Joe is better than what's his face, David Griffin. We don't need a politician. The guy got a political science degree, I think. He got a political science. He's a politician. It's a bullshit artist. That's why he talks like that. Guy's out here he got a political science degree. What does he know about basketball? I mean, he got the championship was because of LeBron. LeBron went back to Cleveland and told him, get this guy, get this guy, get this guy, get this guy. And Dan Gilbert, who runs the team, told David Griffin, you better do it. He said that he hated doing that. What, you hated winning? Because you damn sure couldn't do it by yourself, but he'll take full credit for that championship, even though LeBron told him what to do. Man, get out of here with that bullshit. I know what time it is. I know when I'm looking at a con man and a flim-flam artist, man. You ain't got a plan. Every year it's the same nonsense, and then they're not learning. And this is weak facade over the team about, hey, we are togetherness and all. Get out of here with that, man. Get out of here. All right. So anyway, man, listen. At the end of the day, man, we need a tough, intelligent team. That's what I want. A tough ass, intelligent team. That's what you need to win in the NBA. And Willie Green is too soft. His philosophy is soft, and he got a soft general manager. You got a soft ass VP. These guys are soft, man. These are soggy people, man, and I'm sick of them. They all soggy ass people. They're not winning. They're not doing nothing. And all they do is come up with excuses on why the team is failing year after year. Team been hurt for 5 damn years and they still ain't fixing it. We talking about giving them more time. Man, the hell with that. Y'all got to go. All y'all, man. We sick of this. And then they got the nerve on the back end to try to come at you for a new stadium. So look out for that too. And they're raising the prices on you. They're raising the prices on these tickets for the Pelicans and the Saints, and these teams both stink. How do you justify that? Man, come on, man. Enough is enough, man. We don't let them make it enough. We got to stand for something or fall for everything, bro. All right. Slim says, should there have been breaking news by now if Griffin will agree? Nah, bro. Probably the Pelicans move slow. We know that, bro. So this is true talk, man. I'm just saying. I said, fam, I covered the Pelicans for what? Over a decade now. You've been on the New Orleans basketball for a decade. The history and everything with this team, fam, you ain't just talking to a guy that's been doing it for a couple of years. I've been doing this. And I'm just absolutely just outdone by all of this stuff. People pretend like they building pyramids on the moon or something. I just don't understand how they complicate everything. How do you complicate everything? This is basketball and it's copycat anyway. All you do is copy off the other team. You copy off of Boston. You copy off OKC. How did they make it so difficult? Whatever they're doing, you do. It's as simple as that. As simple as that. Whatever they're doing with their health system, you do it. Whatever Boston doing with their health system, you do it. Whatever they're doing with their coaches, you do it. You get a coach from over there. You get a VP from over there. From teams that have a repetitive culture of winning, they're always relevant. They got a key. They got a jewel. They got something that you don't have, and you should be reaching for those people. And Brand, this is not hard, man. That's how a Detroit Piston team that was the worst team in the NBA last year can go from where they were to a potential playoff team this year, or a play-in team. I think they're in the play-in. That's crazy. The same with Houston. Houston wasn't winning like that. They got a good coach there, and look what Houston doing. Well, golly, you mean to tell me people can change a head coach and get a guy here, and then next thing you know, they winning? And the guy that turned the Pistons around, he was sitting up here last year as the general manager, being suffocated by David Griffin. How did that happen? How do you go to Detroit and turn Detroit around in 1 year? And look how they playing up there. And they got an identity. We had that guy here for 3 years. Why didn't we show that skill here? That's because of that octopus. Getting all in this way. I told y'all, man. So anyway, we gonna see what this looks. Shout out to Stacy. What's up, Reed? Let me give y'all a few shout outs in the building. Shout out to all the family members. Hit the like button for me. Strider, Kevin, I see you, fan. Hoffa, Mall, Michael. Big ups to you, man. Pelicans, Nola, I see you, fam. Brother Don is in this thing. KB Free, shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. What's up, Jaden? Shout out to you as well. Big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all showing some love. Reed, shout out to you too, Reed. You all good, brother. Appreciate you. Stacy, much love, my brother. Yeah. So it's just one of those things, man, where you can see I'm upset, but I'm happy at the same time that this is over with. Fam, this is the worst season of coverage I ever had. It was a frustrating, terrible, stinking, rotten year of basketball for the Pelicans, I must say. And I hear some of these people when they go off the broadcast, we appreciate this, that, and the third. Fam, listen, it's just a job to them to cover it, because a lot of times they're not really a support of the team like you are. Like, you got your heart and soul mended into it. So when they lose, you feel it. When they win, you feel it. See, it's a difference. It's a job to some. It's just a job to me. Hell, if they put me on another assignment, I cover another team. It don't make me no difference. But that I don't change coats and clothes like that. This is my squad. I rock with my squad. I'm critical of my squad because I want them to win, and I want them to do it right. And I know I got a bully pulpit at times, but sometimes you got to be like that. Sometimes the truth ain't gentle. Sometimes the truth comes bluntly. You know, it's gentle for those who got tender ears, but if you're a hard head, it's gonna beat you upside your hard head. That's what it's gonna do. So that's just what it is. What's up, Hemisphere? Shout out to you. Denzel says octopus are extremely intelligent. It's disrespectful. That's right, Denzel. My bad, brother. I'm gonna have to apologize to all octopuses everywhere for putting David Griffin in that group. My bad, brother. He says octopi are extremely intelligent. It is disrespectful to octopi to call Griffin an octopus. You're absolutely right, bro. All right, bro. You're right, sir. I pulled that back. Because he's slimy as hell too, brother. I ain't gonna lie. That's a slimy, bro. But listen, whatever happened, we gonna cover it, man. But listen, just a word from PPR here, man, before we close out the regular season, man. A full season. We've been here from game 1 to game whatever this is. And boy, oh boy, all I want to say at this last broadcast of the regular season is that this is my analysis. Y'all can consider this my end of this regular season analysis on what we've seen for this year. Y'all just heard it. Now, what I would prefer to happen going forward is simply this. There needs to be leadership, credible, whether it's Joe Dumars or any other respected or credible executive or person from an established organization like the Boston Celtics or the OKC Thunder, who have a reputation of success. We need to look at them and bring those people here. That is my desire, and that needs to happen at the administrative level. I know I can't ask for a lot from the Pelicans because they're extremely unimaginative. I've said countless times about the Saints and the Pelicans, how their ran is antiquated. They should have more of a group approach as opposed to have one guy there operating, because if the one guy has issues like the guy we have, then the team doesn't go anywhere. Because what if you have a guy there that's insecure in his personality like the guy we have here and likes to hire weak people around him so he can manipulate them? That's what we got going on here. And I'm not saying that about Swin, because the only person on high that I like out of the organization is Swin Cash. I think Swin Cash is about the business. That's just what I know about her. I think she is extremely intelligent. I think she's a winner. She won at the high school level, the college level, the pro level, and she is in the Hall of Fame she's a Hall of Famer. So that they got that part of the game right, but she ain't in the position of personnel decisions like David Griffin is. David Griffin don't know how to dribble a ball. I bet you if you stuck a pistol to him and told him you don't take this shot, we're gonna get you on the body, he'll miss that shot. He can't. This guy don't know nothing about no basketball, man. He don't know how to dribble a ball, but he can control people that do. My thing is, my perspective is to get people that are basketball people, not people that are politicians that happen to be in the basketball world. Let's get somebody that has that degree of basketball. Even though Trajan Langdon would have made a really good VP. Because Langdon played in the pros. He understands the realm of the game, the understanding the basketball world. He knows how to finagle and move. He's not a politician. Because a lot of times David Griffin is insecure. He know he can't dribble a ball. So what he does is he think he can flim-flam his way into a conversation about basketball by over talking you or spreading a bunch of useless facts like I'm not going to look right through that and see you're not really saying anything of substance. That you're just a big damn word salad person. But in the end, I desire him to be removed. I desire Willie Green to be moved. And I desire Bryson Graham to be removed, because these people are not contributing to long-term success and respectability. So I desire the Pelicans to go and find a VP and let him find his own general manager and his own coach. You hire the right VP and let him hire his own people to run the team the way he needs to. So outside of that, go to places where there's a repetitive culture of winning, whether that's Miami, Boston, OKC, wherever there is a repetitive culture of winning. Let's go there and get those guys and bring them here. Very simple. Very simple. It doesn't make. Just get these other guys out of the way and let the new VP hire his entire staff and coach. That's how we need to do, fam. And let's start with just that and go from there, man. And then after that, let's really take a good look at improving the health staff. Like really spend some money, bring some top people in here and terraform this whole thing with the medical staff. I'm sick of the injury bug. I'm sick of this nonsense about injuries. You're not committing enough money and resources toward fixing the problem. We really need to attack it wholeheartedly, like go at it and wipe whoever these people are. We need to get them on up out of here and bring new people, top people of their field. It's going to be expensive, but you have tens of millions of dollars in this company. Pelicans worth what, $3+ billion? So at the end of the day, man, it's all can be fixed by money. All could be fixed by the right decision. We don't have to suffer through seasons where it's just blame and injuries for everything. Like we don't have no power over the injury thing. When everybody else doesn't seem to have as many injuries, that's you. Your staff sucks. So in the end, that's some of the stuff that I desire. Will the Pelicans do it? We'll see. Reports are saying that David Griffin's in trouble. We know Willie Green's in trouble. You can't go through this season with 21 wins. And then you see Mike Malone and you see Taylor Jenkins and you see even Mike Brown get fired and they were winning and Willie Green gets to keep his job. Oh, no. And the general manager, the GM of the Denver Nuggets got fired too. And these other guys can't lose their jobs? Where they do that at? Anyway, that's my spiel, man. With that being said, what's up? What's happening? What's going on with your Young City 9, man? Big ups to you. I see you, brother. What's up, Tasha? Says Q the fan. I'm glad the season is over for us too. Yeah, y'all did a little bit better than us, but still in all, man, it's been a horrendous season, man. I took a lot of joy out of talking to you guys and chilling with you guys on a semi-daily basis about the team. But in the end, it was a really stink season, man. Arthur Nick, shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you for being in the live, man. All right, so see why you leaving. I mean, it's the end of the show, my brother. It's time to roll. It's 5-hour broadcast to the Dome, man. It's time to call it in. But listen, man, Stacy said don't end it. Nah, that's it, fam. I done emptied out, man. I done put it on out there. So that's my desires for the off season, because that starts tomorrow. This week will be a very interesting week. We'll learn all of the stuff and see if the rumors are true about David Griffin being in trouble because he needs to go. Willie Green's had 4 years. He needs to go, and we need to find some respectable people to bring here. They had their time. It's not like we hadn't given them shot. We gave this man been here for 6 years, and this other clown been here for 4 years. These guys have had 6 and 4 years, fam. We're not that bad where we need 3 or 4 year bills. The team ain't that bad. It ain't a burnt out ass team. They have people here. They're not a burnt out team. They got the talent. So it shouldn't be a 4 year bill to make them respectable. Hell, it'll be like what it was with Detroit. You turn them around in a year. Hell, it'll be like it was with Houston. Or even Orlando. Orlando had a steady rise with Coach Mosley. So, I mean, there's stuff where you can look at and see coaches turn it around the next year because the talent is there. Is usually the coach doesn't know how to use the talent. He's not a good coach. You can't have great coaches like Coach Malone and Taylor Jenkins out here getting fired, and they're their franchise's most winning coaches. Malone is the all-time winningest coach for the Denver Nuggets, won a championship 2 years ago. Taylor Jenkins is the all-time winningest coach of the Memphis Grizzlies. They're in the street, and Willie Green is still here. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It'll probably be tomorrow there, Stacey. We're going to probably put something together for you tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what's going on because there'll be some news sometime this week. You guys just hit the notification bells on that. But I just want to give you guys a shout out, man, for going through this. PPR, another regular season of PPR come to a close, man. It's been a tumultuous and really crazy up and down season. But what made it worth the while is you guys showing up every night, representing the flock and nation. Much love to you guys, respect to you guys, because you guys are what's happening. So thank you guys. But we'll be back next week, man, with more Pelican talk, man, and we'll see what happens as the offseason officially starts for the New Orleans Pelicans after a disastrous, terrible stink year in which the Pelicans are 21-61. They finished the year on a 8-game losing streak. Before I go, let me look at the Tankathon to see where the Pelicans landed in the NBA Tankathon. Hold on, fam. Let me put that on screen for you guys so y'all can see where the Pelicans end in the Tankathon. 21-6. Okay, here we go. Here go on screen, fam, to put it on screen for you guys. The Tankathon. Utah 17-65, Washington 18-64, Charlotte's 19-63, and the Pelicans right there. You can see them right there, fam. The New Orleans Pelicans listed at what, 21-61. Wow. Oh, wow. Anyway, that positions them right there. So they penciled in and stuck at the 4th position of the lottery. We'll see if it makes a difference when the draft rolls around. We'll see what the NBA lottery during the playoffs. They do the lottery system, and we'll find exactly where the Pelicans will flow or fall in the lottery. And we'll see if we can get one of the top 3 players coming up for next season. So anyway, with that being said, I'm going to get ready to get out on that. I appreciate all of y'all. Once again, much love to the Pel Nation, man. And we'll see you next week. Go Pels. Peace.
You're listening to the Pelicans postgame report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
Perfect. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell them that. Fly down, I'm a Pelican forever. Yeah, ain't gon' lie, I feel flyer than I ever been. We stay ballin', this New Orleans, I'm a Pelican. It's going down in the nest, wild, wild west. Come in town and you best, show us some respect. 3-point threat, I better make it rain. If it's up, then don't jump stupid like your ankle sprain. Always said, never hate the player, hate the game. Jumpin' where the dame late, bunch of trains. Post game, big Q, talking about business. Bird gang, YouTube, they ain't flocking with us. Lock up the division mission, get into the finals. Finish competition, then it's going win the title. I know this flyer than you can get. Such a threat that the ref just might call a tag. You could double, you could press, but you can't check. Right, left, slide by you like a Eurostep. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell them that birds of a feather flock together. Fly down, I'm a Pelican forever, Pelican forever. And never, and never, and never, and never, and never, and never say birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, fly down, I'm a Pelican forever. Pelican forever.
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelican, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. Remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That too.